You know, I'll sit on this one first. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Setting up stuff real quick, and then we'll be doing random stuff. To be honest. So, good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. All right. All right. All right. All right. New folder. We need to move that off to the side. What? Oh, okay. I just said Paul. She did not. She was talking about cats. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Just fixing some stuff. We're gonna take that off for now. We don't need that. We're on the game capture screen right now, but it's also setting up things in the background. And then once we are ready to do stuff, we will in fact do things. What is this? Now there's just sending me random stuff. Oh, it's like a meme. It's a really weird meme. Don't want to look at that. Viewers know when to tune in. Yeah, we're fine. Viewers have an idea of when to tune in. It's a general idea. We have a vibe we go for. Oh look, it's Kitten. Nice. Yes, I think only Tyler's really viewing right now, but maybe someone else. There's a bunch of new 7 TV emotes my wife added last night, so enjoy those. Okay, I think we're not gonna start with running acts. We're probably gonna start with. Hey, Ghosty. Yeah, I'm actually kind of a big deal now. You didn't know this, but in our family, I'm super popular. There's one other really popular streamer I'm sure out there. I think they do mostly TikTok stuff though, which I don't do TikTok. Right. So we're not gonna start with the Act One running stuff right now. What we're probably gonna do is I think we're gonna do a bunch of prep for the live stream viewing. We're going to cold dock. Yeah, yeah, that's what we're here for. We're here for godlike cold dot gameplay. Fisk, welcome to the stream. I know it's a black screen right now. Like I said, we're going to do some prep stuff and whatnot. We're gonna probably make a bingo card for the live stream to kind of predict what we think is gonna predict it. I think it'd be kind of cool. Yeah, meowdy Fisk. Everyone say meowdy to Fisk. Cool. So yeah, that's the plan. We're probably gonna bingo card, and I think there was something else in my head that I now can't remember what I wanted to do. And then we'll probably do a little bit of gameplay stuff. I'm not even sure if I'm going to play Cold Out Witch through campaign again. I might just jump into like Sether's character or something and do a little messing around with crafting and stuff, just kind of practice some stuff. We'll see. Kind of, we'll just play by ear. Check the little drops. I think I am. So I looked it up. You do not need to be a Twitch affiliate for drops. Like it's all you have to do is make sure it's enabled on your thing. So whenever it comes time, we will confirm. I'll have one of y'all see if it says like drops enabled on the channel thing or not. But it should be. I haven't enabled. I don't see the campaign for PUE yet for it. But when I see that campaign, I will definitely make sure to click it. Let's see. Yeah, there's no Path of Exile campaign open yet. I think they open. If I remember correctly, the Twitch drops happens after the live stream, right? Like it's for viewing people who play Path of Exile after the live stream, not like during the live stream itself. During? Okay, so maybe it'll pop up then. Yeah, but I don't see it currently. I do have the drops enabled. Scenario, you can always go watch the live stream itself, or you can watch it here if you're a streamer. But hopefully it works for my channel. If not, get like 45 minutes. Yeah. I used to just like mute the tab, not the actual stream. Because you mute the stream, it doesn't call it. But in Google Chrome, if you just like right click and mute the tab, That's usually how I do it. Um, Perfect. What are we gonna start with? Do we want to start with? Oops, sorry, my tea was a dry mess. Yeah, man. I mean, I appreciate it. You being here either way. Always good times. Hopefully, we see some sweet, sweet buffs. Do we want to start with as a group making the bingo card, or do we want to just do like random gameplay stuff for now? What do we want to start with, gang? How are we feeling? And full disclosure, I stole Captain Lance's bingo card for inspiration. I just got a hot dog back bling on Fortnite. I actually haven't played Fortnite in like several months. All right, bingo. All right, cool. Let me load up MS Paint, and I'll make this a scene and everything like that. I just go to the freestyle screen and I'll add my camera in. It's probably a better way to do it. So this is Captain Lance's thing. I'm not going to use this, but this is just like an inspiration of like what it should look like a general idea of it. Also, some of his picks are pretty funny. I don't agree with all of them, but I do. Some of them are the ones I'd like to see. So, but we're gonna do our own thing. Do not enjoy the new season. Haven't played. Lightning Strike obliterated. Trickster obliterated. King's March Core. I think King's March Core is probably pretty good as a thing right now. The high on mark thing that he has is a good free square because we no longer have Chris Wilson. That being said, if Chris does show up as his final send off, be like, "Hi, this is Chris Wilson. We no longer aren't a year games." Blah blah blah. That'd be a cool send off for him. But ideally, he's off playing Pokemon and collecting cards and stuff right now. So, add my camera to the scene so that you can see my pretty face while we do this because that's why we're here. We're here for the moneymaker. That's too big. Too big. Actually, is this good enough size camera or? Flashbang. I can flip. I make it up. Professional streamer gang. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. There we go. Or I could do this. Yeah. Let me put your name. It's awful since this reload. Playing Reload was a lot of fun. Reload was supposed to be a lot of fun for Fortnite, but I don't know. I just haven't really been into it. Before I started okay, let me fix my camera. I know I'm memeing a little bit. We'll just do this for now, and we'll figure it out later. But before I started to do like content creation and stuff like that, and focusing on Path of Exile, like I was playing so many other things. We played a lot of Helldivers 2 as a group, which was really fun. I played Expedition 33, which if anyone in the chat really enjoys Expedition 33, I love that game. That game was amazing and a real surprise for me. But I just haven't really played Fortnite or really any shooters. Not really big on shooters. Yeah, true. Tyler and his family have been doing a lot of like Marble Rivals. Okay, guys. So full disclosure, I haven't really used MS Paint super well in a long time, so this could be a learning curve for us as a group to just judge me and how I'm like really old and don't know how to do it. Here's the fill thing, right? How do I fill? I want to fill. Fill. Boom. Okay, black background. Sitting here with my favorite game rerun of what game is it? 1990, 1999. That's gotta be. Is that like Nintendo 64 era? And like Sony PlayStation, like the first one? Might and Magic. So I never actually played any of the Might and Magic things, but it's always in like the background of like the friend groups I was in at the time. People like playing that kind of stuff. I was more, I think, man, I don't actually know timelines. Was that when the StarCraft like Brood War was big? 98 is when Brood War came out. So that's yeah. So I was probably playing Brood War at that time. Um, in 1999. But at the same time, I was also like 11 years old, I think. Math work checks out for that. Me and a couple girls have met online, started our own girl Discord. We have about 130 members now, so it takes a lot of my time. That's really cool. That's pretty sweet. Yeah, if this streaming thing ends up taking off, I'm gonna make a Discord for particularly the stream. But we'll take it slow. This is only like day 4 of streaming, so I'm pretty excited for it, but just taper expectations. Don't want to get too excited. I'm also limiting myself on how much I interact with random people that come in asking me to add them to Discord, because that's a good way for me to lose my identity. Speaking of which, okay, so real talk for 5 seconds. Abby is horrendous at like internet safety stuff. They had a person who followed the stream the other day and was like, "Oh my god, I can't. My headset's broken. Can you just type me a responder instead?" And I did. I was like, "Okay, this." But they started asking stuff like, "Oh, where do you live?" And I was like, "Abby, can you respond to them?" And then they never responded back when Abby responded to them. They only responded when I added them. I was like, "This seems like a bot just automatically um, talking to me." Abby was like, "You're being too cautious," and I was like, "Am I too cautious, or are you just not good at internet safety?" I don't know. But if the bot is only responding to me responding to it and not responding to you responding to it, seems suspicious. Yeah, I don't think that's from Abby. Yeah. That Happy reveal day. Hey, Marshall's here too. All right, guys, I'm having returning fans here. Hey, gang. Are we excited for the cold dot buffs that probably won't happen, but if they do, I'll be really overjoyed. Yeah, Abby is just a girl. That's fair. Also, Ghosty, I swear, if you don't hit the follow button, which is somewhere probably right here, I'm gonna yell at Sean. Buffed into oblivion. Actually, no, don't buff it into oblivion. So I would love it if they buff it a small amount to where I notice it's good, but not a lot of other people notice it's good. We're trying to make content here. I don't need Jung Roan, I'm Exile, all them deciding that the cold dot's good and they need to do a video on it, because then I will get no views and then I'll be a little sadder. I need just a small, unnoticeable buff to just us. We're the cold dot guys now. Who's that other big streamer that cosplays? Like he poorly cosplays on launch. Starts with an N. M. Mathification. Oh right, you were actually one of the original followers. Yeah, I remember seeing that. True. You followed since January of this year. That's before I even started streaming. You followed me. That is 100% fair. I forgot about that. That's on me. All right, I won't have to yell at Sean then. That works out. That works out. Okay, guys, is there an easy way to draw a bingo board, or am I just like gonna have to wing this like this? I didn't click anything, did I? I don't even see anything. What is happening? Line, hold, shift. Is it not selecting the color that I want? Change the color. Left click the white color. I thought if I clicking on like this would work. It's not. Color one white. Okay. I don't like that it does that. Why wouldn't it have two color options to select? Okay. We're learning, chat. You're all professionals. I just exist here. How do I make a new line? It's looking like on the same old line. How shift puts it in a 90-degree angle? Yeah, yeah. It's we until I decide that everything from this point on is me, and we're not one. This is not gonna. I don't think it's supposed to be pretty. It's MS Paint, right? Like that's the whole point of MS Paint. It's not pretty. It's just it's functional. Bingo squares are 5x5. I think. I'm pretty sure. This is bingo, so BING. Yeah, that's 5. Oh god, there's no way this looks good. 1, 2. This is so misshapen. All right, let's back it up a little bit. Let's back it up. But legit about Discord, you're the admin responsible for that thing. Be careful with that. Yeah. I will probably. I'm gonna wait. If I get affiliate, I might make a Discord for the channel, but I don't want to do anything, especially with adding people with Discord right now. I'll wait until it feels more needed. I also need to get better at posting on my social media. So I don't have a Twitter or X or whatever it is because of reasons. But I do have like a Blue Sky, and I haven't posted on it yet, so I need to figure that out. What's up, y'all are going off and Sean? Yeah, you played bingo like gamble bingo though. It wasn't like Well, I mean, I guess bingo itself is gambling, right? This is wrong shapes. I need to go back and do this. We have to have an empty slot instead of a free slot. The old free slot was hi, I'm Chris, and I really think it should stay there for nostalgia reasons. You wanna? I'll put in small text hi, I'm Chris on it, maybe. I mean, they're gonna say hi, I'm Mark, right? Also, I didn't show me to do this because these are not. Or maybe I should just not redo it, and we should just live with the imperfection. No, I can't do it. Okay. Uh, rip. Chris is. I mean, so it's sad Chris is gone, right? But he's like living the dream. He made a gaming company for something he loved, and then when it was able to sell, he sold and is just like, I'm gonna play Pokemon now. I'm gonna go collect Pokemon cards. I just did the same thing. I just did the same thing. I know it's gonna look awful either way, but I would like to look awful at least a little bit less awful. Just freehand it, bud. Yeah, 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 yeah. This is good. This is better. I like this. Okay, this is close enough. Legit working on a project making original 150 cards display at the moment. Display like a shadow box, or like what kind of display is it? Is it like a standing case? Yeah, yeah, this is close enough. Yeah, it's sad Chris is gone, but like he's living the dream. What do you call them? Art case. I'm gonna look up. Oh, it's Tyler. Did we figure out how to make it where people can post links? Did you figure that out yesterday? I asked, and I was like, I'll probably figure it out later, and I didn't. I don't know if you did it just intuitively. I did not because I forgot. Okay, I want to figure that out because I think what I want to also do for the next couple of days is I'm gonna take people's POB. No. I want links anyway. Because I want people to post POBs and stuff like that. I don't want like I want it to be like not free posting of links. I want it to be like where it shows the moderator slash me, and I can approve if that link is okay, kind of thing. And then like the post happens. But I want people post POBs because ideally what I want to do the next couple of days when I'm cooking is I would like to take y'all's ideas as well and just like see what y'all think of things. I want it to be like a collaborative thing. I like it. So I do want links, but I don't want like free posting of links. Art case display, maybe. All right, so we're gonna look at art case displays, and you're gonna tell me which art case display is the one that you're looking at. Like, is it like this kind of thing? There's like 151 cards in there, but obviously not that size. That's really big. Also, working on a project like that's kind of like, is this like for your company, or are you like a freelancer, or is this like your company just makes like random art displays for nerd stuff? Because either way, that's pretty sweet. Well, meter. All right, I assumed Fisk was like across the pond, but now he's saying meters. I'm pretty sure that Fisk is across the pond. We use freedom units over here. Over with more quality life updates, like swapping controller. How many is that freedom units? Um, yeah, I'm hoping. So, I think I talked about it yesterday with you guys. I really hope that. Also, I'm not playing music right now because I realized that um, I was getting copyrighted music strikes on my YouTube live stream when I go into my alternate scenes. So I have to figure that out later. So no music at the moment while we're just talking. But we go like play games and stuff. I'll have music on. But I hope for more quality life stuff. What we talked about yesterday. I hope that like Bestiary gets a little updates. I'm hoping they have more stuff than what they just posted already. Like I know they already have more stuff. I hope they have more quality of life stuff. Is what I'm saying. Not just more league stuff. Let's finish drawing our lines though while I'm thinking about it. Isn't she? What the? What happened there? Oh. All right, chat. That's close enough. Thanks, Fisk. That's free Munis users. 5 by 5 feet. That's pretty big. Uh, I haven't myself collected Pokemon cards in many years. I collected them obviously when I was young and they were first coming out because I thought they were cool. I do not have any of those cards anymore because I was not good at keeping stuff. But I do have I have Magic cards that I have right now, but I'm also once again not a collector. Proxies. You don't want to buy a holographic Charizard for like however much it's gone for now? Yeah, I keep seeing videos. So let's talk about like collected copies right now. I keep seeing videos of like Pokemon card collectors where they're like just scalpers just like grabbing giant heaps off of like pallets from like Costco will drop like a new pallet. They'll just like all fight over these huge pallets of things. This one guy like pushing over a kid to grab like all the cards and stuff like that. I was like, man, I would not want to be in this hobby right now. It cannot be fun to be like a casual enjoyer of like Pokemon cards. So I've actually so Final Fantasy set with Magic the Gathering. I haven't actually bought Magic the cards in probably several years. I want to say like Cons of Tarkir was the last time that I bought. Yes, Final Fantasy. There, I'll show them real quick. Final Fantasy Magic spoilers. Magic spoilers still works, right? Yeah, they make Magic cards. They have Ultima. They have like little chocobos kind of stuff. Aerith and all kind of stuff. A lot of this is very flavorful. A lot of people are complaining about which one is it? Can I see it? No. I wish I could separate it by color. I'm gonna go. The cactus is what a lot of people are complaining about because it's good flavor, but it's broken power, which can be abused. Not that one. I think it's a green cactus. This, no, not this one. Is it this one? There's one cactus that has like 99,000 like negative something like that. I don't forget what it was. This is pretty cool though. There's a lot of cards for Final Fantasy right now that are coming out or are out. I'm assuming coming out. I'm gonna need these. But I haven't collected physical cards since like Cons of Tarkir, which was several years ago. I haven't really played physical Magic in a while. I still have like some of the old stuff. Like I have most of like a modern Grixis control deck from back in the day with Snapcaster Mages and stuff. I have a Storm deck for modern. I have a bunch of Pauper decks, and then I have like a bunch of the standard decks I played at the time, like Blue Black Control. I'm a control player. Caught I love control. Um, but I do play Arena every once in a while. Not as much as I would like to, but I do it once in a while. But the point is, collecting hobbies are so expensive, and I can only usually maintain one at a time. Like I went from like collecting Magic Gathering cards to like Funko Pops, and then I collected a bunch of like Dungeons and Dragons stuff, like especially like a lot of like the collect. In fact, I have some right here. Let me go scroll over real quick. Like let's make the camera bigger. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm an idiot. XD. But a bunch of like the alternate art kind of stuff. I had a bunch of these for like Dungeons and Dragons, but recently, not recently. Recently as a group we decided that we didn't want to support Wizards of the Coast as much. D&D 5e is not as fun, and we moved to like Pathfinder. My group of friends that played tabletop together. So we're doing that now. But I have a bunch of Funkos. I have some Funkos still. Like I have pretty much only 5. I have Nico Bolas still because that's my favorite Planeswalker / Elder Dragon from Magic the Gathering. For you Magic the Gathering fans. And then I have the 5 Mass Effect Funkos, the original printing ones, not the Andromeda ones, stuff like that. But everything else we kind of like sold off and got rid of. Usually, what happens with hobbies is I'll collect a bunch of stuff and then I'll sell that off to go into a new hobby. But I have like big boxes of like Magic the Gathering cards in the other room. Anyway, yeah, Tyler, Magic the Gathering is doing a Final Fantasy thing. They're also doing a Marvels thing, which is kind of controversial because so there's like they got the rights to print the cards, but they didn't get the rights to put it on Magic Arena. So like they had to make the same card but like different for Arena. So instead of like Spider-Man, it's like Spooter or Man Spider, something like that. It's like the same like stuff. It's just like named differently in different art. But they have like a Marvel stuff as well. They're doing a lot of things with. And I know Wizards of the Coast, and that's kind of gross, but they're doing a lot of stuff with like different areas, which is pretty cool. Like Lord of the Rings was recently a popular one. Post Malone bought like the One Ring from that guy for like I think it's like $2 million, something like that, which is a wild amount of money. I never so I played Magic the Gathering. I didn't play other card games, so I never played like Pokemon. I only collected it as a child. All right, bingo cards. There's a way to add text. This one. We're gonna. Why is it still a line? I clicked the text button. Text, 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 text. Why'd you do this? A next to the bucket. I think I did it. Okay. The text looks huge. Probably don't need it that large. Let's put it down 24. All right. We want to put. Well, we want to do a Chris Wilson tribute first, right? So we'll put it smaller. I'm Chris Wilson. And then we want to put what probably is the real true thing that's going to happen, which is, hi, I'm Mark. Good enough. That's a free square. Okay, now I'm going to put some things that I definitely would love to see, and then we'll take some suggestions and what you guys think. I'm definitely putting Nerf Trickster because that is my most favorite thing. I hope that they get rid of Trickster. How do can I just draw another one? Oh, I can. Nice. Okay, we're gonna. What's a good? Probably. So 36 was probably big. So this maybe Nerf Trickster. Uh, that's pretty. That's pretty good. I think it'll probably just be Escape Artists, or that I would hope it would be Escape Artists is the thing. But we'll see, like what they end up getting. We want to see Lightning Strike Nerf. League has something to do with portals. That's fair. We'll put that one here. Portal League. I don't like that you made a big box for this. Make a small box. We're gonna put another nerf down here for we want lightning strike nerf, or do we want it like a more general thing, like where it's like lightning strikes, meta skills nerf kind of thing? Like what we want to put. Occultist rework is obviously a big one for us, so we're gonna put that probably here. I'm just randomly putting stuff places. I don't know why it's making it larger. I don't like that. Just stick to the size that I want it to be. Cult, this, and assassin rework. I think those two are probably the most deserving of it. Cold dot buff is a good thing. We're gonna put cold dot buff here. We're gonna put just dot buffs in general. I would love just general dot buffs. Or just caster buff. We'll do that. And we'll just change the size. But I think these are all some safe picks of not safe picks. I think these are all solid picks. I think some of them are safe picks. I hope that we get like honestly, I love all these. We're gonna put bestiary quality of life probably would be a good one. I love bestiary quality of life. I would love to see some bestiary fixes. And then let's do some more less cope stuff, I guess. Something new dealing with boats. Tyler, is this just your alt account? Is Marshall just Tyler? I think Marshall might just be Tyler. Tyler is also just always about boats. Well, we're not gonna put the boat league on the same side as the that one, so we'll put boat league. We'll put it here. More boats. Boat, true boat league. All right. What do we think about Recombinator? Do we think Recombinator staying? Do we think it's going? Do we think it's going to be nerfed? I think it's going to stay. I think. No, don't. They better not do that to Sana. She deserves better. I think. I think slash cope that it's going to stay and be unchanged. Recom stays unchanged. Copium. Zana in-game boss, but we're the crypto ones. She's trying to say so we gotta lose that fight. Oh, speaking of the still saying exile, I have a shirt on right now. It says that right now. I was like, I'm gonna wear my one of my two. Oh, I have multiple Path of Exile shirts actually. I have this one. I have a Tabula Rasa, and then I have some that I got from like supporter packs, including a hoodie. But I was like, which one's a good one to wear for the patch notes? And I was like, probably still saying exile because it's been quite a minute. So who's still saying after like a 10-month League of Settlers? I'm just gonna wear my tabby on launch. Yeah, I'm gonna wear the Tabula Rasa on launch as well, and then hope to drop it in like a act one just to sell it. I don't even want to use it. All right. Other cope takes. Do we think? What about runesmithing? Do we think runesmithing is staying? Is that the link shirt? Yeah, the link shirt that you definitely didn't destroy Tyler's. That link shirt, yeah, the white one that's has the little links on it. Looks like this pretty. Okay, so not like this, but like that's. I mean, you get like the picture at least, but it's not. It's not a wife beater. It's more closer to this. The league has nothing to do with the Atlas. I mean, so that's fair. So I actually missed Arch Nemesis League. I believe it was the last one, right? PoE League when they did an of the Atlas uh expansion. So I don't know what happened with. Or does this not show the expansions along with the leagues? Okay, well that's lame. I'm not going to fandom. We'll figure it out later. But I want to say it's Arch Nemesis is where they were launched with the Siege of the Atlas, I believe. The new enemy lines were on steroids, annoying. I will. So my favorite lines have always been from like Delirium or Ultimatum. I love that they just shit talk you the entire time. I think it's really funny. Also, the Delirium voice actor, I don't know who it is, but like their voice is really good. I just like it in general. How many? We'll put one for trans gems. How many do we think we're going to have trans gems? I think we're going to have some trans gems, and by think I mean hope. I think is the truer statement. I'm gonna say 10 new, 10+ new trans gems or new skills. I think 10's pretty safe. I think 15 is probably where I would be at. Yeah, Tyler's at 15 already. Archden was pretty alright, honestly. Good balance versus risk reward. When Archden regular mods, the base game it gets bad. Yeah. I know. So like I said, I didn't play Archdam because back then when I was playing by myself, Tyler wasn't playing yet, and it's always more exciting when you're playing with friends. So I would play a league and then I would skip a league. And I think Archdam just happened to be the one that I skipped. Not because I thought it was bad, just because I was like doing other stuff at the time. Yeah, because I played a little bit of Scourge, skipped Archdam, played a little bit of Sentinel. I didn't skip Kalandra. I played well. I mean, I didn't skip Kalandra. I played to like Yellow Map of Kalandra, and I was like, I hate Lake of Kalandra's mechanic, and I don't want to play this. And then I skipped Sanctum, came back to Crucible, which is where Tyler was playing, and then I played like every league since then. I played a bunch of like Harvest of Delirium. Yeah. Do we think they're so? Where's it at? Where's it at? We can review some of the stuff that other people were doing for bingo cards to kind of get ideas. Auction house. I don't think there's going to be an auction house. I think it wouldn't work that way. So people are assuming there might be an auction house to where you like list items and buy them kind of thing. I don't know if they would have been able to make it in time unless it's already a thing in PoE 2 and they could just like transition it over. But I don't know about PoE stuff. No, I think the auction house meant like not the currency market. Like you list an item like a rare mace for X amount of money. Like they would have to require so many filters to be put into an in-game thing. Yeah, I don't think we'll do it now. That's the thing. I think they will probably move towards doing something like that, but I don't think that it's going to be ready for 3.26. So I think people are coping pretty hard with that one. Oh, he also has a cultist and assassin reworks. Sorry to interrupt, but Sawyer wanted to tell you that we've on planet Earth. I don't know Sawyer things. Tell him to prove it, Ghosty. Tell him to show me the proof that we're not in the Matrix. And bullied into making trade website. I don't want that. Yeah, the one guy running the trade website doesn't want to lose his job, so he's like, "No, guys, we shouldn't." Are we playing bingo? We are making a bingo board for the launch thing. So we're making up our own like little suggestions of what we think is going to be revealed or things that will happen for the patch notes, and then we'll cross it out. So yeah, we're playing bingo kind of. Prove it is crazy. Yeah, but saying prove it to like kids saying things randomly is probably one of my favorite things. You really think? All right, I will put this on here for you, Fisk, but I swear if it ends up being true, I will cry. If Zana is corrupted and there's no way to save her, where do you want me to put it at, Fisk? It's just for you. You say where you want to go. Better asking to crafting next to LS. Where else? So right down here. Well, we can do that. All right, that's there. uh, um, better access to crafting consumables early on. So I was thinking about that. Did I say that to someone? I was like, hey, I wish. I don't think they're gonna do it because the reveal doesn't shows it still selling for like transmutes and stuff. But I was wishing that the campaign like merchants and stuff just use gold instead of like needing you to have like a transmute to buy this gem. Wizard Sword to have this one kind of thing. Because I think if they did gold, then it would allow you to be able to use your early currency for just like crafting throughout the campaign instead of having to hold it to like buy the gems you need or the 4 link kind of thing. That being said, the flask enchantment thing, I would rather them instead of having more crafting consumables, they just drop more like quality stuff early on, like that. Because what's gonna happen if you get a bunch of crafting consumables for like flask enchantment orbs? You're gonna replace that flask in like 2 seconds most of the time. Yeah, I mean they did update the gold tooltip to where it says vendors instead of vendor, so people are assuming that other vendors will also use gold, besides just Faustus. But we obviously don't know more details about that. Yeah, that's why I was saying like I don't think they're gonna do it, but I just wish they use gold instead of crafting currency to buy stuff, just because it allows me to use like maybe I'll pick up like I find like a 4 link that's like magic, and I can use gold vendor. I mean, we already know we have a gold vendor, right? We're gonna have Faustus. He's gonna have the black. Well, will he have the black market? I assume he's gonna have the black market. That's like a. I mean, we can put that. At the, I will put it here. Nope. Make it big again. Um, I think they're. I think they might just like start porting over more quality stuff from PoE two as well. Like more because it's like that'd be an easy way for them to like just move things over. They will make Shaper hot. What do you mean make hot? Shaper's already hot. Um, that means that I'm more of an Elder fanboy. Who doesn't love tentacles? Tentacles up in the chat. Do you think they're going to change anything else about bosses, or are they just adding bosses? Very mysterious with that hood. Yeah. Who doesn't love a dark, mysterious tentacle man? Like, everyone loves that, right? Um, but do you think they're changing anything about bosses, or do you think we're just going to add, like, a new boss? Like, are we going to get, like, Eater and Exarch removed or Maven changed? Honestly, I would love some Cortex reworks. I think running Cortex feels pretty awful right now, and I wish they would buff it. But that obviously that's not what I'm talking about. The same thing, but I would love Cortex changes. Do we? Oh, do we think with like the originator we'll get like a new like influence or currency thing? Do we want to put that as one? A new Atlas system. Ghosty, are you googling things, or have you started looking into PoE? Because that's pretty funny. Okay, okay. Uh, she is 100%. Yeah, I want to contribute. You did. Um, Atlas Tree Master. That's actually one I want to put on there. Not Masteries. Masteries is cool too. I'll put it in the same square. We're kind of empty at. Everything's kind of got a little bit of space. We'll go here. I want to put my big copium take. Masteries clusters. I think Atlas clusters would be a great time. I can see Masteries being worked as well too. I love PoE. Yeah, clusters would be dope. I think they showcased, so when we did Necropolis League and they had like added the Necropolis thing off to the sides, those would be great spot to put like clusters, right? Or like cluster jewel sockets. I don't want them to include league mechanics like that though. Like I think league mechanics should be free and not you don't have to invest into them. But I think those would be great spots for the cluster jewels. Yeah, I thought about that too when we did Phyrexia. I was thinking about if there's like a system we can use where it's like, oh, you have the Atlas passive tree, but you also have idols just to do like more specialization. Maybe the passive tree is mostly about like just progression through like the story, like so like getting like extra maps, that kind of stuff, and then you use idols for like what content you actually want in addition to like map sustain and stuff like that. But I think that having like a passive tree for map sustain slash story progression for like going like Eater X, that kind of stuff is good, and then having the idols as like a just bonus thing would be really cool. Well, now I want it. King March fights integrate. Oh, like the pirate ship thing, or the map guy, or the hole in the ground. I've got all their names. To be honest, but those fights, like the boss fights. So actually, I've never. I didn't run a lot of. I didn't do a lot of the map runner stuff because the map runners were expensive to maintain. So I never actually fought the map runner guy, but I did fight the other two a good bit. All right, we'll put King Smart. We don't have the keyboard on here somewhere already, right? We don't. We'll put it here. We'll put it here. Honestly, I feel like a 9% King's March goes core. I feel like very small is going to be changed to copium. Yeah, I think the bigger issue they would have is like you probably don't want to have every map to include like a mining deposit kind of thing. So would they either make it to where mining is not needed, like they just remove mining altogether, but then you also lose the whole. One of the guys is literally a mining dude, like one of the boss encounters, so that'd be kind of weird. Or do you make it to where like mining thing happens once in a while, kind of like the other mechanics, like how you get affliction forest thing every once in a while, and just have that every once in a while thing give you like a crap ton of resources. You know, make your mappers do mining. That'd be interesting. Shaper Elder micro transaction packs. Oh, like honestly, I wasn't planning on buying a supporter pack this league, but if you tell me that there's like an Elder one, I will buy a supporter pack for Elder. I don't think they'll do a pet pickup gold. I think that toes too close to the line of like pay to win, and they were trying to avoid that. Because people, could you imagine Reddit when they announced that? They're just gonna be like, "Oh my god, 10 cents ruining the company. We pay to win, but you gotta buy this pet if you want to play the game." I think they probably wouldn't do that unless, like, obviously they're forced to. Uh, the Shaper Elder microtransaction pack I think is pretty interesting though. I'll put that here. You think they do Shaper Elder over like the originator though? Original War of the Atlas with Shaper versus Elder. I really need to catch up on the lore stuff because I'm not super good at it. I know there's I saw a video posted a few times that is like really good about talking about it, but I'm not really caught up on the lore of the game. Honestly, because I'm a zoomer, I like to just run maps as fast as I can and watch explosions happen. Who has time to read and listen, you know? But the more I hear about the lore and stuff, I think it's actually pretty interesting. Didn't like the Atlas drive them insane though? Like they originally were just like explorers, right? And then the Atlas, like being in the Atlas, drove them insane, and that's why they are the way they are now. I think it's something like that. Man, I remember before they did this Atlas change, which I love the way that Atlas is now. But the before that, when I first started like really running maps and stuff, where you had like you started in kind of the middle and branched outwards in like different influences, like different regions and stuff. I hated that map. That Atlas, I mean. Oh, one was it Fisk or someone? No, it was the other guy that was in chat yesterday, I believe. He didn't follow. I don't remember his name is now. He hated T17s. He thought T17s were atrocious. Do we think T17s are getting a nerf, or do we think they're going to be staying pretty much the same? I'm fine with T17s. I actually like them. I think the way they are there is okay to me. We cool with T17 staying the same. All right. Because like I was telling that guy yesterday, he was pretty adamant about how they ruined the game with it. I think it's good to have aspirational content, and I think it's good to have a branch between like T16s and Uber content. And then when I brought up that point, they pretty much were like, "Eh, it doesn't work that way." And I was like, "All right." I mean, like a if you don't like it, you don't like it. That's just the way it is. Oh, last league, right? I think Settlers was the league when they added new base types, or was that Necropolis? I don't remember exactly. But there's certain things that didn't get new base types, right? Like new shields. I say as a person who enjoys like Shield Crush, do we think they're going to be adding more bases, or do we think that they're pretty much like we're not good, we're good on bases? I don't know if anything else that didn't get new bases. I know shields didn't because I was really upset when I was trying to do Shield Crush and it was just like the same old shields. I put dot buffs. Okay, I was like, where about Wintertide? Mention that. Actually, I'm gonna. Okay. New shield bases copium. Yeah, that's a copium take. I think I'm gonna put it there anyway because that's. I'm putting a lot of copium in this one line, so I'm gonna put. I'm gonna put it here. I think new base is a good call. A good call being copium. Give fields, please. I don't know how to move this after I placed it, and it's kind of there. It's fine. It's fine. We could just put some spaces like this. Perfect. Rebalance of block versus spell suppression versus fortify. What side of the fence are you on that one? Do you think spell suppress? Are you on the side that where like spell suppress is just required and too strong, or are you on the other side where you think block is the strong one? Because I've seen an argument for both. Honestly, do we want to put somewhere where witch just needs help? Block needs a buff compared to spell suppress. You think you're on the side that spell suppress is too strong? Got it. Or like too like needed for late game stuff. That's fair. Spell suppress is really good. I actually haven't had spell suppress on pretty much any of my characters recently. I've always been in recent time. I've been just like armor and block. If you go right side, you go suppress, and left side is just face tanking through insane armor slash changes. Those are two ways to play. Yeah, I've been on the left side a lot recently. Even when I play like duelists, I usually lean left side. Mostly that's because where all bleed stuff's at. So that's what I've been playing recently. Besides the cold dot stuff. So where's nap time? Happy bingoing. Bye, Yosti. Everyone say bye. The more I think about it, she probably doesn't have the 7 TB emote thing. All right, let's focus up. All right, I'm gonna put here big cope take, big cope, buff witch, passive tree area. Oops, no mic. Sorry, defenses. I think this is good. Let's go block go to 100% and reduce damage instead of fully negate it. I think that would be cool if they made it to where like glancing blows, like the keystone could go to 100% because you still take like 65% of the damage. But I would like the option for that not to be the standard because I would rather have sometimes where I just have 75% chance to block and it blocks 100% of the damage instead of 100% chance to block and I'm always taking some damage. That being said, the 100% chance to block with taking some damage is really good for like recovery on block kind of stuff. The secret is what it is. Do we think Toto's returning? I don't think Toto's returning. But I can put a cope thing. Tyler, do you want Toto returning for your cope? Or do you want it at? And so we have Fisk being mean to be right down here with this. With the Corrupted Zana. Next to boats, where did I put boats at? More boats right here? Okay. So right here is good. Above Zana. Yeah. Tyler wants. Toda returns. Tyler Coke. Yeah. All right, we're gonna. So Marshall was talking about block and suppress. Well, Marshall, do you want that to be your cope take? Where do you want it at? Is that what your big hope is, or do you have another big hope that's not already on the board? Yeah, but the issue then, Fisk, is that then you have to play totems, and I don't want to play totems. Is it true? UEDB. Tyler, figure out the link thing for me. While I'm doing this. How do I look up Shaper Influence? On a shield. Here we go. Oh, it literally is. Yeah, here it is. The only shield prefix is summon totems. So I guess good for totems people. Who's the totem guy that is popular? It's like starts with a T, I think, like Tatanel or something like that. He plays a lot of totems. I'm not a big totem person though. Yeah, Sir. I think it's Gog. GOG. Sir Gog is a pretty popular dude. Shall we go with it? Does he have beer often? I know he's a little chubby, but he is super informative. That is actually a great content creator to like learn things from. Sir Gog's pretty great. Marshall said, Marshall, did I confuse you with what I said earlier? Or did I miss something? Or did I speak too fast? I do speak too fast sometimes. I'm trying to learn to enunciate and speak a little slower. But I am from the South and I learned fast speak growing up, so. Got it. Are any of us totem enjoyers? Do y'all play totems? The last time I used totems is when they had melee totems for like Bone Shatter. I never used like totems as like the main skill to deal damage. And obviously like the Bone Shatter thing or the melee totems thing is kind of gone now. 6 spark totems to blow up my PC. Rough. RIP that PC. All right, we have 7 spots left. Let's hear them, guys. Just throw out things. I'll add whatever. And where? Oh, I need to put a count. Oh, that's what I should do. Where is? Actual new influence. Zana influence XD. All right, we'll put Zana influence here. Stop being mean. If I copy this, I want to copy this source. Does this work this way? I'm gonna try something real quick. I'm gonna add this browser thing. I'm gonna see if it actually works the way I want it to work. And if it doesn't, then I'll just cry. I'll just cry. Oh, I don't want it to be that shape though. But it does work. I do have. Oh, wait, it doesn't. Oh, it doesn't fully work. It's just the background with no actual countdown. Rip. All right, delete it. Get it out of here. I think I just have to add it as like a screen capture thing and then just adjust it. Window capture. Maybe? Click window capture. We want this. Can I adjust it? You know what? T17 Shaper Guardian Uber Maps. That sounds awful. We're gonna get murdered. I figure out how to add just like a screenshot of well, not a screenshot, but like a live source of just the just the countdown. I just want the countdown. Yes, that is the guy I was talking about. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but that's the one I was talking about as a totem guy. When I was looking to like see if I want to try totems, I went to his thing. In the end, I didn't do totems because I'm not really a big fan of totems, but he is very knowledgeable of them, and he has like a lot of variety of builds for them. What else do you add? Part of to OBS. Oh, so I just capture it like normal and then crop it. Okay, I'm just an idiot. LOL. I was driving and the light changed, so I couldn't say more than I think. Are you just driving, watching, watching the stream? That's commitment. Thank you for putting your life in danger for the stream. I think they're going to be better trading leagues, but they'll be 1C. That's a fun thing about like new leagues, like when they add new like uniques and stuff. Sometimes they'll just have like early on you'll just see things for like 1C constantly. Um and then like one guy will be like, this is actually broken and here's why, and then it'll go up to like 17 divine. I don't know how to crop this. All right, we're just gonna not have that, I guess, until I figure it out later. Which by later will be probably too late. Cool. Oh, now I see how to do it. Oh, okay, I'm an idiot. Another idea would be Elder, Melee, Focus, Shaper, Caster Focus. Maybe something like that. Focus like the unique gems. Isn't there like a series of unique gems called Focuses? Like Combat Focus, I think is a thing. Item stats. Oh, like the unique item, like okay, so Elder, like their unique thing is more melee focus, and the Shaper unique is more like a caster benefit thing. I could see it. I could see it. What is that? What? Okay, that's better. And then I want to put a filter on it for cropping. Guys, we're professional streamers. And I need everyone to realize that. Don't think I can adjust the setting where people can post links. I think you have to do it. Well, lame. Why is a cropping tool this way? Is it all just 500? Nope. All right, I need the bottom to go up a little more. This is close enough. Perfect. Guys, we did. We sort of did it. We now have our own thing. We'll put it up here for now, out of the way. Think I have to do it. Okay, I will do it. I have audio only on while I'm driving, podcast style. That's fair. It's good because you can't see the atrocious things that I just tried to do to make the GGG live counter appear on my screen. We live edit on the stream. Much like our games done poorly, this is also streams done poorly. All right, now back to the bigger board. We have a couple things to do. Oh, and then we're going to enable posting of links somewhere. New uniques. How many new uniques do you think we have in general? Let's just go with that as a general thing. So new league. How many uniques we got? 5+. That's a really safe number, I think. I'm thinking like maybe 10+. 10+ uniques. Elder plus Shaper. New uniques too. A new chase unique would be really good. We have some nerfs on here. We don't have any buffs on here. Well, we have dot buffs. Expand items on currency market. What items would you want to add on currency market that's not currently on there? RF buff XD. Outlet symbols. So I think we can put that on there. I think that it would have to have a. Well, so okay, so let's Tipple first. So I think Tipple and stuff like that could be sold on market. They would have to make it to where Tipples are no longer item level based, kind of thing. But you'd also have a weird thing where like Tipples have different levels in their thing, though, right? So I don't think Tipples can be sold that way without like the traditional auction house, right? Because each room has its own level, and people need to be able to filter by which rooms they are. I think it'd be easier for them to make something like beasts sellable on there, like remove the item level for beasts, have yellow beast just be like a beast a beast juice, kind of like harvest juice, and then have the red beast just be like the name of the red beast without any kind of item level requirement. You think the new league's this 2.0? That's actually that's something I saw talked about too. We can put that somewhere. Put it here. I think that's actually not that bad of a take. New chase unique. All right, let's talk about some more buffs besides just cold dot. Any other buffs anyone would like to see that's not RF or cold dot, because or just dot in general? RF would fall under the dot buff, Tyler. XD. It's definitely happening. So we have a chase uniques for like belts. What is there a certain slot that we don't have a chase unique in that like really matters to people? Actually, the stars got nerfed. It's no longer like a chase unique for a lot of builds. They have Zana not as a villain, blasphemy. Uh, I believe in those people, but I'll allow this to be on mine because chat said so. I'm gonna put two chase unique. Jewel. I would love it for it to be like a that was taken kind of thing, or something similar to like a slot you can put into your tree. Someone said Wazda controls. I, I mean that is a take you can have. I don't want it. Well, I don't mind it. If they want to add Wazda, that's fine. I wouldn't use Wazda. Ronald, when you're not driving and you have a second to reply, tell me your hot take, and I'll add it to one of our last 3 slots. Someone agrees, dude. Yeah. I'll pull up what I didn't look at a lot of people's, but I'll pull up what Lance had on his. Is that can y'all read that? I have to zoom in. You missed it earlier. It was the one with the block and suppress thing? Marshall? Is that better? It's a little blurry because the image is obviously cropped and whatever, but I can read stuff if need be. Some form of Farisha added. I'll take make recoup an actual defensive layer on the top side. I actually would love so I played a little bit of PoE 2 and I played a Blood Mage because I love Blood Mages in like a lot of campaign like I love Blood Mages like a theme. I love if you play Magic the Gathering, I love like playing the black color because it's a lot of like pay life to do XY thing. Um so I think and in PoE 2 they have like a lot of recoup up there for the witch on the top of the tree. I would love extra recoup for witch. I think that would be really sweet. I also think witch deserves more physical love. That sounds weird. More love for physical damage output than it currently has. I think like a melee or a physical spell like witch is a really cool concept. Not physical love. Bad phrasing. Don't clip it. I don't know if you can add clips right now. Yeah, I think they need more like to go with it kind of thing. Because they have some good recoup, but they don't have, if I remember correctly, a lot of like actual benefits to life besides like 2 nodes, I think, right? If I pull up the tree, there's only 2 like, major life nodes, right? There's like this one technically right here, which is not a crazy amount of life, and then there's this one. There's like no other life in this area of the tree, right? Well, I guess way over here, but that's more Templar, right? In their little cubicle, diamond, in their little diamond, there is like no other life that I'm aware of. Right, but even that, eh, no one goes up here. You get like just this one node. This no one goes this full side over here. I can't remember the last time someone grabbed full essence surge. Like you want this over here for this, you might and you'll grab like this, and then obviously you can probably do this over here. Yeah, I mean they are Intel representation. They should be ES based, but they just need more of something. And if it's not the base tree right here, it should be in their ascendancy, right? Like if you think about over here for Templar gets a lot of like good access to like life. They get a lot of good access to ES. They also have like a lot of generation, a lot of like buffs, and like pretty much most of their ascendancies. Chap can't clip it, but I can. XD. Perfect. Marauder obviously is just big, thick, tanky, dumb boy. We love Marauder. This is kind of a mixed bag between evasion. I mean, everyone else has like a good mix of stuff, which is just like you get ES number, and I guess the bigger issue is not like they get ES, is that ES is such a bad defensive layer early on, right? Like ES doesn't reduce damage. ES gives you an additional pool to pull from, but it doesn't reduce damage. I think that's the bigger issue. I think ES is just too poor early on. So either they buff ES to make it to where it's a somewhat usable thing early on, or which needs to like have a little bit more defensive measure put in here. If you get chaos negation, yeah. If you get chaos negation through like chaos not inoculation. What is that? Is it Quartz Gang Elixir the one that they use with like the Lance uses with his builds? I forgot what that armor's called. Ivory Tower. Yeah, Chevron's and I think it was Guardian Prism. Chevron's they should buff Chevron's. Chevron's doesn't isn't as good now with Ivory Tower being as strong as it is, because you might as well just find a different way to solve the chaos issue and use the much stronger armor base that is Ivory Tower. And before your Ivory Tower, I would rather just use like the much easier to find Ghost Wraith than to use Chevrons. But honestly, most of the time, if I love clicking this node on builds if I can. If I can beat, and obviously this doesn't let you reserve your life for ores and stuff like that, but I love just not having to ever about chaos res. Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm fine with this. I just think that these, like, if they want to leave the tree the way it is, they need to add more defensive stuff to these up here. There's like a small amount, but there's not. I don't think it's enough to make which viable early kind of thing. Even early mid, like you need high investment to make these things tanky. Besides maybe Necromancer, because Necromancer is like the block stuff, right? I don't know if they can block anymore. Oh right, no, they just get it where they can cast these things. Offering affects you, and you get the block one. And you can go like glancing blows or whatever way over here, and you're like block cap pretty easily. But they can get offering. Yeah, yeah. Bone block's not a thing anymore, right? Oh, bone barrier is what you meant. Yeah, Necromancer's super tanky. But like the small nodes require a lot of like minion stuff, which is a little sad. Like if I want to play minions, but I want to play like a tanky witch kind of person, a lot of these are just like minion nodes. So that just feels kind of bad. And like a cultist gets like Bastion, right? Val Bastion. But that's more of a regeneration, more of a recovery thing, and not like a defensive thing. Like you have to survive the hit for this to actually matter. Chill Frozen's kind of whatever. Honestly, this node is not great, I think, in general. This is free chaos res, but I guess the wither is not bad either. Yeah, like that. I think more recoup is a cool fix. I know they have this node right here. You said there was two, right? Oh, this is a node two. You know what? Maybe Fisk is right. Maybe it's just no one has made it good enough. Maybe we're the guys who are gonna make hybrid witch recoup. Recoup for yes is like a witch specific thing, right? Like it's one of the, I think it's this. Oh, it's up here. 9 lives. I think it's the only way for you to recoup energy shield, right? In the game currently, or there's like one other thing maybe. I remember looking into how to recoup ES on like a chaos inoculation build previously, and I was like, "There's like no way to recoup ES other than," and I found it was like this. I was like, "Well, poop." Yeah, like healthy mind, I think is what it's called, or something like that. I remember I used. I feel like we're just talking about a low life build with using chevrons because that's pretty much this little area was like chevrons gold mine. We were like low life things. I played all my life. Yeah, that could be so. That could be cool. I guess. I guess if you can go out right here, you can pick up like all these ES nodes and stuff. Get some recoup and stuff. You gotta get the Forbidden Flesh and Flame for 9 lives. Make yourself like a recoup occultist. All right, Marshall, do you still want to put? Oh wait, this is Lance's thing, not mine. Tyler sent me a message. Oh, Tyler sent me a clip. Classic. Uh, what's Boreal Aura? Aurora. Beauty. Aegis Aurora? Is that what you meant to say? Also, my lights are blinking. Is my power about to go out? Yeah, Aegis Aurora is the one that has the ES unlock and also like the max res, right? Yeah. Like I've never actually used the elemental damage with attack skills of this. I've always just used it for like the recover stuff. But I've always been a spell user at that time. I never really used it for elemental damage with attack skills. I guess you could probably use it with cast on crit. Actually, I think I did use a cast on crit. Never mind, I'm a liar. And that'll probably work as long as you're casting like a attack skill. Well, no, cast crit's a spell, so never mind. I'm an idiot. LU recoup for ES on the alt charge belt. Is that one of those weird belts that I never really? Oh, the Graven Secret. Yeah, I didn't really use Graven Secret. That was the other thing. You can use Graven Secret to do it. No, you use it with Lightning Strike Trickster. Son of a bitch. Yeah, this is the only item that has recoup ES, and the only way to get it on the tree is to be a witch. So everyone else has to use this belt. Witch cannot use this belt and use like Mage Blood and be happy with their life. Beer back water. All right, yeah, that's fair. I need to drink a little bit too. Hydrate, gang. Also, the shadow thing. The stacks. What? Shadow doesn't have a recoup. Well, it has this, but not ES recoup. Ghost Dance? Oh, right. That's not a recoup, though, right? That's just recover. Yeah, recover energy shield. Yeah, that's a recover thing. That's so like if you're going evasion, you go this. If you're going armor, you go like what divine shield, right? That's the two different ones for recover with ES. Almost the same thing, but it's not the same thing. It's close, but it's not. Keywords matter in Path of Exile. Okay, keywords will decide if something works or something doesn't work a lot of time. And if we're gonna be mean about it, then I'll cry. All right, we gotta finish our bingo board though. We still have this is Lance's bingo board once again. What else does Lance say? So he goes Cult Assassin rework. Yeah, I did the same thing. I love that. Unique modification currency craft. I don't know what that means. So I'm not gonna do that one. Passive tree changes. Example. That's really blurry. Rework defensive options for which? Hey, he said the same thing. Okay. All right. I've been Lance chat too much. I think I'm just getting ideas from him. Some form of Phyrexia added. I would love this as the Chase unique jewel. I think that's the only way I would love to see that. Or they add like fourth ascendancies to everyone. Or give like Scion 2 options, Ascendant or Scavenger kind of thing. King's March back, but different. It's kind of similar to what we were saying already. T0 Shakeup, new rebalancing. So T0 uniques. So essentially it's kind of like the Chase uniques. Do they need to be changed to where certain things will be affected? And do I see that happening? I don't think so. And I don't think I would really care for it to happen. I mean, I'm not a super high tier farmer. Obviously, I'm going to be content creating, so I'm going to be degenning playing this time, and hopefully, I can get like some cool builds going that are like really neat. But I'm not typically someone that farms a lot of like T0 uniques or anything like that. So I don't really care about that option. EE. Oh right, I'm put EE on the LS nerf. I would like EE to just eat it. Like those go hand in hand pretty much. What else did he have? Self cast skill buffs. That's fair. A lot of things right now are like cast on crit. Another copium take from me would be a way to batch open stack decks. I just don't open them. I used previously give them to Tyler. I was like, you want some stack decks? Or I'm gonna go to the currency market. I'm just gonna sell them because I don't want to open those. Blech. I think the issue with batch opening stack decks is inventory space kind of thing. I mean, it would be cool if you could just like grab like the stack and throw it out, and it just opens up all on the ground. That would be kind of cool. Sanctum. Oh, that's a Lance specific thing. People love talking about Sanctum with Lance. I don't really give a shit about Sanctum. Lance Square actual buffs to dot skills. Me too, bud. What does that say? B B team nerfs. Locust Mines PS. Oh, it's like all the like pseudo popular builds that aren't like overpowered like LS kind of thing. I can see. I hope Archmage also eats it. I think Archmage deserves a nerf. Hexblast I can go either way. I don't think Hexblast is like it's strong in the content that it's strong for, but I don't think it's strong in like every content, which like Lightning Strike is. Charge stacking, stat stacking. I mean that's just the way you play the game. New game boss, base change type for uniques, new influence type, new specific enchants back with different acquisition / gear slot. Corrupt roll range outcome. Is that the corrupt thing from like PoE2 where like sometimes you can corrupt it and it'll change like the implicit modifier by like double or whatever kind of thing? That's probably what he's talking about. He talks about it a lot. And pale buffs, chaos versus fizz versus LE rebalancing. All right, we don't need his opinion anymore. People force rules. People would open all their stack decks, not see a mere shard, and just DDoS to roll the server back. I don't know if that was a thing people could do. People did it a really long time ago. Cast on crit trigger timing needs a nerf. You want to nerf cast on crit? Isn't cast on crit mostly dead right now because of all the mana changes? People are having issues paying for the mana cost of triggers. I want to say the last nail in the coffin was when they removed the flask mod. Meowdy, Douglas. All right. Oh, right. I think the recoup thing Marshall said earlier is really good. I want to put that somewhere. Marshall, where do you want the recoup to be at? Do you want it to be left, middle, right? Pick one of those three for your recoup copium. And is it specifically like you want just recoup in general on which, or is that ES recoup on which? Yeah, so the self cast thing people are talking about, I don't really get it. A lot of the builds that are popular are not cast on crit, right? Like you have a lot of the attack based skills, which obviously you can't cast on crit with that. Okay. And did you want it to be ES or just recoup in general? And is it which specific? Which area buffed? Add recoup. Marshall Coop. All right, we'll say buff. Recoup buff. Buff Dawn past the tree, right? Perfect. Um, attack me when there's no attack cooldown. Classic. So right. So anyway, at the point of like the cast on crit thing, there's not a lot of like. So even Archmage is casting, right? Like Frost, the Nova build or whatever that's popular with Archmage. That's self cast. Let's go pull up Pee Wee Ninja. Actually, I mostly only played attack based stuff recently. I haven't played a lot of spells, so I don't have a large opinion on this, and I feel like I should probably be more informed before I just make a thing. Yeah, it's Archmage. I know. Let's say week 10 is probably a good measure. I don't want to do the latest snapshot because that's like whatever. All right, top things. Let's remove LS. We don't want to see LS ever again. So the next best build is a self cast, right? Righteous Fire. I would count Righteous Fire as self cast. I know it's like a dot thing, but like you self cast like Scorching Ray or Fire Trap or whatever variety of additional fire damage you do. You don't trigger that. Hex Blast. Mines. That's fair. Hex Blast is mines. It's not cast on crit. It's not self cast though. It's mines. Molten Strike's attack based. Attack based. These are out attack based. Attack based. Attack based. Attack based. Why is Leap Slam 3%? LO. They did have a scavenging. I think that's the one. Yeah, but like as a main skill, like listed as a main skill though. Like you don't. Most people don't Leap Slam as a main skill, right? That's their just a movement speed. Denny Dead of Scavenging, I'm pretty sure that's the cast on crit build that people were doing, or is it the other Denny Dead thing? Is that still a thing? I know for a while it was like a thing where they do like the Denny Dead cast on crit, and it was like breaking some people's computers. Yeah, everything else is attack based. Nothing else is real. So there's a couple self cast things. I don't see a lot of cast on crit. I think the issue is most things that are spells are just better as mines and not necessarily cast on crit though, right? Like that's the like no one's self casting Hex Blast. People are putting that into mines. No one's self casting Exsanguinate. People are putting that into mines. Fisk isn't self casting Firestorm. He's putting it into a mine. I think it was Firestorm mines. He said. So I don't know if nerfing cast on crit is the way to buff self cast. I think you just need to buff self cast without necessarily nerfing another avenue. I think mines is a bigger trouble child for like beacon out self cast than cast on crit is. We can put self cast crit though. Sorry, self cast buff somewhere. That's not a bad take. I think that we just literally witnessed there's like no self cast spells besides one on the top 10 played for the league. All right, we got one more take. We got a couple buffs in here. We got a couple nerfs in here. We got a lot of cope in here. Spell mind support numbers need nerfs. I can buff cast as well. We'll put we'll do that. Overall cast nerf Archmage nerf. Is that supposed to say cast nerf Archmage nerf? What's nerf? Nerf said. Buff. That actually makes more sense. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Uh, yeah, we'll put. Bring back channeling wheel mastery. What was it like before? Actually, I didn't really play a lot of channeling until recently. Was there like a channeling? Was there used to be like a channeling wheel before somewhere? Where was that? They're on clusters. Can't remember. Oh, it's a cluster thing. Got it. Yeah, bring back launch delirium clusters. Let's bring back aura stacking. Unnerf clusters. All right, I think we filled the last box with just a lot of like random build stuff. Catch all. All right. What are like things that we think that? Let's see. If two or more is true. Do we think slams are going to get nerfed? Do we think like melee deserves a nerf, or do we think melee is going to like still be okay this league and they're just going to buff something else up? Just the cries TBH, I think, and then interactions. Man, so when people were like, "Oh, you can press like 6 buttons and I cry a bunch to like make this build really cool," I was like, "I will never do that. If your build requires me to press more than like 3 buttons, I'm not gonna do it. I'm too old. I don't have the dexterity for this kind of management." Or if we don't have a lot for catch all, we can just come up with like one big copium take. Too old for them buttons, yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think a lot of people are calling for like slam nerfs. Um, but I think honestly, and this is the same take I have with like Trickster and stuff. If they want to approach the issue of Trickster by raising up other things to make them the same power level as Trickster instead of bringing Trickster down, that's okay with me. I consider that a win. It doesn't have to be nerf Trickster. It could be just balance other things around the power level of Trickster. I just would like it to where when I'm trying to theory craft something, it's not like, oh well, this is just better as a Trickster. I'll just play a Trickster with this. Okay. I would like it to have more options that seem at least somewhat viable for non-niche like builds. You know, like Champion used to be a good catch-all, similar to Trickster, where they nerfed the shit out of Champion, right? Like Champion's no longer. What's the percentage of champions in the league at 10 weeks? Let's see. Yeah, Champion's down here. Champion used to be way up here. Uh, I would love for this to be more balanced, where it's like a lot more of like 5% for everybody. Servers going down in 18. Weird. I guess I won't be playing the game in 18 minutes. Is it going down for a while, or is it just say like a brief thing? But Trickster's too strong. That's the thing. So Trickster's just good at everything, and it has its general power goodness. It's not like specific power goodness, right? Like everything it gives is just like good for every build that would be in that side of the tree at least. It's not like how witch is like or occultist is like, oh, you're colder chaos kind of thing only. Yeah, if you're that's the problem with Trickster plus Ephemeral Edge because you're able to build defense and offense from the same stat. Cool. And I think if there was a nerf and not a rebalance of other things, Escape Artist is the one that has to get hit for Trickster to like actually feel the pressure of the nerf. I think nerfing anything else is kind of like whatever. Like obviously these are still really strong, but I think the big offender is Escape Artist for like the defensive buff. But I would rather, like I said, I would rather than buff everything else up, like buff these two up to be the same power level of this, as well as like other things, obviously. But I think that's bigger commitment, and I think GGG's general rule is that they nerf before they buff other things. The middle one, like what this, like this or this? Heartstopper? Oh, that's this one. Polymath? I think. I mean, that's okay because this also requires you to go into a lot of different masteries. I think it requires you to build a little bit differently. I'm actually okay with this one as much. I think this is just a general too good. But I like all the nodes. Like I think Trickster has just so many good choices for nodes. Um, like even this, like I love this not being affected by like slows and stuff like that. I think that's really strong. Obviously, Juggernaut has something similar. I think in maximum frenzy charges, if you're maximum frenzy charge stacking, or even if you're not, like this is really strong. Yeah, this is really good for like mapping specifically. And this is obviously good for like big hits. It's like a leaf shade ish. But yeah, so that's my feel with like people talking about, oh, well, they should uh nerf slams because slams are an issue, or and I was like, slams are not an issue, right? The issue is that slams just feel good for once. Because that's the other thing too is like this last patch or like Settlers' last patch, they buff slams. When they buff something as large as they did for slams and like Melee in general, you're gonna see a larger percentage of the player base skew towards the new buff thing. Even if the new buff thing isn't the strongest thing, people will skew there because it's new and it's shiny, and you want to do that while it's new. Because you never know what's going to happen next patch, right? They might just revert those changes. Don't think they're self-aware enough to know the current state of the game. That's fair. I don't know what to put here. I don't know if I have enough takes to fill up multiple things. I think I have to just do one thing, and I'm not sure what I want to put there. Yeah, a lot of people are complaining about slams, but more specifically about volcanic fissure of snaking. Yeah. Well, people don't want you to have fun. That's the thing. That's the thing. I don't want people to play LS anymore. No, LS is a special case. Like, so most of them are like, oh, you should buff up other things instead of nerfing thing. I think LS actually deserves the nerf, and you should also buff up the other strikes. I think both of those could be true. I don't think you should buff up the other strikes to be on the same level as LS currently, because I think LS currently is way, 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 way too strong. I think that I would like the power level of LS to be down, and then the other to be also brought up at the same time. For a strike specifically. Whereas like Trickster, I think Trickster's at an okay power level. I think that it's nice to have a general kind of like thing like that, but I wish there was other like starting classes that had that same kind of thing where they have like a good general ascendancy to pick from. But like every other ascendancy on most other classes are like specialized. Not everyone, but like most of them are specialized, right? Like Gladiator, you're pretty specialized into lead, or you're specialized into like block or dual wielding. Slayer is a good generalized one, I guess, but that's so you're specialized into like strikes or like hits specifically. There's a lot of stuff hit based. I don't think you can do like a dot slayer. I don't think any other stuff scouts the dots. Um, well, Smite double hits right because of the overlap of AOE, or is there a different bug that I'm not aware of? I don't play a lot of Smite. The only time I see Smite mentioned is when people are playing like random minion stuff, and they're getting like a little aura buff. Well, Captain Lance did like a smite build at one point, right? Like he was like a trickster smite, I think, because you don't want to play at LS. But I was like, you're pretty much just playing a worse version of LS. Uh, but is smite an actual bug? Because I don't think smite's that powerful. And I think the double hits from the overlap of the AOE, right? Yeah, I don't do enough party play. This is not the closest I come to party play is that previously I would give like Tyler like a couple of things here. I'm like, hey, here's like some Alpha Scarabs because we're the only two in our guild, and we like share things that we don't want to use. That's not really party play. That's kind of like just guys being in a guild. Um, yeah, I think the last slot should be something to do with the league itself as prediction, like a league mechanic wise. So we thought about more boats for a boat league. That's cool. Synthesis 2.0. Boss. I guess we do have a lot of league specific stuff. We have new boss stuff as well. Oh, it's not supposed to work on the AoE overlap. Why though? Did they say that? Did they say that somewhere? Because I mean, other skills specifically want like AoE overlap to like double hit things. What's that thing that people impending doom? Like that's a good one to call out with the overlaps hitting multiple times. I don't know if it's still a build anymore, but that's just like a reference. Why duck ass? Why duck ass? Nice, nice, nice. Revisit League Stones in Legacy League 3.0. What are League Stones? Am I missing something? Maybe. Okay. I wonder if is it too much to ask for them to like update some like stash tabs, like premium stash tab stuff, like where you can have it to like they add it to where like the stack decks can go in there, but there's things like the scouting reports. I wish scouting reports had a home, so I wouldn't have to sit in my thing. What if we keep like tattoos? I would love like a tattoo stash tab or to fit somewhere, that kind of stuff. Yeah, fragment tab has so much stuff thrown in there now, which I'm happy with. I have like one of each of the premium tabs, and I have a bunch of quads. Um, oh, does it? Yep. Each target can only be hit once with the skill, so that would definitely be a bug for specifically that thing. Then, do people use this skill enough though? How how used is smite? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I don't think they're really looking at someone that bugs like that when no one plays Smite. Like, how far down are we gonna go before we see Smite? Quite a while. 0.6%. That's in the latest snapshot. We go to like week 10. So 0.6. Okay. Yeah. So I mean that makes sense that would be a bug if it's supposed to only hit once and it simply says that. But I don't think that they care enough about it. I think it's too small. I think that if they're especially if they're limited on time because they're trying to manage two games and stuff like that, they have bigger fish to fry. Like lightning strike. Um, do you think there could be campaign changes? That's actually a good question. Do you think we see changes throughout the campaign like they did when they redid Act One a little bit and they added like Brutus appeared out of nowhere for some people because he used to be in a different location? I think I'll put campaign changes. I think well, a small note. Being smart and nice. I think campaign changes are not too far of a reach. I think they might happen. Mostly because also if they are changing like the story with like Zana and stuff, they might have to edit like different little things about the campaign. Make them harder. Yeah. Ruthless is the only game mode you're allowed to play now. All right, I think this is my bingo. Or sorry, this is my slash our bingo. Do we want to do honorable mentions on the side, and y'all can just start saying things? And I'll put it over here. Hi, I'm Mark. No, you're not. You're not Mark. Yeah, Nerf less is my biggest thing. Well, no, it's not my biggest thing. I want dot buffs, and I would love a cultist rework. Those are my most hopium ones. I want those the most. Uh, I like a lot of the what's on the board though. I think there's some cool ideas here. I think that some of these are possible. Some of these are a little more copium than the other ones. Um, but I think we have at least a good amount of things that are likely to happen. We'll see. We won't do honorable mentions probably. Right. I want to figure out how to allow people to post links. We want to go to settings, moderation. All right. Settings, moderation. Okay. Someone wants to post a link to see if it worked. That'd be great if you whisper to me. I love Zana whispering to me. That's probably my favorite part. Uh, Douglas Fisk or Marshall, someone that's not a moderator. See if you can post a link. Anything you really want, I guess. But ideally something not offensive and relatable. Make a request for me. All right, let's watch. Be careful with what links they're posting. Hey, you posted this time. Nice. Yeah. Later on, eventually, I'll probably make it to where I look more into like the auto mod stuff, and I can make it set to where you have to be approved or whatever to post links. But I think I'm relatively small. I trust people so far, so until I get burned, I'm not gonna worry about it too much. I think this is good. It's allowed me to see things y'all talking about, but also if we end up wanting to post like different POVs and stuff like that, I would happy to look at them and whatnot. Okay, so we have an hour left. That's not a lot of time. I'm pretty hyped for it. What do we want to do? Do we have any other prep we want to do? Or I think we make our whiteboard. Does everyone have their Microsoft Paint out? All right, let's move this over. This just somewhere random. 326 bingo. Um, man. So we hit the reveal today. What do we think the league is going to be about? So if we look at like the expansion stuff, we like what do we think the actual league is going to be? Has the league always been like just the league that comes up visit has always been just something kind of boring, or has it been exciting? Like was Arch Nemesis like a fun, exciting league to play in, or was it kind of boring? I didn't play it. And how do I remember seeing a picture before where you see like the leagues and the with expansions next to them. It's then just generic. Yeah, it was new monster mods and making your own boss. Yeah. Okay, this kind of does it, but it doesn't do it really well. Um, so the last one, Siege of the Atlas. Oh, it was Siege of the Atlas with Scourge, and not with Arch Nemesis, or is this just Arch Nemesis is hiding in here, under here? Echoes of the Atlas. What was Echoes of the Atlas? Alongside Ritual League. Ritual wasn't generic though, right? Ritual was pretty fun. From what people tell me, like I didn't play it, but I think Ritual. A lot of people like Ritual. 1 hour chat time, XDD. Kind of what we're doing right now. Yeah. Well, I don't even know if the game's working right now. The patch update might still be happening. You guys have any POBs you want to review? Or patch notes? It's gonna be awful. It was Expedition where we got the expansion and power nerf. I don't think you got a league on like an expansion on Expedition, right? I actually like Ritual a lot. What was Conquerors? What league was that? Metamorph. Metamorph was the build your boss one. So Metamorph was building your boss. Archdem was literally just about being mean to you. If I remember correctly, people complaining a lot about it. Build their own. Oh, so Archnemesis is literally just Metamorph. Well, that's dumb. But we did get Ritual as part of one of the Atlas things, so maybe this one will also be a fun mechanic. That could be our hopes and dreams, right? Okay, let's see if the game's up, and if not, then we can do stuff. All right, where's my game at? I think so. Let's see if they're online, and then we can also just switch to the game capture screen. And then I can also put on music if the game's up, and we'll just do like random like crafting stuff probably. It was better Metamorph, and rewards were awesome. You had to bring essences, I believe, that had certain monster mods. Certain combos of essences build various other mods like Abereth, the gold guy. The gold guy would be like a currency drop, etc. We're so close. We're not gonna do another cold out run right now. We're gonna wait and see how things are looking. Not Crucible. Let's go Sellers. That town's definitely out of gold at this point. I've been on this character in quite a while. Also, I never actually used the combinators. I never learned the combinator crafting, so hopefully this stays and I want to actually learn how to use this. This build is Multitrack the Zenith. I corrupted this for funsies. It didn't really, nothing really happened. Should divine these to 18 strength. Oh my god. Oh my god. There we go. 18 strength. Yeah, we're kind of just wasting time. Because I don't know what we would prepare for. Like, I don't want to prepare for, like, learn how to craft Cold Witch stuff, and then we just not have Cold Witch.
Oh, good. More work.
Yeah, hydrate, I think. So it's still itchy. There we go. Okay, so we got bingo done. There was something else I wanted to get done. I can't remember what it was. What was it? What other prep would I need to get done before patch notes, guys?
There you are.
We pseudo confirmed that we should be able to get drops. We fixed the band link thing, or the post link thing. Bingo card's done. I think we're pretty much done everything I actually wanted to get done. We might just run some maps and stuff just to waste some time. So what we'll probably do is we'll do this for like 30 minutes, and then we'll take a short break before the live stream goes live, so I can like eat and run the restroom and stuff like that. And then once the live stream goes live, I'm pretty much gonna be live for a long time, just cooking stuff. Oh, now we're down for maintenance. All right, well, we're not playing the game anymore, guys. Back to the freestyle. Oh, so I was watching some streams last night. Um, and I think that we're probably not gonna go right side duelist runs because I realized that like Jungron and like I'm Exile, everyone is playing like Poison's Concoction into Explosive Concoction for like campaign stuff. So I don't want to follow that suit anymore. I might still do left side go bleed if bleed is okay. Cold Dot's a really popular one that I'm excited for if it gets a little love, or if Witch gets a little love. Honestly, even if they don't, I might still do it just to see if I can figure out something that maybe someone else hasn't figured out, or do something weird with the recoup stuff that we talked about. I think that'd be really sweet. But I don't think that. I think that's more of a I'm experimenting, and I won't really have like a full build guide out before launch to do that. I think that's more of a like a this is what I plan on doing. If you guys want to follow on for the journey, have fun. I don't think I want to play Templar. I'm really hoping they have some new skills. That's kind of what I really want. New skills and buffs to dots. Is the stream up yet? Is there a countdown on the live stream? It is. We'll just hold this here for now. Oh, people already spamming log in. People are 50 minutes left. People are pretty excited. Don't know, man. Need to watch notes. Yeah, that's. I want to do stuff, but I want the notes. Give me the notes, GGG. You gave me the streamer client. Can you give me the notes next? We'll just hold up this for now until we figure out what else we want to do. Sorry for the ads. There we go. Didn't realize that. Oh, because I don't need the extra timer at the top with that. Do. Oh, I can make myself smaller too, I guess. Or larger. When they go to do the interview, I'm just gonna be wherever they're interviewing at, and we'll be part of them. We'll hang out in the interview area with them. Yeah, I mean, I guess with the server being down for like 15 minutes, that probably would be too close to for me to want to play anything on there. So we're kind of just doing nothing. I guess I'll pull up this again, and we can add honorable mentions to the side as like a little fun activity. Tyler, if you have some copium takes you wanna share, this is your chance to shine, buddy. Or Douglas, if you want to say random things, honorable mentions. Maybe not so honorable. We'll see. I think there's a way for me to put this where I actually am happy with the way it looks. So we'll just do this. Volcanic Fissure of Snaking gets a buff. One, two, three, Miku Miku Beam. That's not the game we're playing. Ah! I like this better. What kind of archetypes do we want to play? Like, I want to play Dot. Obviously, that's like this is going to be probably a Dot channel as long as they allow me to do it. Um, but I know that BF, we're gonna put BFBB buffed. Marshall literally said they'll play anything, so that's unfortunate. I don't have a an archetype to buff for them. Do you think any other tendencies deserve reworks? So we have Assassin and Occultist as our top two picks. But is there any other Cincy that you specifically think would be really cool if they reworked it? Or like could be really cool if they reworked it? Champion. That's fair. Champion needs love, but I don't think they're gonna do it, but Champion rework. Alright, we'll actually put the thing back on. Never mind. It's gone forever. We'll figure it out. Dude, we'll do this every once in a while. What's like the least played? How many leagues would we have to have had on the old schedule releases? So like if Sellers didn't last for like 10 months, technically before you even played, I think the schedule release was like every 3 months you get a new league, and then they moved it to like 4 months. So if it we would be in like the middle of a third league, right? On 4 months, because 4 months in we'd have a new league. 8 months in we'd have a new league. So we're middle of the second league right now. What are some of the least played things? Crazy. Yeah, it is crazy. Least played ascendancies. Guardian's really low, Champion's really low, Saboteur, Berserker. I'm actually surprised Berserker's as low as it is. Is it because Berserker is like a week one Andy kind of thing? Okay, Berserker is higher than week one. Saboteur probably needs to be touched again. I want to say they actually made it worse whenever they reworked it last time. Same thing with like Champion. Yeah, you keep saying that. Actually, I need to look at. Is Sabo actually good defensively? What's Sabo get defensively? That's the wrong one. Trigger Bot House isn't a defensive buff. That's just a trap area effect. You can regenerate some life here with Pyromaniac, and you're immune to some things. The blind thing's pretty good for defenses. Yeah, that's pretty decent. Yeah, I still think that that one node's worth it. If anything, you just steal that from Trickster. Or like be a Trickster and steal that node with a Forbidden Flame. It is a cool node though. I just think they need to do something with the other stuff. I think the trigger bot thing's kind of a fail. Oh, I got one. They're rolling Magma starter by buffing other starting skills. I hate rolling Magma. But I'm fine that it exists. If people love it, that's great. I would just love other skills to be more viable. Something changed in the background? Oh, running ad blocker. Could happen. You get Firestorm in Act 1, level 8. It's what level is it now? I don't play Firestorm like you do. Firestorm. It's Act 3? For Templar and Witch is Act 3. Oh, it's for everybody. Sever the right hand. 28's where you get it. Oh, PoE says it's Act 3. Do you use the alternate? Oh, wait, what did you just say? You want the other one that lasts longer so you can immolate. Do one of these last longer? Is that what you're talking about? Is it pelting? Base duration is 2 seconds. What's duration here? Base duration is 1.4. So you want pelting? Yeah, this is like mid Act 3, I think. Serve the right hand, right? Kind of mid to towards end. You get the maximum thing due to mine's traps because they're their own unit. Oh, because like it's the minor trap is casting it instead of you're casting it. That's OP. That's actually pretty good. I was like, the maximum for pelting is 10, right? And you can increase it with quality. Is that this one? Is this the one that jumps on Big Meatball? Yeah, large one. Do you have a POB for this build that you had? I have a lot of questions about it. I feel like a POB would probably answer them. Don't play this. I'm not gonna play it. I would like to look at it to learn some things. It was fun but trash. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just have questions like what kind of weapons do you use? Are you when you say switching, are you just changing the gem out, or do you have like 2 6 links? Like are you using like a staff randomly? Do you build about around like ignite, or is it just about the hit? Ignite with Argus Brand Firewall. Does Firewall work with the meteors? Do they like at the angle they go at go through the wall and add more fire damage? Just so that's pretty funny. Because Immolate removes the ignite chance. Oh, got it. This does sound like a really janky build. I love it though. That's the kind of stuff I live for. I like to do like one solid starter kind of thing to where I can actually like make currency and like play the game. And then if I have the time, I'll fund some kind of weird side project that wouldn't be able to stand on its own feet, kind of thing. I don't like minions a lot, but I really like the Summon Reaper skill, which is not a good minion. But I really would like to build like a Summon Reaper, like of the Revenants kind of build eventually. But I just don't know if there's a way to do it. The regular minion guys can't seem to figure it out. What they'll look into it doesn't seem good. So, and like I said, I don't want to play like a Zoomancer kind of thing. Like that's the one way people get to work is like to be able to consume a lot of different minions. Douglas in a question mark. I don't know what that means. Absolution is the one where you like it's kind of like a smite, but if you kill something, it summons a little dude, or if you hit like a unique, it has a chance to summon a dude. Yeah, that's the one that I tried out on Witch at like the end of Act One when I was on my minion run for a Witch. I didn't like it. So the issue with minions, I mean, obviously leveling is different than in game, but like leveling with it felt just awful. Um, because when you're, especially if you're trying to like move at least at any decent pace through the campaign, you're literally waiting for your minions to kill stuff, and it feels awful. I'd rather like run ahead, throw my skill backwards, keep running kind of thing, but you can't really do that with minions. That's the other thing that I don't like about when I every time I look into minions for like in-game stuff. I don't want to build an animated guardian, and I don't like that when you build an animated guardian, it can die, and you have to like reinvest the like the uniques or whatever you put on it, kind of thing. I think that's a cool mechanic if you want that to be like your thing by itself, but I don't want it to be a requirement for like me to play minions. Like I think that animated guardian would be cool if it was like a disables other minions kind of thing, and you just have animated guardian as like your skill, and you get to build around it. Like that's a fun thing to do. But I don't want it to be like, oh, you need this because it is such a good benefit of like auras or like culling or whatever benefit you might get from whatever item. For all your elements to actually function and be usable. Chains of Command. I've heard that name before. I don't think I've ever looked into it. Oh, it's a shirt. Yeah, I just wish this like I wish this was just his gym, right? I wish this like Enemy Guard didn't exist without this kind of like thing on it. I want minion builds to not have to have an Enemy Guardian if they don't want to have an Enemy Guardian kind of thing. I think the only way to do that is to force them not to be able to have it. Ah, but I'm not really a big minion player. I think my favorite minion that I've played with so far was the Summon Raging Spirits. Uh, but I never really played with the Spectres. I know the Spectres was really popular, especially that one league. I think it was like Frost Bearers were just like broken and stuff. I think it was called Frost Bearers. Probably it was though. Um, I played a lot of Diablo 2. Uh, I didn't play Diablo 2 in the beta, but I played a lot of Diablo 2. Most most notably just like Meteor Source, Spark Sorcerer. I played Zeal Paladin. I didn't like Hammerden as much. I didn't really care for Necromancer and like the amount of things you could summon. I did do I want to say it was like a Golemancer at one point. I liked a lot of the assassin stuff and the expansion. I believe it's an expansion. Like the trap assassin was really fun. Also, just super fast. Like it's like a shroud walk or whatever it was, and you like you just speed walk across the map. Um, Amazon was pretty fun too. I like Javazon with the lightning. That was pretty sweet. Didn't really care for barbarians. I mean, obviously, Whirlwind Barbarian is a classic, but not really my style. Oh, Druid, my favorite build though. Druid was actually my favorite build. Hurricane Druid, like Wind Druid, was like my favorite build probably of all time. I would love to do like a Wind Druid kind of a vibe, but I haven't found anything that kind of replicates that in Path of Exile yet. The closest would be like just uptime on Val Cold Snap because it's kind of like still a cold little hurricane around you. But I love like the Hurricane Wind Druid thing. I never played D2R. I might if this content creation thing goes well, and I can do it as more of a full time thing. I might between leagues play stuff like D2R just to for funsies and reminiscing. Uh, I know a lot of people played a lot of like the shapeshift druids whenever back in the day though. I didn't like shapeshift as much. I like the caster version. What other classes was there? I can't remember what I played. Did I go through all the classes? I think so. All pets kill off each other. Well, yeah, I would imagine D2R they would want to make like changes to kind of modernize things a little bit as far as like how people expect to play the game. I don't think you can play like traditional D2 and expect like the finesse that you have in like Path of Exile kind of stuff. I missed 17. Right, they did have a bunch of ravens. I remember that. You could just watch them like peck people out and stuff like that. I remember I tried to do a summoner druid at one point. I got bored before I got to really build it or whatever, but I just remember having a bunch of ravens, having like the little carrion vines and stuff. Those were really fun. They cap it to 5. That's fair. That's fair, I guess. Did I miss a class when I was talking about D2 classes? Said Amazon, said Assassin, Barbarian, Druid, Necromancer, Paladin, Sorceress. No, that's it. Okay. They only have a few classes. Got it. They don't have like the 13 plus classes we have in Path of Exile. Oh, Winter Orb was it Winter Orb? I don't know if that's the name. The orb you shoot out and it's just like little spines everywhere. That sorcerer was really fun too. Actually, I like sorcerers in general. I like a lot of their skills. I like I said, I like the spark kind of thing. I don't know what it was called back then, but essentially it's what spark is now in PoE. I like the meteor. I like Hydra for fire, and then I liked the frozen orb thing for cold. Those were really fun. Paladin, I wasn't super big on Paladin because I'm not. I mean, even in most games, I'm not really a big melee person. I like a lot of magic stuff, but I did do Zealadin for PvP. I don't like PvP as much, but I was like, I'm gonna try it out. It's okay. Um, Necromancer, I played. I didn't like summoning spells, but I played. I want to say it was like Bone Necromancer, like Bone Sphere was a thing, if I remember correctly. And you could bone cage people for fun. Like that was just a fun thing to just bone cage people for funsies. But I want to say Bone Spear was the big bone thing to play back then. Yeah, okay. We already talked about shapeshifting and all that stuff for Druid. Barbarian. What did Barbarian do besides Whirlwind? Did Barbarian do anything else? I only ever played Whirlwind Barbarian. Uh, Probably my least played class of those. They had insane shouts. Were the shouts damaging shouts or was it like a buff shout? I remember them, or I only use them for buffs. I remember, but there wasn't like was there damage shouts? Oops. Okay. Uh, Assassin, like I said, my favorite build for it was the trap build, but there was like I want to say like an explosive kick that you can do. I built around for a bit. I want to say it's explosive kick. And there's one move where you can like teleport behind the enemy and the whole like tough luck kid kind of a vibe. Remember in Diablo 2, I didn't play the remaster stuff or the rework thing that they're doing, but I remember originally in Diablo 2, whenever you do the cow level, if you killed the cow, if the cow king died in the game while you were there, you can no longer summon the cow level. People would like panic, panic exit out. Yeah, you were locked. Yeah. Moo 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 moo. As much as Diablo has fallen and like Blizzard in general has fallen in the world, uh, I liked a little bit of Diablo 3. I don't think I've played Diablo 4 at all. I'm gonna be honest. I think by the time that Diablo 4 existed, I was already over Blizzard stuff. But Diablo 3 was okay. I think Diablo 2's failure is what made me move to eventually PoE. because I went from Diablo 2 to being really excited for Diablo 3, and I was like, this is okay, but it's not really the same vibe I'm going for. And then I discovered more about PoE and got into it. You can kill as many times as you want now. Good. That was that was a weird mechanic to have in the first place. Guess I gotta start a new character if I want to play this, or have a friend that didn't kill it. Amazon had javelin skills and spear skills. I remember doing Javazon a lot with the little lightning throw thing. And then obviously Bozon, where you just literally shoot like guiding arrow 1,000 times and it just bounces back and forth, piercing into infinity. Or the multi shot, where you just spray. Yeah, those were the only ones I really did. So that's pretty much my experience in Diablo 2. After Diablo 2, I went to I want to say I went to like Warcraft 3, and I played a lot of Warcraft 3 custom games. And that's where I learned to play like Dota before Dota became its own standalone game. Journey of my history through time of online video gaming. I played a crap ton of Warcraft 3 custom games. Guild Wars 1 and WoW. I loosely touched Guild Wars 1. Me and my wife played a good bit of Guild Wars 2, but not enough to be like we're in-game raiders. Pretty much, she loves MMOs. I'm not the biggest on MMOs. I played WoW up until I played the not the classic. I played the original launch of WoW, and then I skipped until Frozen Throne. I played Frozen Throne and Cataclysm. I think was the next one after that, and then I like didn't really play after that. Oh, that's true. I played whatever one was the one where they had artifact weapons and like you could dual wield Frostmourne as a Frost DK. And then I stopped playing WoW. I played Classic for like a month with some friends, and I was like, I'm kind of over it. My wife's really big on wanting to play Final Fantasy 14. I don't like Final Fantasy 14. And if Marshall's still here, who I think Marshall was the one that was excited for Final Fantasy stuff, and Tyler is also really big into Final Fantasy 14, I don't like it. I think like cars in a fantasy world is a weird thing. I don't like that aesthetic. Hot take. I played a good bit of New World when it first came out, but then it got kind of repetitive because there wasn't a lot of content, and then moved on. I played a good bit of ESO, Elder Scrolls Online. That was actually pretty fun. So my issue with MMOs, like I said, I'm older now. Things. Oh, notification. What is a notification? What is this? What is this? Hold on. What is it? What is this? Ah, those of the great houses shall answer any blood wager issue. The victor may choose one of the three fates for those bested to seize the trinket and bind them to an employ or declare banishment. Only the challenger risks death's embrace. All under the great houses of I don't pronounce those names shall uphold this code or forfeit their standing. Is this like a pirate code? Are we getting boat league gamers? Is Marshall still here? Marshall, if you're driving, don't obviously endanger yourself. Um, Leaders of the House of Stars bind this article to the Charlton Code on this the fourth sealed in blood and oath. So this was just posted on the I can't show my Discord because it's a streamer thing, but it was just posted on the PoE Discord. And I saw a notification pop up, and that's what this is. It says Rayclass welcomes the great houses of whatever that name is, Trethan, Truthus. And this is the image that comes with it. It says, "Find out more in 30 minutes." On and links to the thing. Uh, so that's pretty sweet. Is Necropolis one of these things? Like, I'm not a big lore person, so I don't remember the lore names of a lot of stuff. Marshall is in chat, but he looks. I think he's probably just like busy. This kind of just reminds me of like a pirate's code. Yar har. I will also post this in the chat for anyone who's not in the Discord. You might be able to click that link, I think. But that's pretty sweet. I don't They, I don't think we've ever dropped a teaser like this right before the live stream, or at least not in recent history. So get pretty hyped. I'm gonna go into my personal Discord and put my favorite reaction GIF to this. Done. But the whole you can seize a trinket and bind them in employ or decree banishment. I wonder what this mechanic will be. This has to be a mechanic for the league, right? This seems really interesting. This is not what I was expecting, really. I was expecting more of like a Synthesis 2.0, which this could still lead that way, I guess, but this makes me think something else. I heard Amazon made a studio in their gaming industry, and I was like, hell nah. I assume the Amazon thing was talking about New World. Sorry, I got distracted by the bright red flashing light on my Discord. Interrupted a conversation we were having. Um, oh no, Discord showing. Move over Discord. I had an update button, so I updated it. And now we should be back in streamer mode. Streamer mode enabled. Go to Pixie. Yeah, okay, stream can't see it. Haha. Oh, all my stuff disappeared. I hit a button. This is really cool though. I am very now. I mean, I was already excited. I am more excited. Uh, I don't know what these names are. So how do we get a death helmet? So Kita is not a thing that shows up when I search for it. Cyrax. So is this all new stuff? Oh, right, the Twitch drop. That's a death helmet you're talking about. I that is kind of weird why we have that, but I think it's gonna be funny as hell. You're gonna see how much of a softcore player I am. I'm honestly so they teased that we're getting other additional betrayal rework stuff because it was like more will be shown on the live stream for betrayal rework. So I'm hoping they do more with June and Katarina and stuff like that, or Jun, how you pronounce it. I guess Jun's probably more correct. Um, I like betrayal. I liked it mostly for getting crafts, and I'm not good at doing the whole like Gravicious farming for like div card thing that people will do because I don't understand a lot of the rival versus loyalty thing. Mostly just spammed out Katarinas to get like failed orbs. You don't have an SSD, then yeah, that makes sense. I have an SSD at least on this computer. The computer is pretty old. I want to say the graphics card is like 5, 6 years old now, so I need to upgrade, especially if I want to stream more at like higher qualities and stuff later on. But I have an SSD at minimum. You not having SSD right now is wild take. That's crazy. Not having SSD in 2025 is insane. A stick SSD? All right, that's fair. Do you install the game directly onto the SSD? I don't know these names. I don't know any of this stuff. I'm hoping we get more information about who these are. And Googling didn't really help me with the first two names, so I don't think and I'm not sure what death trades are, but we're gonna find out more soon. It's literally like 19 minutes away. Where's the timer at? There it is. Oh, I need to pull up my other thing. No one's been in YouTube chat, but I don't want to be the guy who ignores YouTube chat in case someone pops in. Okay, I've had viewers pop in and out apparently, but no one's been talking. They just come in here and view for a few minutes and leave. That works out. Hey, you saw the background? I guess that's true. This is I believe it's from Origins. Um, I am huge Dragon Age fan. That's probably my favorite series of all time. Uh, Honestly, I know hot take on like the fact that like Veilguard was poorly received and like EA's being a shit company and like all that kind of stuff. I still played and really enjoyed Veilguard, despite the things that I think could have been done better or whatnot. I like that it was a good wrap up for the story, for Inquisition. I think if they stopped at Inquisition and left with the cliffhanger they had, it would have been a really bad time. So I'm glad that they got at least that final ending before like the studio has all those hardships. That being said, Origins is obviously really good. I would love an Origins remaster, even though they said countless times that will probably never happen because there's like one dude who remains that knows the coding for Origins, and to like to remaster it would be like a huge pain in the ass. Uh, I originally skipped playing Dragon Age 2 because of the internet's like backlash to it and all that kind of stuff. But before Veilguard came out, I decided to go replay through things. And I decided to play Dragon Age 2 for the first time. And I actually really, 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 really enjoy Dragon Age 2. Once you get past the concept that it is not Dragon Age Origins, that it is its own standalone kind of game, even if you treat it as more of like a, hey, this is a big DLC for Dragon Age 2, like kind of like an Awakening kind of DLC, like it's its own standalone DLC. Dragon Age 2 becomes a lot better. And then once you understand that like they had a year and a half to make that game, and they pretty much just reused a lot of the assets from Origins and reused like maps and stuff like that. Like you just understand the pressure behind it. It becomes a lot better. But the story, the characters, all of that is really good in two. The graphics are bad, but the graphics were also bad. Like I said, the game came out a year and a half, I believe, after like Origins. They kind of finished production of Origins because the EA was telling them that they had to make a game right now. So things had to be sacrificed, right? But the story was really good. I loved it a lot. I liked a lot of the characters in it. I think it was really good. My least favorite, probably of the four games, is Inquisition, but even that, it's like a small margin. Yeah, that's fair. But I'm a huge Dragon Age boy. I liked a lot of Bioware games back in the day. I also played a lot of the Mass Effect games. Like I had the Mass Effect Funko Pops and stuff. Um, that being said, obviously the studio is not what it once was, Bioware. So I don't know if my fanboying will last to see the next Mass Effect, considering the amount of negative press that came from Veilguard and like all the stories came out about how like terrible the EA was treating them and the amount of developers that got like left and whatnot. So, rip. That being said, I did recently play Eternal Strands, which one of the original developers, I think of like Origins or whatever, he made his own studio and they made Eternal Strands, and that game was pretty fun. It's not really Dragon Age stuff, but it is a pretty good RPG by itself. I'm interested to see if they continue with the world. I never played Might and Magic. Diablo 2 is great. Love that. I never played Spell Force either. Dude, I've had Grim Dawn for like forever in my Steam. I played it once. The last time I played was May 2018. It says so. It's been quite a minute. I want Grim Dawn to be good. We're talking about different Grim Dawn. The Grim Dawn I had has been in development for like a much longer time than 2 years. I mean, it's like full launched, but it looks like it full launched in 2016. Is the release date at least on here? New DLC coming? Got it. Uh, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, if this streaming thing pays off, I might hop into some other ARPGs if we have a longer drought between PoE seasons again. I'm hoping PoE fixes itself and we're good though. But I'm happy to try out other things if people are excited to watch. Like I said, the channel is primarily PoE content. But I do have a like a little note there that says I will do variety content between as needed. Like even like I personally love like a lot of single player RPGs. I understand that not a lot of people want to watch some random dude with no following whatsoever play like Expedition 33, but I love Expedition 33, and I will find time to play it even if I am a streamer. and the people don't want to watch it, I'll like yesterday I played Helldivers after we got the stream ended and whatnot. Because my friends were like, "You want to play some Helldivers?" And I was like, "Helldiver, yeah. Let's blow up some bots." Ah! Click the button. Clicked on Fisk's name by accident and it opened up their profile, I think. Let's go judge Fisk. Fisk account created was in 2013. Rip don't. I have very spicy crap. Alright guys, not appropriate for stream, he said. Fisk actually plays a lot of adult only games. Let me in. Alright, I don't actually want to see chat right now. We'll see it when we get a little closer. I'll see it in the spam later, but not right now. You can see all my follow channels. I play a lot of League of Legends as well. Like I said, I mentioned I played Dota in the Warcraft 3 era before it became like its own standalone game. That's just into me playing League of Legends, which I loved doing at the time, but I will not do it now. I still like watching the content every once in a while, but I can't. I just can't do competitive gaming anymore. I think is the issue. It's the same thing I had when we played like me and my friend group played like Apex and like Fortnite a lot. I just can't do competitive games anymore. I'm too old and slow. Also, I just don't have the energy. It just takes so much energy to care about like that kind of stuff. I think is the issue. I just want to have a good chill time. And that's what I'm talking about whenever I'm talking about like PoE. And like, I don't want to play the best meta skills. I just want to play something that's fun, like a good chill time. I'm not trying to push like uber content. I'm trying to have a good smooth transition and have a good time. So, quote when Tencent introduces anti-cheat stuff, I'm not giving them control of my PC. That's fair. The Vanguard or whatever it is thing. I occasionally will go play like a. If I have nothing to play, I'll play like an ARAM. That's about it. At this point, with like Tencent and like just people in general, my data's on the internet. If you want it, you can just go find it. Uh, I'm tired of being like, this person can have my data. Like anyone who wants the data can really have the data. It's out there already. But I follow a lot of PoE streamers. Like you see, Tata Killer. He's doing a slam apparently. Also, is there a way for me to see if drops are enabled on my channel? Because he says drops on his on Arrow. Let's go pop over to Arrows real quick. He just says drops, but doesn't show it down here. I don't think drops are ready yet. Also, why are so? Oh, that's right. Everyone in PoE is now online. Usually, this isn't like this. Ow! Get this man. Oh! I missed a part of the conversation. Rengar, that's so fucking funny. No, I was So when I originally started playing League of Legends, I was a mid lane main and I played a lot of Fizz and Ari. And then I became just a jungle main and I played a lot of like Zac. And then I became an ARAM main and I just played whatever's fun for ARAMs. Jungle's fun. I like jungle because it controls a lot of stuff. Uh, but that's like part of life. Okay. What is? Oh, the stream needs to be moved here. But I don't understand why YouTube's thing always puts it. I don't know. Don't worry about it. I'm not a great jungle, but I am all right on Zac. I'm a Boo and Vi. Yeah. So that's my thing. Is I've always been like I love going in kind of a person. So I like to play like tanky engaged kind of people. Because if I play something that's not tanky engage, I'm going in and I'm just dying. Like I'm just feeding. That's just gonna happen. Cause I don't like playing characters that you just stand and watch people do nothing. Like auxiliary mages, like Xerath and stuff like that. Oh, we're just gonna stand and stare at each other. Like that's so boring. I want action, and I want to be the one that pulls the trigger. I don't mind playing carries, but I'm just not as good at them, kind of thing. Because, like I said, I like to go in. Like I played Graves for a little bit in jungle, But he's not really the guy who should be engaging, you know, especially like in team fights. Like you can like obviously gank with him pretty well. Same thing like Nidalee, but like those are not the engaged champions. And I feel like I hit my spear, or like same thing with Lee Sin Q. I hit my Lee Sin Q. I'm going in. He can, but I mean that passive doesn't work that well. That passive doesn't replace like the amount of tank stats like Sejuani gets. All right, I'm gonna check the thing and see if drops are enabled yet. The drop campaign is enabled yet. Oh, me the drops. All right, I still don't see the drop campaign listed. I refreshed everything. So if you feel like you want to be safer, feel free to watch someone else and do it. You can always keep me on the second screen or whatever kind of thing if you want to hang out still in here. But I don't want y'all to miss like drops. I think the drops are enabled for pretty much the whole weekend though, if I remember correctly from the Path of Exile page, right? How to participate until June 6th. So it's not the whole weekend; it's a whole day though. So you have a little bit of time to figure it out. Which one of the letters still are? That's what we're saying. Top is a tank. Maokai, Malphite, Nasus, OG Volibear, Ringo, Warwick, Sedge, Fiddlesticks, level 1 Dragon. Yeah, that's fair. Rick and Teemo, Nar. I'm too bad at Vel'Koz. I like mentally I can understand that you need to like get his passive proc to do the true damage thing, but I always mess it up. I always wanted to be good at Zed, but I don't have the hands for it. I enjoyed the meta where you could play like Nautilus and mid. That was really fun for me. At that point in life, I was just want to be a tanky engaged person. But originally, I was always an assassin player. Like I played Fizz a lot when I first started in like season 3. You can do so on your dashboard here. Okay, I'm going to show you, chat, what it says before we get into the stream. But it says right here, if you plan on streaming Path of Exile during our live stream and want to enable Twitch drops for your viewers, you can do so via your Twitch creator dashboard here. You click here, drops enabled. So I'm thinking it's good. It doesn't show the campaign yet, but I'm assuming it pops up when they enable it. And there's no like upcoming thing. Like there's no like, oh, here soon upcoming. There's closed campaigns. There's no upcoming campaigns. So I think we're good for the drops. Yeah, I think it's just not there yet. I think it's the issue. But don't miss out on your stuff. Like I said, don't trust. Also, I follow Neversink. I don't know if you got. I mean, obviously you play PoE. You probably know who Neversink is. He is way too smart for me. I like to follow his content, but too smart. But I would die in PoE without him. Also, for anyone who still follows League of Legends content, I do follow like pretty much all of Lost for Tones. Actually, wait, Fisk, you're probably in the UK-ish area. Right? You're Fisk. You have to be like somewhere in like Europe area, right? Or like that side of the map. So you probably know who Lost for Tones is. They're based in like that area. Love cheese and windmills. 3 minutes, gamers. Also, I can't really show it, but for the League of Legends stuff, I have like the original Cloud9 was my favorite team when I first started watching League of Legends, like season 3, and I have like a lot of their posters. I guess I can lightly try to show stuff. Here's some up there. They're like signed posters by them or whatever from their website. Uh, Obviously, I don't really follow the teams that well now, but man, I need to fix that glow in the background eventually. 2 minutes. I don't know where to put my camera at yet because I don't know where they're going to be at. I might actually remove my camera briefly when we're doing the reveal stuff, though, just so you don't have to see my face and we can actually look at the cool stuff. I have your side muted and still be chatting, just so you know. Okay. Yeah, that sounds good, dude. I'm probably not going to talk too much during the stream, so that works out for me. Medios? Yeah. I love the original Cloud9 team. They were really cool. I liked Elimination and like his notebook. Honestly, if you think about like the original Cloud9 and stuff like that, they kind of really changed and adapted the scene because they're the ones who really started doing like the pre-planning for matches and then involving like getting coaches and like kind of mental health people specialized. Like Cloud9 really helped develop that scene to where it is kind of now. Yeah, I don't think they're good like now. I mean, there's no one going to beat like Eastern teams, right? Eastern teams are just stomping everywhere. I would watch more I Will Dominate if he wasn't so angry a lot. Same thing with that. I have mentioned that yesterday. I think it's just some people who stream content. I said I wouldn't say names though, but he's different. It's fine. But they're too aggressive and angry. I don't like the energy. All right, guys, 40 seconds. I'm gonna unmute it. Is this a good sound or is it too loud for people who are not muting the stream? Or is it not making any sound, actually, now I think about it? Don't hear anything. That's fair. I think it's not. Let's add in the audio for this. Audio output.
Grinding Gear Games. And today we're here to showcase a new expansion for PoE 1. It's certainly been too long since we had one of these. Now we had some struggles as a studio for a little while there, but we've got our shit together and we're back in action now. Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas is coming out 1 week from now on the 13th of June, and we're committing right now to a 4-month cycle for both PoE 1 and 2. That means the next PoE 2 League will be in August, and the next PoE 1 League after that will be in October. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Skull of Undeath helmet skin by following the instructions below. This Skull of Undeath will track and show your total number of kills, deaths, and your KDR. Just because Path of Exile isn't a first-person shooter doesn't mean this isn't important. Proudly or shamefully, link it to your friends or in global chat to show it off. And with that, let's get to why you're here, Secrets of the Atlas.
You can search 1,000 worlds and still never truly discover who you are. Trust me. I should know. But now, I seek something more tangible. Someone I care for, trapped within the Atlas. Reliving memories, made real.
What have you done?
Made grotesque. Made foul. These manifestations must be destroyed. Their threads must be eradicated. I must have answers. The originator. We must save my sister.
Alright guys, Zana's corrupted, he's right.
Is an illusion made real.
Come, child. Drink deep the waters of light.
You're either a client or a target.
Target inside.
Job's done.
Bro, what the fuck?
Your sanity is not promised to you here.
What the fuck?
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. As you just saw from the trailer, there's a lot to show you. Today, we will take you on a deep dive into the new Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas endgame update. Then, we'll explore the new Challenge League, the Mercenaries of Trathus. After that, we'll cover the integration of gold into PoE 1 and how we're bringing Settlers of Kalgur into the core game. Finally, we have a much-awaited upgrade to Betrayal League and a set of quality of life improvements. Then, we'll wrap up by discussing our Boss Kill race event, showing you our new supporter packs, and ending with a live Q&A session, where Ziggy D will ask Jonathan and I your questions from Twitch chat. In Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas, strange rifts have begun to appear across the Atlas. Zana has returned and appears to be trapped within. Partway through the endgame, you will meet Egan, an intelligent man of mysterious heritage. These tears in reality he has discovered are actually threads of memory, distorted and made real by the Atlas. Egan is able to create a link to these memory threads and
Oh yeah,
open
thank you for
portals to
confirming.
them. Working with Egan, you must step through and find Zana, or whatever remains of her. Okay, so that's the story background, but how does this expansion actually work? In the Secrets of the Atlas, the pursuit of Zana with Egon is a new storyline that is introduced in high-tier maps. Upon meeting Egan and discovering the tier, he will then transfer it to your map device and reveal this on your atlas, a thread of memories. In order to now access each map on the thread, you simply need to talk to Egan when you're ready, and he'll open the areas in sequence. These areas can be fully influenced by your atlas tree, scarabs, fragments, and everything of the sort. As you work your way along the thread, you will discover that these maps have manifested dangerous threats, influenced by the memories of Zana herself.
Hope they sell that
Monsters
portal as
here
an
are
MTX.
imbued
That
with
portal looks
memory
good.
petals. Defeat them to absorb this power, which can be unleashed as a special ability during combat. Different maps on the thread have different abilities, and these abilities appear on For example, Memory of Disbelief will cause all affected monsters to stop dropping equipment items, meaning they can now only drop more valuable items, like currency and maps.
That's wild.
Memory of Panic will make all affected monsters revive immediately after death, which means you can get twice as much experience and drops from them. And Memory of Impatience will cause all surrounding enemies to give you their souls, temporarily increasing your power. As you progress further into the thread of memories, the maps can have more than one memory, and thus you can have more than one powerful ability. As you gather memory
He's playing
petals,
Bleed
you
SST,
can use
guys.
these powers together. Each skill costs its own amount of memory petals. So using the examples above, you can first use Memory of Impatience to become way more powerful, then use Memory of Panic to prepare them to revive when they are slain, then use Memory of Disbelief to cause them to drop better, more valuable items. Finally, obliterate them all. The Memory of Panic will kick in, causing them to revive, and then wipe them out again, allowing you to get all the experience and enhanced drops twice. There are many combinations of these powers, so you'll have to carefully consider how they best work together. That's not the only extra layer of content juicing these maps offer. As you defeat the boss of each map along the thread, you are presented with an altar. This altar will apply a modifier to all following maps in the thread, and these will stack as you go, so the deeper you delve into a memory, the more mods you will have. This, combined with the special abilities, will allow for some of the most juice maps ever run in Path of Exile. Let's take a look at some of the altar mods. You are always presented with 2 choices and must pick one. This mod, for example, will cause some rare monsters to be possessed by tormented spirits, where this mod makes Kerak modifiers free to craft. Both of these apply to all subsequent maps in the thread. The final map in each thread is a true challenge, with all the altar mods applying to it and guarded by a powerful boss. Each of these bosses are familiar but dreamlike, drawn from Zana's memories and warped by the Atlas into something very different and terrifying. In this map, you will fight the pinnacle boss, Cirrus. Fueled by Zana's affectionate memories of him, his enhanced abilities can prove to be a unique challenge. If you manage to defeat Cirrus, or one of the other warped memory bosses, they will drop a map fragment, which Egan can use to delve deeper into the memory tears. With these, you can access a set of 3 new pinnacle bosses.
With 3 blue bosses?
In this arena, the Moment of Reverence, Zana is reliving a memory of her father, Valdo, giving a passionate speech in Oriath. The Atlas distorts this memory of her father as a powerful, influential man and manifests those emotions into a twisted nightmare, the incarnation of dread. Another memory created is the incarnation of neglect and the incarnation of fear. Good luck, exiles. Of course, if you are brave and strong enough to defeat them, each of these new pinnacle bosses have new unique items befitting them. If you slay the incarnation of fear, you might be lucky enough to find the Starcaller
Starfall.
unique abyssal axe. We're gonna show this one because it's straight up badass. The Starcaller axe is a weapon that can harness the power of the stars themselves
cool as shit.
to deal immense damage. What makes it shine, however, is that on melee crit, it casts Starfall, a new skill. With the right build, you can carpet entire areas and wipe out screens of enemies as you rain down the elements upon them. Another item you may find, and this one is my favorite, is the Wine of the Prophet unique flask. It consumes a lot of charges, but every time you use it, you draw a random divination card. This card appears above you and correlates to a powerful buff. If you draw the Escape card, you'll gain increased movement speed.
That's
or
actually
maybe
pretty
you'll
cool.
draw the Doctor, which will cause you to gain the modifiers of slain rares you kill. Effectively, you can think of this unique as being many other uniques all in one. There are many, many cards
Add more
to draw,
gambling to the gambles.
each with varying degrees of power to grant. Okay, but let's get back to the Atlas. After defeating all 3 new pinnacle bosses, you'll be able to find new memory-influenced Tier 16 maps. These maps come with the previously mentioned special abilities and monsters infused with memory petals, but can also roll the same modifiers typically found on Tier 17 maps, making them far more rewarding. With all these new memory maps comes a new item mechanic. Items in these maps can drop with memory strands, and will have a random amount, up to 100. This does a few things. When you identify the item, it will increase the tiers of modifiers your item has. Generally speaking, the more memory strands, the better the item will be. On top of this, whenever you're crafting that item using currency orbs to replace or add modifiers, such as alterations, chaos, and so forth, it will consume some memory strands to make the crafted mods more powerful. The new pinnacle bosses also drop new crafting currencies, which can be used to manipulate the amount of memory strands on an item. The Orb of Remembrance will let you add memory strands to any normal equipment. So if you have your perfect base to craft on, and it doesn't already have memory strands, you can add some before crafting it. The Orb of Unraveling will consume all remaining memory strands on an item to randomly upgrade its mod tiers. This orb's effectiveness is based on the number of memory strands it consumes. The Orb of Intention can be used on memory-influenced maps to reduce item drops, but improve the chance to find items with memory strands. In the process of adding these new currency items, we realized something was missing. The Shaper and the Elder did not have their own Exalted Orbs. This has now been rectified. Both bosses now have Exalted Orbs, which can add their influence to an item. Zana was there from the beginning, when the Shaper Pinnacle fight was first added. She helped defeat the Elder, and she was a critical part of the Conqueror's storyline. Now, with all 6 influence types having their own Exalted Orbs, the cycle is complete. It's almost as if we could now do some sort of new, epic, unique item to interact with them. In other news, there of course has to be Atlas passive tree support for this new endgame content. Let's take a look at a few things we're adding. The Grasp the Past notable passive skill
What is this
increases
tree?
the chance for the amount of memory strands on items dropped in your memory influence maps to be lucky. This means it will roll the number of memory strands twice, keeping the highest value. By allocating traumatic experience, remembered kindness, or educated upbringing, you'll decrease the chance of finding memory threads that lead to specific bosses, meaning you'll have better chances at finding the memory threads you would like to run. This is especially useful if you want to target farm a specific boss because of its unique item drops. In sum, the secrets of the Atlas will have you questioning what is real as you attempt to free Zana from warped memories scattered throughout the Atlas. You'll fight new Guardian and Pinnacle bosses tormenting her, find crazy new Pinnacle uniques, combine and unleash memory petal-empowered skills, juice maps to new heights, and craft powerful new items. While we were showing all the juicy rewards from the new endgame system, you might have noticed that a lot of gold was dropping. Let's talk about that. Gold was introduced during the Settlers of Kalgur expansion. It funded the development and operations of King's March, along with various new features such as the currency exchange, the black market, and the passive respec system with Faustus. Those features offered by Faustus will be here to stay, along with some of the other services King's March has to offer. We'll get more into that later, but don't worry, King's March has already been completed. There will be no more town building. Like before, gold will be used for town services, but we're also adding a new way to use it in the upcoming league. It's time to talk about Mercenaries of Trathus. In this league, you will meet veterans who have travelled all the way from the lawless cities of Trathus. They're ready to offer their sinister services, but not for free. You will encounter these mercenaries as you journey through Rayclast, one in each area. They have their own personalities and come with different builds, skills, and items already equipped. After meeting them, as per the Trathan Code, they will challenge you to a duel, a test of strength and conviction. Before beginning the duel, you will be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered. Here, you can see the gear they have equipped, the skills they employ, and any support effects augmenting those skills. You must now make a choice. You can hire their services, take one of their items, or exile them. If you choose to hire them, for a gold cost, they will accompany you as a skilled combatant to assist you in fighting monsters throughout Rayclast. Once you've decided, you can begin the duel. This is a great opportunity to test them, as you don't want to be out of pocket with a useless rookie. However, they're testing you too. They also don't want to be working for an amateur. So, what items might they be using? Generally speaking, mercenary gear is more powerful than what you'd normally find from defeating monsters, as they've been crafting their items too. They can also come equipped with unique items, those that would make sense for the skills they are using. There are even some new unique items that can only be obtained from defeating them.
One of them has a mage blood.
One such unique is Scorn
Give the mage
Flux.
blood.
These boots combine agility with the mastery of the arcane. While equipped, increases to cast speed from Arcane Surge also apply to movement speed, which is worth noting is now 20% inherently from Arcane Surge, up from 10. They also grant Arcane Surge when you use a movement skill. This allows for some speedy spellcasters. Sometimes you may meet particularly infamous Trathan mercenaries, bearing the name of their house. These mercenaries descend from the 4 major death trade families in Trathis. They are less common, but have far better items. And they are also the sole source of items with new, infamous modifiers, unseen before in Rayclast, such as these gloves, which convert all of your minions' fire damage to chaos damage. Or this helmet, which causes nearby enemies to take more physical damage as you gain more fortification. If you're not swayed by any of their equipped gear, however, you can always challenge them for the contents of their pockets. If you lose the duel, don't worry. You don't need to give them an item. You aren't bound to Trathan tradition like they are. However, you are bound to Rayclast tradition, so you'll just die.
Almost had me. Well, not really.
While playing in a party, each player can decide whether or not they want to participate in combat against the mercenary. For each player that opts in, the mercenary gets more difficult. But if they're defeated, each player has a 50% chance to get a random reward, which is usually currency items from the mercenary's pouch. Alternatively, party members that opt out of the fight can spectate and cheer you on. Or they might wish for your demise, so they can pick up that allocated divine waiting off screen.
Dead. Good.
Let's say you won the duel, like their items, and have decided to hire them. What combat skills do they bring to the table? Each mercenary has an archetype. Here, this mercenary is an Eruptor, which perfectly couples with my slower, more aura-focused Scion. This mercenary is highly aggressive, and will get a lot of benefit from the auras and buffs I provided. When I'm playing a more aggressive character myself though, I'll want a mercenary with a bit more resilience and utility. I've just run into a Striker, who can spawn with Vigilant Strike. And if you're lucky, a very rare
if you don't
golden
have friends,
support
we'll make one
that
for you.
causes the Fortify granted by his Vigilant Strike to apply to me as well. He will also frequently use Enduring Cry, taunting enemies off of me, and operating as a tanky frontline while I blitz off damage from the back.
That's so cool.
Sometimes when you fight a mercenary, you may notice the skills they're using are different from normal. For example, this sniper is using a Trathan version of Siege Ballista. If you're lucky, you will be able to select it as your reward when challenging them. Then defeat them, and they'll drop the Trathan gem as promised.
New trans gems.
You can only have one mercenary accompanying you at a time, but up to 3 total in your service. The other 2 will wait patiently in town.
Oh, that's cool as shit.
Having varied options is useful, as there may be situations where you need specific backup, like a difficult boss fight. Any of your mercenaries you have active, or in your reserves, can have their equipment replaced with items of your choosing. They don't level up, so you will want to be looking out for more skilled and more powerful mercenaries as you advance through the campaign and endgame. If your mercenary falls in combat, you will need to return to town and spend some gold on healing supplies to get them back on their feet.
So they're just disappearing.
Then perhaps consider giving them some upgrades, if you think it's deserved. I just wanted to clarify, mercenaries do not lose their equipment when defeated. If your merc buddy consistently fails you, you can just dismiss them and find a new, more resilient ally.
You walk your path, I'll walk mine.
Earlier, I mentioned you could exile mercenaries. If you keep running into a mercenary archetype and you think, man, this guy stinks, their gear is trash and they have no auras, you can then choose to exile them. If you win the duel, they'll be forced to leave with their tail between their legs, and you won't encounter that archetype again for a while. Now, alongside these new Trathan arrivals, we shouldn't forget about the recent Kalguran ones too. As we mentioned earlier, the Settlers update introduced gold-based respeccing of passive points. You can now do so by talking to a number of NPCs throughout Rayclast, starting with Bestil and Lionize Watch.
Hey, nice.
Black market item gambling, previously just available in Kingsmarch, is now available in each town
really cool,
at the same NPC. This lets you buy randomly generated item bases for gold. Very useful if you're stuck for upgrades, or searching for a specific unique. The currency exchange will be returning too. Starting from Lionel's Watch in Act 6, you'll be able to find Faustus, who can help
Man, he's in the
facilitate
axe?
these trades.
That's actually sweet.
Now, after almost a year of building, Johann is finally satisfied with the upgrades made to the town, and now its services can be used to their full effect. King's March is going core, but there will be no more town building. As you start running maps in the endgame, you'll start to find different ore veins, which Kalguran workers can mine for you. The shipping mechanic invites you to send these ores and crops to Karui and Kalguran ports, and they'll return rewards in kind. By sending shipments, you'll receive different items, but by sending to Karui ports, you will also receive tattoos, which can be used on your passive tree to change what stats they grant. The Kalguran ports will be sending back rune grafts, which is a new passive tree
Our runes are
mechanic
still
that
in.
replaces the runesmithing
We still got
service
runesmiths.
previously offered by the town. These are similar to tattoos, but instead of replacing stat nodes, they replace a passive tree
Oh,
mastery
right, they do
node.
this instead.
For example, Runegraft of the Bound
So weapon
reduces
crafts are gone,
bonuses
but they
gained from
do
boots,
this now. That's interesting.
but increases bonuses gained from gloves. Runegraft of the River has a chance to recover your life to full if you reach low life. And the Runegraft of Time, which has a chance for your cooldown skills to instantly recover from their cooldown, which I will note includes cooldowns on your triggers, just in case you wanted to trigger even more spells. There are many other Runegrafts which cover a wide range of different builds and stats. Some are more common and others rarer. You can
The
only
jeweler
use
one's
one
funny
of a
as
given
shit.
type at a time, but you can use them on any mastery on your passive tree, which can be particularly useful for off-class investment. Isla has continued to make modifications to the Recombinator. She has developed a new method of recombination that you may recognize from Path of Exile 2. For those unfamiliar, this method allows you to decide which modifiers on the two input items you want to try merge together, and it has a success chance you can see. This method can result in the items being destroyed. However, it is a good option to use when trying to create items with fewer mods to use as crafting projects. Given the existing recombinating mechanic was very powerful for top-end crafting, we didn't want to remove it. We have kept it, and you can now choose to use it the old way or the new way.
Hey, it's
By
not
letting
nerfed.
fate decide, it will combine the two items randomly. There is no risk of destroying either item, but it will be less predictable. As Settlers is now a core mechanic, we've also added Atlas passive tree support. For example, if you wanted to gather more Verisium ore, you could take this notable. Each ore has a similar node. Refiner's Bargain converts items dropped by possessed monsters into thaumaturgic dust, sulfite into random ores, and life force into random crops. We've also added a set of Kalguran scarabs, so you can add more ore deposits, increase the rarity of monsters that guard ore deposits to at least magic, or gather smelted bars from ore you mark instead of ores. To sum it all up, King's March is now a thriving town where you can employ a swath of workers to collect resources, refine ores, craft items, and run maps for you. Send shipments of resources in exchange for tattoos and rune grafts,
league.
using those to modify your passive tree to an extent never seen before. Following on from that, we've also made a substantial rework to another important mechanic, Betrayal. As a refresher, and to explain to new players, let's briefly explain what Betrayal is. Betrayal is a mechanic introduced in Act 9 and tells the story of Jun Ortoi and her investigation of the Immortal Syndicate. This is a mysterious group of exiles who can seemingly come back from death. You must help Jun to uncover their leader, the Syndicate Mastermind. The Immortal Syndicate is organized into 4 divisions: Transportation, Fortification, Research, and Intervention. As you encounter the Immortal Syndicate members, you'll gain intelligence for each of these divisions to discover the location of their leaders, tracking them to their safe houses. Defeating the division leaders at their safe houses will reward you with intelligence on the Syndicate Mastermind. In your journey to track down the Syndicate leader, you'll manipulate the members of the Immortal Syndicate to change divisions, form friendships and rivalries, and even banish them from the Syndicate for a time. Historically, after encountering and defeating the Syndicate Mastermind, the state of the Immortal Syndicate would reset, requiring you to start from the beginning of the investigation again. This has always been a difficult decision for players and can often feel bad. Do you fight the Mastermind for a chance at the special loot, or keep farming the safe houses that you've spent so long setting up? Well, in the Secrets of the Atlas expansion, we've split out the Mastermind to be completely separate from the core mechanic.
Oh.
The boss is now accessible through a new fragment that has a chance to drop from the safe house leaders at high levels. The Mastermind no longer
That's actually a
resets the
super good
state of the
change.
Immortal Syndicate. You can now build your betrayal board to your liking, optimize it, do Mastermind fights, and reap the rewards without having to lose all your progress
This
every
is the
time.
buff.
The boss fight itself has also been improved, now with significantly fewer immunity phases and new rewards. By the way, if you're a new player to Path of Exile 1, don't worry about all this detail. This content is optional, and you can discover and engage with it at your own pace. The Mastermind still has a chance to drop a Veiled Orb, now renamed to Veiled Exalted Orb. Veiled Chaos Orbs are being re-added to other safe house leaders. In addition, the Mastermind now drops the new All Flame Embers.
They added all flames back?
All Flame Embers are map fragments that replace monster packs in in-game maps with different types of special monsters. These packs have unusual properties, compositions, or rewards. For example, you might use the All Flame Ember of Kulamak, which replaces packs with Syndicate monsters and their leaders, who revive after the map boss has been slain. This might at first sound annoying due to backtracking, but these monsters when revived are far more intense and rewarding. It is our intention with All Flames to provide many different types that combine with other mechanics, multiplying with your existing modifiers in new and interesting ways. Another good example of this is the All Flame Ember of Propagation. When slain, special
That
rare monsters
spread to
added
other
by
rare
this All Flame
monsters?
here
That's
will spread their
insane.
modifiers to other rare monsters in the
That's
map.
actually wild.
This can be useful when trying to create singular, very powerful, and very rewarding monsters. Something akin to meat sacks, which are making a reinvented comeback with this update too. Another is the All Flame Ember of Resplendence, which adds monsters that drop no items. But when you slay them, you get buff stacks of increased quantity and rarity to enhance the drops of all other monsters. All Flame Embers can be placed in your map device like scarabs, and used in conjunction with scarabs to further customize your maps. We're looking forward to seeing which combinations players find to enhance their maps. Perhaps you'll use all scarabs, all flames, or maybe mix and match. It's up to you. The Mastermind's unique items have also been improved. The veiled modifiers generated on these items are now from a custom pool exclusive to those uniques. Bitterbind Point, for example, can now have various Spectre-specific outcomes, such as +1 additional Spectre.
That's actually super good.
Aside from improved rewards from the Mastermind, all the safe house rewards have also been rebalanced. We've done a pass on the crafting sprees at the end of many safe houses. For those who aren't aware how these crafting sprees work, well, it's simple. There's a crafting bench with an item in it and a bunch of currency. There's a limited amount of time,
I'm glad
and
they
your
added
only
such a long
objective is
amount
to
of time
craft
to
the
it there
best
now.
item possible before the
And it
time
shows
ends.
it, like 90 seconds is so
One of
long.
the problems that the crafting sprees have is that they often require you to have specific items on hand in order to best maximize your result. But how are you supposed to know that beforehand? In order to solve this, most of the crafting sprees now offer pre-generated items. This has also allowed us to add much more powerful crafting options in each spree. Let's take a look at a few examples. In this spree, a randomly generated amulet or ring will be waiting for you. Test your crafting skill or luck with this Reflecting Mist crafting spree, and see if you can create something worthy of Kalandra's praise.
That's actually super cool. Like, you don't get the currency itself, but you get to learn crafting
And in
with
this
it.
spree, you will find a
That's super cool.
pre-generated unique item, and a new kind of orb that resembles a Val orb, but not quite the same. Normally, you can only corrupt an item once, but uniques in this spree can
what?
be corrupted and re-corrupted as many times as there are orbs. This orb also allows you to get 2 corrupted implicits, and
We're
has
gonna
a
have
much
some
lower chance to break the
nuts
item. It can be a
unique
very
items.
useful tool for seeking specific, corrupted implicit outcomes. Of course, if you push your luck, you can still ruin the item. There are also crafting
that's
sprees
great.
where you still need to provide an item, but those items are generally more accessible and it occurs less frequently. This one allows you to bring your own normal rarity item, then just go ballistic with a whole ton of scouring orbs and orbs of chance, hoping to get your ideal unique. For most sprees, the rank of the syndicate member increases the amount of currency provided, the quality of the pre-generated items, and the time allowed to craft your item. Aside from the crafting sprees, there are other new options too. If you love gambling for currency, how about you try opening Varici's Emperor's Luck chests? These work just like the Emperor's Luck divination card and provide full stacks of currency. If you're lucky enough, unlike me, you could end up with a whole lot of divines.
Get 20 divine drop.
Betrayal is a good source of veiled items. Veiled items have some important quality of life improvements in this expansion too. All of the crafting bench options normally granted by unveiling items are instead now moved to the core game, so you don't need to run Betrayal to unlock them. They are instead found at the entrances to boss rooms and in-game maps. On top of that, you no longer need to speak to Jun to unveil items. You can just right-click them, or the equivalent on Gamepad, and select which veiled modifier you want to unveil. Overall, Betrayal is now much more streamlined and more rewarding. Happy interrogations.
Give me a... Shut up!
Now before we get into our quality of life additions, let's quickly talk about some character balance. We will be doing our regular character balance changes where we are bringing outliers in line to help evolve the meta, but we are also focusing our attention on buffing some specific things. This includes spellcasting supports that specifically enhance self-casting builds, channeled spells,
Self-cast!
adding new options to the Guardian, Berserker, Elementalist, Saboteur, and Champion Ascendancy classes, which include some favourites from some of the alternate classes from Legacy of Frisia, and buffing a whole bunch of transfigured gems that never really
Blade
hit the mark.
Blast! Disc! They just Blade Blast!
Combined with the new endgame crafting, improved Betrayal crafting options, rune graphs for your passive tree, new Pinnacle unique items, new modifiers and Trathan gems from the mercenaries, and of course the mercenaries themselves to act as an extension to your
Or
character.
maybe it's better now.
It's safe to say there's a lot of new character options and builds to think about. Instead of delving into all of these in more detail, we figured we'd just let you absorb them through the patch notes so you can do it at your own pace. In the Secrets of the Atlas expansion, we've also added a lot of the quality of life features that we know you've all been asking for. A lot of these have already been posted, but let's take a look now in case you missed any. You can now pause the game at any time by pressing escape to open the menu, or by opening any full screen interface, like the passive tree. You'll also be paused if any lag is detected or if you disconnect. It's worth noting that in certain Pinnacle arenas, a debuff will be applied to you that prevents you from pausing. We're also making a change to how you use currency items on strongboxes and monsters imprisoned in essences. Based on the currency in your inventory and the state of the strongbox, these buttons will appear. Valuable currency like divine orbs have been excluded from this as it would often be wasteful to use in this context. The same applies to essences with the remnant of corruption currency. Orbs of Horizon have been updated. They can now re-roll your Elder and Conqueror Guardian maps. Doing
That's such
so
a
will
change.
re-roll the
Love
base
that.
map and the Guardian of that map. The map device now has a small additional inventory. This is particularly useful if you're rolling many maps to run in sequence, or if you want to use varying amounts of scarabs or other map fragments. During breach encounters, all the splinters will be automatically collected and dropped at the end of the breach. On gamepads, we have separated the targeting of monsters and non-monsters, so you are able to target them independently. This removes a bunch of frustration when you are trying to interact with objects in the world and monsters are nearby. You no longer have to kill all of them first. Vendor windows will now remember your last search. This is remembered until you log out and is remembered on a per NPC basis. The amount of characters you can type in the search field has also been increased. When using currency items, after right-clicking them, it will highlight all other items which that currency can be used on. There are many other quality of life improvements, so keep an eye on the patch notes after this livestream concludes. Alongside the launch of Secrets of the Atlas, we are hosting a competitive event where players will race to be the first to kill the new pinnacle bosses.
I ain't racing to kill nothing.
The event will take place in the hardcore, solo self-found Mercenaries of Trathis League. We have some interesting prizes in store for the winners. Keep an eye on the news in the lead up to launch for more details about how the event will work and what its prizes are. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Frisian Magistrate and Crypt Keeper packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Frisian Magistrate series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Frisian Magistrate character effect will bind your character in thorny vines and roses. You can select which parts of the character you want to have covered. Either your entire body, your lower body, or your upper body. As you approach waypoints, it will emit leaves and golden petals towards it. When activating the waypoint, it will create a burst around you. Envelop your weapon in thorny vines and golden flora with the Frisian Magistrate weapon effect. Your weapon will also create a trail to match as you swing, and even comes with its own hit effect when slaying enemies. You are the law while wearing the armor of the powerful Frisian Grand Magistrate.
That's pretty cool though. The final armor?
The Spider Blossom pet activates its defense mechanism, disguising it as an elegant flower
Look at
when
that
near
cute little
rare
pet.
or unique enemies. The Frisian Imperial Magistrate back attachment comes in 2 forms. Equip either the Tombstone variant, which will leave tombstones in your honor when you meet your demise, or equip the Cape variant to cause the corpses of slain enemies to become enveloped in rose thorn vines and blossom with golden flowers. Keep track of how well, or poorly, your ultimatums with the Trial Master have gone with the Trials of Chaos hideout decoration. It will keep track of the total number of waves completed, the total number of ultimatums succeeded, or even failed. On top of that, it will track the total number of times you've defeated the Trial Master himself. The Crypt Keeper pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. With the Crypt Keeper finisher effect, death itself will tear through into the realm of the living and steal the soul of slain unique enemies. The Crypt Keeper portal effect creates a gateway for lost souls to pass through. Become the true master of the undead by wearing the hallowed Crypt Keeper armor set. It comes with a more armored helmet variant and a creepy mask with a spectral hood.
Ooh, creepy spectral hood, please.
Looking to have some fun during idle time in your hideout? The Burrowing Bramble Bash hideout decoration will test your reaction speed as you try to whack as many Devourer heads as possible in the shortest time. It also comes with a scoreboard, so you can try to set new records to show off to your friends or just visitors coming to trade. Equip yourself with the Ghostly Dead as you ride the line between the living and the dead with the Sacred Crypt Keeper back attachment. The Sacred Archives map device resembles a magical library with the works of scholars that come to life when you open a map. This map device tracks how many of each core league you've completed in in-game maps. These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console, and will remain so during Path of Exile Mercenaries of Trathis. Additionally, any microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2. Meanwhile, the Paladin and Penance packs leave the store forever at the launch of the Mercenaries of Trathis League, so now's your last chance to purchase them. Additionally, the Dawn of the Hunt mystery box will be made available for Path of Exile 1. If you have already unlocked any microtransactions from this box in Path of Exile 2, you will of course immediately have access to them in Path of Exile 1. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Secrets of the Atlas. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release.
Is my internet dying?
Release. Keep an eye on the
Was the
news.
stream just buffering a lot?
Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to dueling mercenaries, fighting new pinnacle bosses in the endgame, and exploring the new crafting systems and character builds next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Okay, it's not just mine. Okay, I was like, is my stuff okay?
Welcome back, Exiles, to another,
Okay, so
I
everyone's posting it.
expect, very large Q&A covering all that we have to cover for Secrets of the Atlas. Hi, Jonathan and Mark, welcome back, folks. Thanks for chatting with us once again.
Always great to
Yeah, I
have
think
you.
it's just their stuff. But I'll reload. But it's like chat saying it's lagging for them. Now we have it. Now we have an ad. Thanks, Tyler. We're missing 20 seconds of content. Yeah, it looks like oh, it's not a me issue. Which broke. They broke the internet with this, guys.
Stuff, and ultimately what it required is kind of like merging the teams back together, kind of having everything so that, like, you know, like everyone's able to work on both games, not necessarily simultaneously for a given like person, but effectively, you know, we need sort of, like, you know, our best people to be able to work on both games in order to really make sure that they're good. And so you know, that effectively means that merge sort of approach is definitely way better. And so now we've kind of got that, and, like, you know, now that we're back to sort of fixing deadlines again and everything like that, I think it will just like go a lot smoother. And, like, you know, I'm pretty happy with, like, you know, effectively that we kind of got our
Technical difficulties. All right, it's not just me. The stream cooked too hard, guys, and they broke the internet. GG destroyed the internet. We'll mute this for a little bit because I want to hear that weird noise. What is that? Secrets. Official trailer? Information stuff? We look at this while someone let me know when the live stream is back up. Actually, I'll just have it on a second screen and I'll pull it over when I need to. We'll watch this first. I'll look at this first. New storyline. Kind of know. Did I show anything interesting? Memories. I hope this memories thing becomes like a portal effect I can get. That'd be really sweet. I like the little memory thing. I think it's a really cool portal. Harness the power. Hell yeah, brother. The new pinnacle bosses look sweet as hell. $90? Alright. I'll probably pay it. This thing looks weird. Got a lot to think about. BPB went up. Cold Dot goes up. Cold Dot will go up if they buff Cold Dot. I don't think it can do pinnacle content as easily if they don't give me more damage. I mean, Pinnacle is different. I guess Pinnacle can do okay. It's more of Uber content. So if this goes into the whole thing crashed for a second there. Reap the rewards. All right, let's see what we got here. So we got my media player keeps crashing for the network area. I guess they're really having some serious issues over there, GGG. All right, let's look at this. So protection, this is a physical attack. Block. Armor from equipped item shield is doubled. Hey, quick question. Does that mean like shield crush will get like double damage, or is it just you getting the armor and not like the... No, damn it. All right. Thank you for crushing my dreams, Marshall. All right, moving on to the next one. It takes increase fire damage, reduce fire resistance, take fire damage when you use a skill, damage penetrant fire equal to your overcap fire res. I don't know. What is this used for? Yeah, that's what I thought. I just sad about it. Yeah, the whole GG video just kind of, it just took it offline completely for me. So I'll keep refreshing every once in a while to see if it comes back up. But if someone else sees it up before me, let me know. Oh, are we back to live now? It's up. They're not talking yet. All right, I'll wait for them to start talking, and then I'll switch back over. This thing, it's kind of whatever. Oh, we're here. Okay, we're talking now. Let's go back. We'll look at that later.
Okay. For the Secrets of the Atlas, we've got a nice big one. We're going to restart. We had a little bit of technical difficulties there, but we're ready to get into a nice big long Q&A session here. So I did ask the question that after nearly a year since the last major Path of Exile release, it feels like there's, a fair bit of pressure on this one to be something pretty major, but also to show that you guys still love and care about Path of Exile 1 and have a future for it.
For sure, yeah. So, as I was just saying, I feel like we've kind of finally got our shit together as a studio now, as I said in the intro. So we've sort of changed our approach. We've we've merged the development teams back together. We've kind of got everyone on one floor in the middle layer, like all the developers. And now we're kind of making it so that, we're effectively moving people, backwards and forwards from PoE 1 and 2 sort of as needed. And that's definitely a much better structure for us because it just means that we get, all our best people can work on, whatever game needs it right now. We've always worked well with kind of the fixed, in the past, sort of with the fixed deadline model where it's like, we have a fixed deadline, but if we, and what's in the patch depends on what's ready by the time we get there. And I think that's just going to result in a much better experience for players. And so now that we've kind of got that, this really represents, what we can deliver sustainably, what we can deliver in 4 months, and so we'd expect to see this kind of, amount of content every 4 months, as we go forward. And for PoE 1 and 2 as well.
Good point, Jonathan. Good job.
Now that things are back, I would say, we're kind of back in our stride again. Things should go a lot smoother from now.
In some, we're back.
That's not
Hey guys,
thank goodness we're back.
I did feel like that. I feel like the reception's been very positive so far, and I've been having a bit of a chance to play around with mercenaries, which are exceeding my expectations in terms of how fun and powerful they are. I feel like you guys have made them really powerful too. So
we've honestly been talking about making a mercenary for probably 5 to 10 years. It's been one of those things
you've
that
been telling me about it for years.
Yeah, exactly.
Came up with the PoE 2 Rogue Exiles. Came up during Settlers League. That's just the recent. A year ago, within the last year stuff.
You guys baited me pretty hard because last league you put out this system where you have these exiles that you send out on maps, and I'm like, oh, we're gonna gear them and all this stuff, and it's like, oh, I can't wait. That's what I've always wanted. And then it wasn't that, and I'm like, oh, now you're never gonna do that because you did this instead. And then literally next league, you do the mercenaries finally. So was it like waiting on something? Was there something that needed to happen there?
I guess it was more just a question of having a good design for how it could work. And, there was a couple of other things. One thing that wasn't really mentioned in the video very much is that the mercenaries do count as half a player for the purposes of drops and monster difficulty. And so that's going to kind of change the calculus a little bit. You're effectively getting 9-player difficulty and loot, which there is some differences to the way that works now. But that's kind of one of those things that if we just added mercenaries without doing something like that, then it would mean that the game would be too easy. So that's why they've kind of got that situation going on.
It means
I love Diablo 2 mercenaries.
At best, if you're a more bad build, bad character, new player, whatever you want to call that.
they're going to carry you probably, or could carry you. And at worst, if you're, the power of 10,000 gods and have infinite everything and screen coverage and DPS, then they're just boosting your loot. Right, so there's a flaw there on either side that is just going to be beneficial to every single player. So
it sounds like absolute beautiful chaos, like 6-player party plus 6 exiled mercenaries.
Our initial design had it that you could have up to 6 players, or 1 player and. Well, I guess 3 players and 3 mercenaries, It was like a mercenary takes a player slot is what we initially had.
That was the initial way to think about balance, but I think it wouldn't have been nearly as good because you want the mercenary to be part of your build to kind of feel like it's actually, because, it comes with like auras and things like that. Like effectively that all becomes part of your build at that point. So it's kind of important that you don't have to sacrifice that when you're playing in a party with other people.
Didn't want to have the thing of like, okay, you join your 3 friends and then whose mercenary gets used.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
do I not get to have my guy now? And I don't get, So it's, we ended up getting away from that and just going, everyone bring the merc, and which results in peak chaos. But it's fun.
Just 6 players and 6 mercenaries on a map.
And you did tell me that there's changes for that as well.
Yes, of course you can have. In fact, I expect a lot of people to now have your 6-player party with your 6 mercenaries and everyone with them animate guardian, because how can you add mercenaries and then have a point to say that they don't drop loot when they die, and also not make the same change to animate guardian? However. If they do die in the instance, you can't bring them back. So at least there is still that penalty to having them be weak. So if they just die at the start, they're gone.
Yeah. Until you play another.
It's going to result in a
Empyrean and
lot more people using Animate Guardian in their build. But now you have to gear up your character, 1 Animate Guardian and 1 mercenary. So we'll multiple mercenaries technically. So we'll see how the itemization and trade economy goes in that regard. And
yeah, that's kind of cool though. Is like having all that extra demand for gear and. It's I was certainly like thinking about how I want to keep some of this gear aside for like the potential mercenary I was trying to find and things like that. But that adds a lot to that. But I did want to, before we get stuck into some of the new content, just kind of like help ease people who maybe are a little bit worried about the future of Path of Exile just a little bit more. So this is what you hope to be able to deliver every 4 months, and you've got a much more strict kind of like approach to that now, where you were saying to me like, well, if this thing that you're talking about is not ready, then it's not going in that.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas before you would push the date, I felt.
Exactly, 100%. So we've been in the kind of push the date mindset, I would say, for like a couple of years now.
Yeah.
And in the past, we were never like that. We were way more strict with it. And I think it was definitely beneficial to do that. The issue it was so hard to develop PoE 2 at the same time when we had all that stuff. So now that we're kind of like in the mode where we can support both with the release frequently, it means we can kind of go back to that model. And as I said, I think it'll just be way better.
I just want to make sure we are always going to be that whole like plus or minus 1 week flexibility, because you have things like
there might
holidays,
be like exactly.
conventions, clashes with things and all that. So obviously you get that just before we get held to the strict to the day 4 month thing. But yes, it is the goal. 100% you go back to that. I think there is it is very, very important that you have, as a player and a long-term player of a game, of which many of our players are, you have that consistency and you know what to expect, and you can be like, yes, I've played for my month, I've played for my 2 months, I know I can just, stop for 2 or swap to the other game, do that, and then I can know it's going to be coming again in 2 months, instead of that just like...
there for me again when I need it.
that like unknown is very sad, honestly, as a developer and as a player, and I certainly don't want to do that ever again.
I imagine it has a toll on the team in terms of them like knowing, because it's hard to make content, I imagine, and just not have it get shipped. Like, because it's the dates being pushed out.
It depends on the person. Some people kind of like actually prefer that more. Some people do really like the deadlines. It's honestly a variety.
Yeah, okay, bit of mixture. And you mentioned blending the teams together. That's like a big change. Whereas before you were explicitly trying to separate them, and there was the question of like, well, there's problems with that, right?
Yeah. Well, so I mean, we had problems when they were blended originally, like years ago, where PoE 2 wasn't getting like it kind of wasn't working because that deadline was so far out that it kind of worked. So we had to split the team to get PoE 2 shipped at that point. But now that we're back in, like releasing frequently, it just makes more sense to bring everyone back together again. And it keeps the expertise up and makes sure that, like the games are, there's just technical things like making sure that the engine is like in sync for both games and that kind of stuff. Like there's just so many elements that sort of make it better to have everyone merged together, I think.
I imagine it helps with the cross-pollination between games. We just got pausing, which is
for sure.
one of my most wanted quality of life improvements, that's a phenomenal announcement. But I certainly see people asking about things like WASD and stuff like that. And this support for the future is...
Unfortunately, WASD just can't really happen because... Well, okay, I say that, but there's the thing, right? So effectively, in order for WASD to happen, we would need to be able to change the rigs over to the PoE 2 character rigs. In order for that to happen, we need to get all the micros ported over, and then we'd need to port all of the armors from PoE 1 over to those rigs as well. So it would be a really long-term thing. Yeah. There might be a world one day where that can happen, but it's certainly a long process to get that to happen.
That's what I was kind of wondering is, do you envision a situation where Path of Exile 1 is, warrants that sort of massive effort in a year or two or something like that?
Once we've got all the microtransactions ported, which we're doing anyway, then it wouldn't be so bad. I mean, it would be a lot, but not not completely unreasonable. So it's a thing that could happen, but it's a lot of effort to get that feature. So the main reason to do it isn't even for WSD. It's because we've been pretty unable to make new combat animations for PoE 1 for so long due to all of the problems with the rigs. So if the main reason to do it would be that we can make new actual melee skills properly again. That would be the reason. I mean, hopefully we can get to that. It's just it'll take a while though.
A lot of the skills you'd notice, and if people have been playing PoE 1 for years, any of the new skills we add often just reuse the same animations.
Exactly.
And they're not exactly the most modern things in the world.
Not so much you can do with it now.
You don't get to do the cool custom flurries with your swords and combos and all that kind of stuff, and I mean, you still obviously have Cyclone, where you just spin in a circle, and if you remove all the effects from that, you're literally just on a pivot doing this. It looks a little bit silly, but
I mean, I am keen to do it though. It's just it'll take a while.
Yeah. It's I feel like I notice the kind of an increasing disparity between the bosses in PoE 1 kind of pushing further ahead because you have a bit more freedom, I guess, to use more modern.
Well, the bosses are new, new content, right? So they get to just and the engine's the same, so you get to use all the modern tech for completely new content.
So they're looking better and better and better, but the players are kind of staying a bit behind. So
don't need to rig anything to the bosses. They don't need to equip 10,000 microtransactions, thankfully.
So that's a unique challenge for you, but it seems like you've got a plan of kind of how to approach it potentially.
Sure.
Yeah, all right. So while we're on this kind of frank discussion, is something that people often have been mentioning is this idea that maybe they love Path of Exile 1, but they're not that interested in Path of Exile 2. And they maybe feel like their money when they buy a supporter pack for Path of Exile 1 is going to a company that's developing both games, and one of those being something that they're maybe not that interested in.
Right. Well, I mean, ultimately, now that we're kind of in the shared model, it's kind of... It doesn't really, it's sort of hard for us to say, that money goes to one particular team or another. It doesn't really work like that because we're all merged. The main thing is just to understand is that when we're in PoE 1 development mode, then PoE 1 takes precedence and any resource that it needs.
I like that he's actually asking questions that people care about instead of giving softball questions to them he has in past interviews.
It's the opposite of that, right? Where we've got that sort of going on. So there's always going to be people working on each game all the time, but it's if one's going to come out soon, that one's getting all the attention.
So on
every
Reddit
resource that PoE 1
asking people for questions they would want to see.
Yeah, I got to see that first.
I think it's the first time I've seen him actually publicly ask.
Right, this moment because in the last week. But it's kind of variable. If you look at things like the advice.
So it's nice that
you've probably got a better idea of the breakdown. It's how much of the VFX team was working on PoE 1 versus 2 in the last,
Yeah, the whole all but 1 is currently on PoE. All but 2. I guess that doesn't really make sense. They don't know how many. So 80% of the team is on PoE 1 right now.
Yeah. But it's kind of variable through the months.
But the dynamic thing is because obviously we had 021 for PoE 2 that we're working on, and yesterday I moved some people onto that, quickly got some stuff across the line, literally 2 hours later moved them back, and it's pretty hyperactive,
right?
But honestly, that's kind of how our leadership style is. We kind of we're a little bit crazy.
But I also think that developing 0 to 1 at the same time is kind of proof that it's possible. To make sure that we can actually support both games at the same time.
I mean,
with the level of support we need. I mean, there's those videos even that were made by the we're getting more people. It's we can kind of manage it. So
I do feel like this is a positive upswing in that regard. It was definitely a bit of wavering there for a while, but I went from a 1-game studio to a 2-game studio.
One thing to note, and this is you say about the bosses going up and the characters, saying so, that is also because we are, it is very, very, very useful in the same sense that certain game features get taken from one game to another. We see a lot of the quality of life stuff come to PoE 1. Those bosses are animated or rigs from PoE 2 that we have like fully remodeled and reskinned. So you get to reuse that entire animation set. Sure, you got to tweak some stuff, but then like you can have one animation be 8 different skills if you put your mind to it and actually design the different outcomes.
Awesome.
So you end up with this thing where we're actually harvesting a lot of materials back from PoE 2 to 1. And this is how we're going to be able to get even more bosses, even more monsters, even more of that content just all the time. So
it's in ways where players can't tell though. Like it's really
you wouldn't. Some people might be able to see. Oh, wait, I feel like I've seen that before, maybe, but you'd have to look real close and be real into it.
Yeah.
And so obviously, I know me saying it removes the allure of it, but like it is like ultra beneficial to be able to harvest all that art.
Mm-hmm.
And so you could look at it as like, oh, that PoE 2 art is going on PoE 2. It's not like. All of that, I'm just constantly going, I'm going to take that, take that,
And the tech as well, of course, right? Like any new renderer features we're making, like all that stuff, you get to use it all.
So hopefully it's more of a positive thing. But I think to wrap it up, I think what it all really comes down to is people just want to know that they can feel confident that Path of Exile 1 has a future where you guys love it and giving it the attention that it deserves.
The next year is going to be the year of Path of Exile, 100%, right? I mean we're talking, every 4 months, both games? It's every 2 months, 6 releases.
6 releases a year.
Wild.
6 releases a year, that's going to be...
If you guys can pull that off for a year, that's going to be wild. I'm looking forward to it. But, I mean, and to allay people's concerns, I guess, in that regard, is you were telling me that this expansion is like... this is part of a multi-season story arc that you're saying.
100%. Like, with, obviously, you... there's a whole bunch I can rant about here. But... effectively, obviously you see Zana coming back. I know, spoiler, sorry, but it kind of was important.
Yep.
You got Zana coming back, and you've got, it's an additive storyline for now, and that was kind of on purpose because I wanted the endgame to be still familiar. I wanted people, after coming back after almost a year, to still have the core of the endgame be familiar, but have this additive layer on top that's cool and new and they can explore. And I didn't want to like completely rework all the mechanics, and people are, I want PoE 1, finally a PoE 1 expansion. They come back and they're like, the hell is this end game? This isn't what I remember. This isn't what I was familiar with. So it was really important with this update to have a layer of familiarity across the board, and then like improved and reworked things and removing, obviously with Betrayal, we've removed a lot of the constraints and annoyance and all of that, but it's still mostly just additive stuff on top. Same with the end game. The League is obviously additive, the mercenaries. So having that there, so there's that core Path of Exile 1 familiarity, was important for this one. But yes, it is like part 1 of a new arc of the end game storyline. Zana's back. We've got a whole new thing to explore. I'm not going to spoil too much of what exactly happens, but there's some cool shit in there. But effectively, it's like a way to think about it is we're now kind of we're going to, over obviously a relatively long time, have the era of the primordials kind of phase out and have the era of this new endgame phase in. And so, it's kind of set up for, right now it's an additive one. Maybe the next endgame one would be a bit more transformative, and then we'll go from there and just explore through this new storyline. So that'd be fun.
I can tell you're excited for like the future of PoE 1, which is, this is a good shift, I think. And you were saying you've even got like a good idea that for 326 that you really want to...
327, yes.
Oh, sorry, next one. Next one.
I do, yes. So, like, another thing with like this expansion, right, is like it's quite content heavy. When you do an in-game expansion in a league, it's a lot of content.
Yeah.
So, like, you have some things have to take priority, other things have to take less priority, and so like the character stuff where we've done a decent chunk of character balance and the new systems interact with all of that. There's clearly ones like, I know Settlers had like just the Giga Melee rebalance and rework, and it changed like 1,000 systems in drastic ways and all of that. But again, I wanted this time more familiarity, and then 327, we're going to go just ballistic on the characters and do as much as we possibly can to like, amp that up, and I don't know, maybe fully revamp wand builds and create a whole new thing there. And now we have to because I said that. But, that kind of stuff. So, obviously you have ones that are more content-centric, ones that are more character balance-centric, and different focuses like that. So this one, content, in-game. We wanted our core players who have been playing for 10 years, the ones that are really looking for PoE, who are like mostly playing in the end game, to really have that like expansion and new boss fights. And
that was a discussion we had yesterday, actually, was this idea that you don't necessarily have to worry about new player onboarding as much for Path of Exile 1 now. But that's more the focus for PoE 2.
I would definitely say that, yeah, for PoE 1, it's like it's now very easy to just say, you know what, like if this isn't new player friendly, it's okay. Like we're making a game for the experienced PoE 1 players, so like we can just go ham with all that stuff.
Yeah, you can kind of go nuts with
you know,
it.
like if you're a new player, then PoE 2 is obviously going to be more appealing, you know, like I'd imagine they're more likely to want to go there. But of course, PoE 1's still, you know, like it's still like we're not going to throw that away completely, but it's like certainly in terms of the focus of the content, like a lot more sort of in-game stuff, you know, the pinnacles obviously and things like that. Like this is stuff that appeals to someone who actually is able to get to that content. So you know, yeah. Of course, you've still got the leagues. You know, the mercenaries. I think you initially when we first told you about it, you seemed a little bit like, oh yeah, I don't know how big that's going to be. But then when you actually played it, it's like, you know, it's quite a thing.
Yes, it was beyond what I expected playing it.
Right.
Because I brought up a concern after watching the reveals that I felt like there was a bit of a gap, some disparity in kind of what you revealed once I got the sense of like what was Secrets of Atlas versus Mercenaries of Trathus. I had some concerns. I was like, okay, so the Mercenaries thing seems like really awesome, and that kind of is like, by the time you get to endgame, you've kind of started to explore a lot of that. And, you know, there's still more progression beyond that, but that's like, it's not necessarily like a ton of new content for that mechanic beyond that. And then you've got this new Secrets of the Atlas system, which starts at tier 14. It's very endgame pinnacle content focus. So I'm like, it feels like there's kind of a gap there between tier 1 and 14. But you mentioned yesterday after that discussion that maybe you've changed it.
I initially was like, you know, people are coming back after a long time. They're going to come back, and yeah, some people have been playing, but like the majority of people haven't, and they're going to come back, get to that end game, and be like, all right, let's get my footing back, refigure things out. Obviously, Settlers is there, but I understand a lot of people have experienced that in the last year, so that's not going to feel too new, but there's a little bit going on there. You've obviously got Betrayal, and then yes, we have our whole like certain scarabs up, certain scarabs down kind of balance, which I will note, by the way, only a portion of which will be in the initial set of patch notes. We'll have more scarab changes coming soon.
Patch note expansions to be announced.
People who, ideally our PoE 1 players know by now, we get a little bit feral and we just go to the end. We go till Friday of the release date for our balance changes, so not everything is there, but a lot of it is. You know, there's all those changes, and I thought, yeah, it's all good. What we'll do is aim for the people who really want new pinnacle fights. Like, when we added the tier 17s, they were a bridge between pinnacle and uber pinnacles. So they weren't even the kind of highest tier of difficulty in the game. And you could argue these aren't either because they're pinnacles, but they are a step above the existing pinnacles. They are a bit harder. That being said, of course, just to clarify, there is a quest version of them where it is you get to tier 14s and you will find them deterministically and get through all three of them. Just for the narrative, you get to explore all that. They're easier balance. And then you get into farm mode where you get the true rewards and the true, you know, difficulty test. But, yeah, as you pointed out, I thought that'd be all right. And then you did raise your, like, but what about between tier 1 and 14? It's not going to feel very new. And it was like...
Yeah, where's the content?
Yeah, fair enough. So, yeah, we made some changes, of course. And as much as now in the live stream it says we're introducing it at high tier maps, that is where the story is introduced, so to speak. But we're now adding a bunch of trickled stuff beforehand, all the way from, like, tier 3 maps, where you're now, you're finding those memory influence maps, or the influence by the originator, as it said. You're getting the memory strand items, which are very useful for actually finding good item drops and crafting as you're going through the in-game. And so you're getting that all the way through. And then, once you get to the higher tier maps is when you get into the actual pinnacle storyline with the new 3 pinnacle bosses. So I mean, look, straight up, it was just like what we thought was good oversight, but like, this is always what happens. I think even Jonathan mentioned earlier is that often, when we have these podcasts and interviews, it's just like half the time we end up discussing stuff that we're then going to go and change the day after or the day of, and that's exactly what
I feel like something always
doing.
comes out of the Q&A. You usually do some sort of live development during these, which I love.
mean, there's so much that like to not... And happening so rapidly and coming together very much, all together at the end. It's impossible to really have your eye on everything and not miss like some things. Even we always often miss things, and then it goes live, and then we address it then as well and stuff like that, right? It's just like very, very, very crazy. But again, that's I kind of think that's the magic to it, and what allows us to do so much in so little time. But it is also the thing as well that's going to result in the 6 expansions coming in the next year for the combined games. So
yeah. So now like the state of it looks like veteran players are going to be exploring the mercenaries as they're leveling up. They're going to be going into the end game and kitting out, trying to find their ideal mercenaries, gearing them up, swapping them around, starting to interact with memory packs of enemies that drop memory influenced maps, that drop memory influenced items that they can craft. Which I'm excited about that as like a progression, that crafting system with the boosted craft. And that was, you mentioned like a way of kind of getting the tiering system into Path of Exile 1.
The initial idea there was like, how can we get the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 item drops from PoE 2 system into PoE 1? And it was like, well, why don't we just do it in the new endgame system? And then we're like, well, we can have more granularity. It can go all the way from 1 to 100. There's not really much point not. And so you're finding better items. Like every time you pick up these items, it could have a set of full tier 1 modifiers. So that was the initial goal. And then, it was like, well, may as well. Like the crafting orbs can just consume it as well. Now it's worth getting into that specifically. The basic crafting orbs all consume it. And right now, like, we don't have fossils and harvest and stuff do it, but it is our intention to implement that. But it's a bit scary. There's some OP there for sure, but I really like all those systems interacting and interweaving.
Please.
Now, what we're finding right now is that you actually do that crafting first, then you consume the memory strands for like the final exalts and final applications. And that is something that is happening internally, and you're getting some pretty insane outcomes there to guarantee like a T1 mod on your final exalts and stuff like that. But yeah, if we were to do it the other way around, you'd probably end up having it be very much using all those systems. So before we turn that on, obviously we're going to review every single thing and make sure we're definitely happy with everything, because it is a very complicated web of craziness. But
actually, that was a question I was wanting to ask. Was like, how do you even make new crafting systems for PoE1 at this point? Like with all the various intricate, do you just kind of like make it and
you just
cross
have
your
to,
fingers?
You just have to effectively just take the chance and just come up with what you can do. Because if you worried about literally everything, you'd never make anything. So you have to on some level.
But it's the same with uniques. It's the same with new character systems. There's so many variables that you kind of just like. Here's a thing.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, exactly.
That's kind of broken. Great.
It's fun though. It's just fun.
So you've got this progression system now, which sounds phenomenal. That sounds like a really nice improvement to like, while we're exploring the various changes you've done to things like the massive overhaul to Betrayal, for example, and like the new Scarabs, those new systems, the integration of like the previous content that's gone core. And then you get to tier 14, and then it's like new story kicks in with the Secrets of the Atlas, the memory system, and that uses the kind of like the idea of those memory threads.
Yeah, we had what was memories before.
Yeah.
So that was like there was Alva's memory and all of that, and they had kind of different things. You couldn't juice them, but some of them gave pretty specific rewards, and a bunch of them were worth absolutely nothing.
The lack of juicing kind of meant that they didn't really have a good place in the end game, though.
Yeah, there was only a couple that were worthwhile.
We were like, we didn't really give that system justice, so like let's kind of use that as the baseline for the new memory threads, except we 100% allow full juicing.
Yep.
And make them more unique, have the alter mods at the end of each run, and then have the new influence mechanic. And then what we did is we took all those memories and we were like, I think it was Octavian actually who suggested it, was like,
good job.
Put all those on Kirak. And so all the Kirak missions that can now be offered, since Kirak also couldn't be juiced, Kirak missions now can give you all of the things that appeared on those memories before, which gives him a unique thing that he didn't have before as well, and it can be more valued farming that. So 2 birds, 1 stone.
Some love. That's
good suggestion.
Thanks, Octavian.
And but yeah, effectively those, and then we're like, those memory strands, we don't want it to just be I'm doing normal mapping, then you find the memory I've already tripped up now. It's this thing we were talking about yesterday with all the terminology.
Memory threads versus memory strands.
The memory threads. Again, once you're playing, it's a bit more clear. But we've got a bit of synonym thesaurus issues going on. You're doing the memory threads, and it's like, well, we want to be able to do that experience without just having to go, okay, I don't want to have to run a bunch of maps, get a thread, have some fun, and then, I'm back to just, regular things. So we're like, well, once you finish the storyline, I won't explain exactly how that concludes because it's a big one. What those maps that you can find on that thread now will start dropping but it's T16s,
Yep.
and more frequency, and then but they will be rolling with Tier 17 mod pool, and we're kind of calling those T16.5s because they are very close to T17s, and it's kind of honestly, I would say in some cases, if you get the right memory skills, better than T17s.
Good.
Which I know has been a huge concern,
Yep.
and I agree with that, and I am finally, hopefully, we can not have just the age of T17s that can't self-sustain and you have to trade for, and a lot of frustration there. That's the
Excellent.
That's the hope. If it doesn't fully solve it, obviously it's still the intention to.
Well,
so
more
we will-
bridges.
Let's talk about the
More
problem
bridge.
with tier 17s then. So, like, obviously, there's a few issues going on there. It seems like that you had this like very varied endgame, tons of different maps and everything, and then kind of narrow that down to 4 maps instead. And obviously, it was presenting problems for build diversity as
It was
well.
also it was also a clash because it was like those were meant to be the bossing way to get to the Ubers.
Yeah.
And it ended up being the juicing. And so then
Yeah.
you have you have a kind of economy clash between people who want to farm bosses and people who want to juice. And it was like, okay, well, they were intended to be the boss way. Whoops. But they were still kind of fun for both axes, in some regard, minus a few little bits and pieces. Like, obviously, we had to do some changes to the mods, how they generated. Like, we certainly had some hiccups with that one the first time around. But it was then all of a sudden now T16s are dead,
Yeah.
So the hope here, bring them back. You can farm the map you want as with the originator influence on it, I believe is what the text said, or what I call memory influence or Zana influence. All of these things, whatever. They're influenced with a bunch of red and blue stuff. You get the pedals, you get the skills, but you get the div card you want, you get to farm the layout you want, you get to do the boss you want, and you don't have to deal with,
Can you say somewhat definitively if like juicing is going to be happening at tier 16s again, or is it still going to be tier 17s a bit? Or not sure.
I currently, as far as I can tell, it should be in the 16s, but I didn't want to make it that the 17s are just garbage.
Yeah.
So
you haven't taken a hard stance
I
on
think
it. Yeah.
I think especially with the right memory influence skills appearing, which you do have to take a bit of a gamble for, and sometimes you get really good ones and sometimes you get okay ones. That's part of the fun when you get it and you're like, oh yes, I got the epic one that revives monsters and I get all the loot twice. And then
Doubled.
when you get that kind of thing, it's going to be like, okay, this is just 100% better. Like, how was it not? And then of course multiply that with all the all flames, and there's going to be some madness occurring. Not Necropolis tier madness, but there will be madness. We have learnt from that a bit. Don't you worry about that. That was out of control on a level unprecedented.
No meat sacks. Got it.
Still new tiers of madness.
There's a question from chat about Atlas passive skill tree, and with it expanding, like with all these new things being added to it. Is that something you consider as to like how many points you end up getting and those decisions like between things?
I like the amount of points you get and the amount you can invest in a given tree loadout. I think that is correct.
Still feels right.
Like we do remove a little bit of nodes and we have added some, but I wouldn't we've added new ways to juice via the influence. We've added new ways to add more things to the all flames and stuff like that, and there's new multiplicative things going on there. I wouldn't also then want to just be like, here's another plus 20% on the tree as well. I think that choice matters. I like that choice matters, and I think you should have to give up something to get something of the new thing, or have one of your loadouts focus on that and two of the others focus on something else. So
something else that sounds like it's going to help is you mentioned to me this idea that you might be getting more access to the content from the investment nodes that you're taking anyway via scarabs, right? Scarab drops.
Oh
on
yeah,
nodes.
yeah, true. I mean, it was more of a SSF feature, but it will work for everyone. But both the map device where you apply like Breach League and a bunch of the nodes on the Atlas tree that are like, chance to have breaches in your maps, both also now increase the chance of you getting scarabs of that league's type, which is kind of how PoE 2 did it as well with their leagues, where
the content to get the
you
content.
get expedition to get more expeditions.
Great.
It's the same thing here. We just wanted to push that a bit more, give a little bit more agency, and influence the scarabs you're getting. That way, you're getting more of the ones you want, because there are a lot of scarabs, of course, and you can block a decent chunk of them, and you can invest in some others. And we're just like, more agency is better here, like straight up. So may as well, and it just simply adds more value to the map device craft. So why not?
All right. I know we're jumping around topics a lot here, but let's just kind of be in the flow of things. But on the mercenary topic, so you've designed these guys to be so good that everyone's going to want to use one, right? And that's like the right way to design it objectively. But it does raise the question as to you need to make sure that they're not abrasive to use, that they're fun to use, that there's not necessarily problems where you feel like, oh, I have to use them. So how do you go about making sure that that's the case for these guys?
I mean, obviously them increasing the difficulty, is a thing that says maybe you don't want to necessarily, maybe they're not pulling their weight on a boss fight, and stuff like that, making it actually harder because of the
or
life.
If you don't have the right mercenary,
or if you don't have the right mercenary, you don't have the right gear on them. These are factors. However, generally they should be fun to have with you. You should want to engage with it. That is the League. If you're not playing in the League, or you don't want to engage with the League as much, you still got the end game, you still got Betrayal, you still got, the Settlers, all that stuff is all still there, the character balance changes, everything's still there. It's just, ideally you'd want to engage with the mercenaries. They are generally more beneficial than not. You would have to really over-level them and not be upgrading them for them to start being kind of useless.
But the item and combat mechanic with them by itself is also, even if you're not hiring a mercenary, there's still, there's a source of items there. There's new things like mechanics that they've got going on with that. So, even that part is a thing in itself.
Well, something I didn't realize from watching it and then even playing for a while was that, and I think the UI is getting improved by launch for this, but when they have the currency pocket, when you don't actually pick a currency from that, they give you all the currency from that.
Comes out tomorrow? No, it doesn't come out tomorrow.
It was a bit juicier than I thought it was.
I also don't think I'd want it to come out tomorrow because these patch notes are insane.
Why not? It was interesting creating
when I get into this.
There's not many leagues where you get one reward.
Yeah.
And obviously not the currency pouch, but you
pick a item,
picking a single piece of gear.
Yep.
And so we had to really think okay, I mean you can see it, so you already get a pick from all the different slots. But it was how do we make sure that their gear is comparable to what a player would have, which is kind of you're identifying many and picking the best, and you're crafting a thing, and so it's always better than average. And so we had to really think about what their gear should and what their items should look like. To be comparable to something you would actually want or have. It's rare to have a league where you actually only just get one item. Even Ultimatum, sure, you get one and many rounds in a row, so you still get up to 10, whereas this is just actually one.
So you have to make sure it's good, right?
Yeah, and that was actually kind of complicated to do, but, there's some pretty powerful stuff you can get from that. I mean, obviously the uniques are relatively easy to put in, but they do affect the mercenaries in some pretty crazy ways. But the... rare items and stuff like that, it was a little bit complicated to actually get that to feel good, such that you feel like, I actually want to take that as opposed to just always taking the currency. But if you want to do that, go ahead as well.
Was there any kind of, just out of curiosity, was there any kind of thought on, as to what sort of items or what sort of mods they roll on their items then? Since they're they are kind of specific builds.
Yeah, kind of. It is relative to the build more so, yes.
Yeah.
There are 30-something different archetypes. So we talked about the Striker and I can't remember the names of Eruptor and stuff, but there are 30-something of them. And, there's a Chaos Mage and there's ones with curses and ones with auras and ones with... I'm obviously listing all the utility stuff because I know that it's the aura bots of Trathus really is probably how a lot of people are going to see it.
No aura, exiled.
But actually, there's a lot of custom skills in there. They're not entirely player skills.
Yeah,
I know we touched on the Trathus skills, but we only showed this. I feel there's maybe around 16 of them. Some of them
and
are
you
cool.
Can get those, right?
They can just be in their little pouch.
And you can just take one.
You can pick them, and when if you defeat them, they drop it, and you get it, and that's a new. So it's kind of like a transfigured gem in a way, but it's a Trathan gem, and it's just so that's a way of delivering a bunch of new skills. And I know you have Blood Storm Call, which is physical that creates a blood dot. So you maybe want to add, so there might be some.
They say blood dots
that want to do that. There's
I love physical dots,
shield throws, and a whole bunch of different things. We saw the siege ballista in the live stream, but there's certainly a whole bunch of them. I know there's a kind of incinerate based blast rain. Blast rain was it? Yeah, arrow comes down, does a wave of. Almost like an incinerate wave out of it and stuff like that. So
had some fun with that.
Spoiling a bunch of them, but it's only 4 or so. But there's heaps of different skills there, which is pretty cool. But then they also just have kind of high cooldown and different passive skills and stuff like that as well. So there's a lot of stuff.
Should have put more of those in the video, honestly.
Yeah, possibly. Probably. Yeah. And there's probably some surprise and cool stuff for people to find. It was a 42-minute presentation. It's all right. Give a taste. Let people find a lot of cool stuff on live. So,
in terms of making him fun to like
Yeah,
manage and
it's kind
hire
of like
and things
how
that.
cold
If
dot
you'd asked me before
stacks like
playing
multiple
it,
cold
I would have
dots to
said
make the
like,
damage go up. So
oh yeah, you want to be able to like spend some sort of passive
really
or
good.
something like that. But then actually after playing it, I was like, oh, it's.
But I
kinda
wonder
good
if your
that
mercenaries will
you didn't go
benefit from
that-
like your
to that
tree,
level
or
because
because
then there's no lock-in with them. You can change between them easily.
Would have
and-
been a bit annoying. I think.
Yeah, and
When
a
did
bit too much tedious upkeep.
low micromanagement on this. So like doing
Yeah.
the gear, but you won't have to do that too often. They don't level up. They don't have like they have a passive tree behind the scenes. You just don't get to
Oh,
see it or
so you just
engage
mentioned
with
it.
it.
There we
I
go.
wasn't actually sure. Was that
I mean,
implementers
it's
actually
stupid.
allocating individual nodes?
No,
I assumed not. I assumed
they
not.
have a
I assumed
trough and
not.
passive tree.
Okay.
Secret proprietary.
Yeah.
Right,
I mean,
right.
look, they gain stats as they
Yeah.
as they level up, and it's kind of relative to the archetype, and there's some stuff going
Mm-hmm.
on. But you don't need to care about that. It's just as far as you know, they're higher level. They've made somewhat intelligent decisions about their passive points and whatnot, and they're pretty good. Of course, some are better than others. Some will be good for your build. Much like you will have, here's the meta ascendancies for a league. Probably those, each meta ascendancy then has the meta mercenary for the league, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it'll
and
be matched to your builds,
Yeah,
I
it's
imagine.
going to be pretty crazy, I suspect, in the end. There's like, as much as it's pretty simple to just arrange them, there's going to be a lot of little minor complexities.
That's poor path of building, guys.
I was going to say, like, are they going to have to implement some interesting?
They're definitely going to be a part of your build, so it's going to go in there. Yeah.
100%.
They can give you auras and various other buffing skills. I had a Templar that had like an aura, and he had the smite with the lightning aura.
Your
from it.
meta
should
build,
just
then for that
pay
you need
for
your
local
3
identity to
meta
kind of have a
mercenaries, and
building
then your
to, like,
meta animate
work
guardian,
for
and then
them
you've got,
in their corporation.
oh my god, too many. I mean, at least a lot more items will be getting put to use, so that's good.
I'll be curious to see how the Animate Guardian feels, because I don't know, like that one has obviously the skill gem cost as well, potentially like supports and things like that.
Of course. But,
So that's obviously a bit more of a tax, whereas these guys are just a free add-on on top. They don't cost you anything except gold.
I mean, gold.
Yeah, gold.
You know.
Which was you intentionally didn't go for an upkeep cost for them, which I noted.
Yeah. I mean, you already earned there. You still got to pay them a little bit, but you defeated them. You don't need to pay them by the hour anymore.
There's a gold cost if they die, which I found I had a couple die early on, but then they were mostly, especially if I picked good ones, they were staying alive. Like I had one guy that I was ridiculously tanky, and then some of them had like 4k life, and this guy had like vitality and enduring cry and kind of like a fizz aura and immortal call and things like that. I'm like, oh yeah, these guys are kind of better than me.
It's true. Often you might find yourself aspiring to become more like your mercenary.
Yes.
But look, these are trained fighters from a ruthless place in Trothus, and they've come here, and they're like, "What are all you weaklings doing?" And so,
it was quite confronting when I was like doing my usual running through mud flats with my ranger in a Hessian sackcloth clothing, and then I run into literally the ranger one, and they're like wearing Giga MTXs and they got like all these different supported skills, and they're like comboing them together, and I'm like, whoa.
It's giving you something to aspire to.
Yes.
It's, this is what I can become. And it's, whoops.
I felt really good when I fired them later.
Yeah, look, remember, they came here of their own choice. They haven't been exiled here as a criminal left to rot on a beach.
I have to say, they kind of feel like suckers. So they've got this honor code system, right, that says that if a challenger comes and challenges them, they have to wager literally one of the pieces of clothing they're wearing of the challenger's choosing, and the challenger doesn't have to put up anything. Like, you don't have to wager anything of yourself. Like, I feel like in a previous Path of Exile, we might have be like, oh yeah, you have to gamble your item.
But if you remove the game mechanic from the equation and you go, okay, let's say you and I have a duel and I get to take your shoes, and my sacrifice is I have to die. I don't think that's a fair trade. Now,
but this is in a world where you can revive.
Yeah, but they don't know that.
Okay, fair enough. Good
and
point.
honestly, if I have to go your shoes versus my 15% experience, I don't know if I'm gonna.
Pretty nice boots.
Yeah, sure, but that's part of my level I just lost. So I don't know if I'll take that trade.
Well, you got me there. That's a good point. We'll get some more questions about the mercenaries there. Do mercenaries count as minions? Has been asked.
Oh, I said 15%, and I realised that is not correct.
Oh, what was the?
I'm just making up numbers.
Oh,
No. Ignore me. I know that's the wrong number.
No. What have you done? That's going to be quoted.
I just quickly glanced at chat, and I'm like, oh, geez, I said I just made something up on the spot in the heat of the moment. Don't worry about me.
The question was, do mercenaries count as minions for the purpose of various minion-based things? like flask?
They don't
minions?
count as a semantic minion for like, minion damage and all of
Yeah.
that. But I know, for example, all the, how there's bosses and they have certain skills because they're less avoidable. They deal less damage to your minions.
Oh, yeah.
They also they also get that damage reduction from those things because
Yep.
like they're not like going, there's an AoE here, I'm getting out of it, and they're going to jump back in like you are. They're just going to soak the damage, and so yeah, we've made it so obviously that, they don't take as much damage from those unavoidable attacks, so to speak, and much like how your minions do and whatnot. But again, they are pretty tanky, so on top of that.
On that same spirit of like live improvements happening as we're talking about it, it's like yesterday I was asking kind of can you heal them with like the minion flasks or something like that to like heal them in between combats, and later I got a message saying that you guys have changed it so that they heal out of combat now.
Yeah, it was taken from the it's something I actually really like that the minions do in PoE 2, where when there's some downtime they kind of regenerate back to full life. So yeah,
That's good.
that change was made yesterday actually, and
good.
yeah, so now the mercenary, you don't have that thing where you have to give it some life regen, and like explored a few different options, but it was just like, you know what, just like if there's a little bit of downtime, or it's more if they haven't lost life in the last some amount of time, they just whoop back to full life. So
Love it. It's just good quality of life. Yeah.
You don't just have them sitting at 10% life, and you're like, what am I supposed to do here?
So they can be brought into pinnacle content is one of the other questions I'm saying.
Yeah, anywhere, everywhere in the game.
No restrictions on that.
Yep.
Nice, cool.
Can I join you in Heist? Well,
People seemingly from the question, based on the questions, don't believe that you can have like a 6-person party and have 6 mercenaries. That you wouldn't allow that. That's too crazy. I mean, it is too crazy, but you do allow that, right?
We do.
Yeah, we do.
That's the thing. Okay.
I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot of auras. But I'm very much looking forward to playing my. Everyone knows I play my support characters, and you'd expect, you're a support character, so you can get a DPS merc now and not have to play with your friends. But I'm thinking, well, hold on, I can be a support character and have a support mercenary and support my friends even more. So like, it's all win.
That sounds about you. Perfect. I mean, while leveling, I certainly felt like the DPS ones were viable if I was playing more of a supportive role, or if I was like struggling in that regard. They did seem like they were actually able to kill things. Is that something that can happen in an endgame though? Like that seems hard to believe.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, you can give them Headhunter, you can give them all of that stuff, and they take the damage, they scale it. Like, the only thing they don't have is, your skill, which could be bad, and thus they could be better than you, or you could be very good, and in which case, I'm just saying, like, they are still a computer,
Got 'em.
right? They are still, at the end of the day, doing that, so they may not make the smartest decisions that you agree with.
There's like custom AI for each skill,
There,
right?
there is, 100%. And
So they're a bit above the 50 percentile of players.
yeah, they might be.
What you're
I'd say around 55%, just percentile average.
Better than half you.
Computers can be good. So, but at the end of the day, when you're like, giga zooming and obliterating everything before it can even appear on your screen entirely, there's a question of how much use can they really be, and that's where I come in and say, look, the floor is still they're half a party member worth of loot increase. And they are, whatever auras and all of that. So you might pivot from more. You definitely want, like, DPS ones are real good all the way through, but once you again become the power of 1,000 gods, like,
there's a certain point where
there's only so much you can do. Now that being said, if you do want to play a more passive character and you want them to just go wild, like they're pretty strong. There is, of course, the thing where if you miscalculate that, you go into your pinnacle relying on them to kill it, and you miss the mark and they die. It's not like you're bringing them back in that area.
They only have one
so
portal.
now you're like, oh damn it. I'm not sure what to do now, and you've got to do it the hard way. So, but yes, much like the new Change the Animate Guardian, if they die, they don't come back into that area.
Sounds like a good way of
only
doing it.
sequential instances, yeah.
Much better than the losing gear and all that,
Yeah,
all that drama.
we went through all that. I even had the maybe in Ruthless they should lose an item, or maybe I was like, is that a thing? I was like, oh, no, look, it's either right or wrong. Let's just go with what we know is right, what people will like, and what is not going to just cause a bunch of unnecessary. Oh my god, now I got to do this again, and something unpredictable happens, or some monster skill is like particularly imbalanced, and it's like, oh my god, it just lost so much currency, so all good.
Sounds great. Awesome. Settlers Town went core. We didn't have to rebuild it. Phenomenal. Thank you. Gold goes core, which obviously is an experiment feels like a success then. Jonathan, I think you feel like you can speak to that.
I mean, sure.
Gold was a core feature of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely happy with where gold, how gold improves things. I mean, we originally did it as a way to reduce the number of things that monsters can drop while still having it so that they feel like they drop things.
Yeah, like culling the
But I mean, I honestly I think it's been a straight up improvement, and obviously it's really good to be able to work with the the new the trade the currency market and stuff like that. Like, I think that stuff, I don't know that there'd be another way to do that as successfully as the way that works. I think that's worked well. And it's funny because on the surface, you're like, oh, every game's got gold. But the funny thing about it is that in most games, gold is a lot of games have bound items, and then gold is the only thing you can trade. In our game, you've got unbound items, and gold is the only thing you can't trade, and that's why it sort of works as that kind of trading kind of thing. So I think the way we've done it, it works well, and I definitely want to keep it. It's got a definite place for sure, and we may be able to expand its use as well more in the future potentially. Right now, it's not used for shops or anything like that. It's used for gambling, but it's not used for the regular shops. And there were some issues around that, but we might change that one day. Sort of hard to say, but I think it's definitely it's good.
Yeah. Okay. And that means obviously currency exchange is staying core and things like that. It looks like shipments were staying core, and that's one that I see is mixed opinions on. Some people love it. It's passive income, and but it's also an obligation. It's a thing you got to check in on. It's a busy work to an extent.
We did some changes here, so we did slow down. We made them take longer, and proportionally, in some cases, increase the rewards. The intention there being, of course, that way you have to deal with it less.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the focus of the league anymore.
Yeah.
So we don't want it to be overtaking what you're doing all the time.
Yeah. And look, I expect these things to be a bit divisive, 100%. Some people love it, some people don't. And that's great. That's everything in PoE, and that's everything we add. And you can choose to do it. You can choose not to do it. Maybe you choose to just do the crops and do the shipments and not worry about all the other stuff to do with it. Maybe you just use the map runners and put all of your gold investment into that. There will be other ways to spend gold in the future. Maybe because you don't want to deal with them, you build up an excess, and then all of a sudden we add the gambling strongbox from PoE 2 or something like that to sink the rest.
Yes,
who knows?
dude.
Yeah, we'll see.
Do it so good.
It's a fun strongbox, but
That is a good one.
that will come to PoE 1. I promise you.
100%.
So, there'll be ways to do it, but we'll feel it out and see how much gold people are getting relative to losing as well a bit, and then see. But the intention here is that if it is feeling annoying and how much you have to deal with it, then we've missed the mark, and we'll probably even adjust things a bit further as well.
Okay, yeah.
But again, like everything, it's up to you, your agency, your choice.
You touched on an interesting point, because I feel like before it wasn't optional because it was there and it was free stuff. So why wouldn't you do it? But now you're actually, both in terms of gold, but also your passive application, are you actually even investing in having those ores appear versus something else? So it's not necessarily just a free thing on top that you're obligated to do. It's now a more conscious decision.
I could see it feeling mandatory, and if it does feel mandatory, then we miss the mark a little bit for sure.
You want to avoid that.
I don't want it to feel so mandatory, but that being said, I also wouldn't want it to feel so terrible that you never want to engage with it. So there's always a fine line to hit. And
there's stuff you can only get from there, so there's always going to be that element.
Yeah, for sure. If you want to get the tattoos and rune grafts, and some of those rune grafts, a lot of them are pretty crazy off-build stuff, and there's a good set of chase ones in there, and there's some pretty crazy stuff in there to get, but I think it's a better system. I like the idea that now Settlers is giving two different passive tree mechanics that can coexist as the rewards, aside from obviously recombinating and map running and stuff, but as opposed to just the freaking insane enchants that you were getting on your weapons
so
before.
The enchants are gone then. This replaces that, yeah. Which I think most
they
people
were
expected.
They were a little bit much on the power creep axis. It was kind of just a bit crazy, but I wouldn't say that we won't see some sort of weapon enchant system back in the future.
Yeah.
And we're a bit more regulated and stuff like that, but because there's room for that, there's design space for that, but we never know what form. But I like that Settlers is where you go to get your alternate passive tree stuff. I think for changing masteries and changing nodes, I like that as the the reward from it.
It was a pretty funny reveal of the live reveal of the recombination changes, because everyone was like, "Oh no, you did it! You got rid of the old one and replaced it with this." But But then obviously the old one's still there.
We're here seeing all of the L's, and then I'm like, don't worry, they'll come back. They'll come back. It's all right.
It was very entertaining from our perspective.
So that's all right. And then it also says L's, www, saved. I love it. I very thoroughly enjoy watching chat. Yeah.
So you kept the old version of your accommodation. Is that changed or nerfed in any way, or is that just as it was?
The old way, I can't speak to that with an absolute certainty, and I would have to talk to, one of the main designers dealing with that. But I did say like we should pretty much keep it the same. Yep. And if there is a change, it needs to be like very much justified. It's not like
Yeah.
People like it for a reason. Like keeping it alongside the other one and then gutting it is obviously not not the play. You may as well have not kept it at that point. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it was certainly the intention that we keep it. It's still a favorite. Like if anything, I would be okay with making things more expensive. So it's a little bit harder to use at the top end when you're doing like the very. I think that is maybe the thing we concluded when you're interacting with a lot of the really special modifiers that you normally can't get on items. We're making it a bit more expensive. But I don't think that was a huge constraint anyway,
not
unless
a
you were
for the people doing it usually.
Sure. So, I would prefer to do something like that instead of nerfing the power of it at this point. And I'm like 99% sure we didn't nerf the actual functionality of it. But
yep.
I'll verify, and if it is the case, I will let the community know afterwards.
Okay. On the topic of gold, an ongoing thing has been that gold is very present from the core Atlas mechanics and certain things, but other things just literally don't drop it. You do Blight or whatever and you just don't get gold, or, Sanctum just doesn't get gold. That's obviously a separate topic, but is this something that has been normalized across the game? Do you want players to be in a position where they can't use it?
We are making some adjustments. So when we did that, obviously we went through the entire game, of which there is a lot, and specifically we're like, do this, too much gold, lower, and we had penalties and increases all over the place, and a bunch of stuff was too low. Some stuff is, and I wouldn't say it's too high. It was actually probably relatively nice mostly. There was just a bunch of stuff that's just dead. And it is our intention for that to not be the case. So we do want to increase those. I don't know how much they'll necessarily increase by, but it is something that is on our radar 100%. So
yeah, okay, great. Because
Heist is a good example.
Yeah, I think the most compelling argument I heard in favor of like making sure that those had access to gold was for the player who wanted to focus on just that. They just wanted to heist.
100%.
They can't currency exchange, right? That's the biggest problem.
100%. It isn't. It is just like let's say it is already a relatively divisive league, and then also the gold sucks. It's easy to perceive that as dead. So yeah. It look, there are some things where we maybe make an intentional decision because they are like too rewarding to be like it's not a place you're going to get a lot of gold, Sanctum, and then when we're like okay, which. We'll make some changes too, but then you have the things like Heist, where I would say it isn't that regard, and it's just like why is the gold bad here, and it's like look, we just missed the mark. So
yeah. Oh, well, I guess since we brought it up, the Anti-Sanctum Alliance has been constantly messaging me, asking about whether Sanctum's going to see any changes in terms of just kind of how much raw currency it prints early league for like a low investment for like really knowledgeable players, giving them such a massive advantage over less ones. Obviously, that's always the case, but it seems to a severe magnitude.
I don't have the exact changes because they're literally we're like going to do them today or Monday. But like, which I know seems crazy. So they're not like massive grand rework, but at least for now, we're certainly going to give it less of the edge it has. Mm-hmm. I don't exactly know exactly what form, but it's not going to have. It's not just going to be untouched. In terms of like a grander future, like I would like to shift away from it just being pure regular currency and move into something where it has its own item and own reward mechanic that has some sort of interaction with something. Like almost every league has something special, and that one is just like obviously it's got a relic meta system, but it's just like here's some uniques, here's a different style of gameplay, but just like here's all the currency. Then it becomes very quantifiably better or worse than just like core game. And obviously very, very early, it's very strong. And then, maybe juicing catches up, but then, it obviously gets a little bit crazy. In different axes, you get a lot more uniques, a lot more different things. Mm-hmm. But it's still, it's just that there's very easily quantifiable thing where it's like a very good strategy if you know what you're doing, especially very early on, as you're saying. But it needs its own thing. it 100% needs its own thing. So, but at least for now, it doesn't have to be as good as it is for how easy it is to do so. So we'll make some changes. I just don't know the exact specifics. And as a result, they won't be in the patch notes today. It will be in another coming soon section because it is. Yes.
Great.
I mean, again, I'm not. Why would we not stop? Why would we stop developing now? We have another
week before. It's like, what are we going to do? Sit around and twiddle your thumbs? Exactly. Sounds good. With the like big changes to Betrayal, which look phenomenal, that's obviously like a big overhaul for that and something that was really long awaited. It does kind of make me want to ask, like, do you have like another one that you're really looking forward to giving a similar treatment? I hear a lot of feedback about like quality of life around Bestiary, for example, being not where people want it.
That is on our radar. There's, I know, for like itemizing beasts and improving the quality of life there is.
Please, thank God, itemizing beasts
annoying.
Here.
Maybe more than a little bit. But, you know, like talking about like the Sanctum reward as an example. There's some others, like I'd love to give, you know, Blight a bit of an overhaul. I'd love to, you know, do something with Delve. You know, it's just all those, there's probably more that once I actually look at the full list, I'll be like, here's some obvious ones. But look, these things fall out of popularity. They fall out of favor. They get outdated. They become old, you know, like
legacy of a decade.
You know, it's what happens. But the good thing is, much like with Betrayal, we circle back and give it a whole fresh coat of paint. New rewards, new systems, new interactions, you know, or, you know, step forward the storyline and evolve it into a mini sequel sometimes as an option. You know, there's all these kinds of things that are completely things we could do. So, like, you know, purely hypothetical. Maybe you're now later on you're just delving and oh my god, there were the 3 cities and now there's a 4th city with a 4th boss and you have what is this thing I'm finding? You know,
100% confirmed.
Again, now because hypotheticals have to become realities.
100% confirmed. Also, just like the Blight overhaul coming next week, and in my mind, you didn't even say it, but like temples are getting reworked. So I was like, you didn't even say it, but I said that in my mind, and now it's true. So. I'll hold you to that.
Cannot confirm nor deny.
Phenomenal. Some rapid fire quality of life things to kind of follow on from the Bestiary mention. We have like the ID all things in your inventory from PoE2. Love it. Would love to see it in Path of Exile 1. Any reason why it couldn't be a thing or wouldn't be a thing?
What?
Do you hate it? Do you hate my hands?
I can't remember what.
Control click at an NPC and
it's on my list. It's still on my list. It's okay. I had my like, here's all the quality of life stuff. It was like there was a section where it's like to discuss later again, and I put it in that, and I actually genuinely cannot remember why it wasn't just immediately and obviously doable.
Yeah, it seems like the thing if you want to do, you'd be like, yes, do it. So I assumed something up.
There was one thing that was like blocking me from just being like, hey, 100% just do it. I just can't remember what it was, but it's a thing we can get around and make happen for sure. But like, yes, the being able to go to town and ID all was very useful, and hideout as well was an extreme upgrade that I liked. So,
well, tell me who whatever dev is working on that, I'll go make them lunch or something so they can focus.
I'll take you to them afterwards. But you have to now, because if I'm going to be held to things I'm saying, you're going to now buy them lunch. So,
okay, I'll see what I can do. Some of the older bosses with phases, Chimera is the one that stands out to me. Is like
immunity phases.
Yeah, just like really long immunity phases. In Chimera. They feel quite dated at this point.
Katarina got the same treatment. Where it's just like, oh, okay, like, you know, maybe like 40 immunity phases is just a bit much. It's not, I don't know what the number was. It wasn't that, but like, it was just a bit much. But yeah, a lot of those are going to need a bit of overhaul as well. It's hard to justify going back and spending a lot of time on that, but there's sometimes a very easy things we can do, because instead of doing that, we could just be making a brand new boss that's like way more epic, way more fun, and fits into a more modern and core thing. Whereas like some of those are just like very high end game, get some fragments. It's one boss of 4 that then gets to a pinnacle, and like, you know, you want your pinnacles to be good. You certainly want your end of line bosses like, you know, Katarina to be good, and that having as many immunity phases as it was just doesn't hold up now. Like, I would say it didn't even really hold up then either. It just, again, it takes you to really back out of the new stuff and go back and look at the thing to go, what is actually wrong with this, and look through everything and go, yeah, there's actually more bad here than I thought. And then you go through and fix it all and change it all and revamp it all and, you know, do it again X years later.
Yeah. it's been a while since we talked about this, but with a discussion about gold and the currency exchange, I feel like it's worth revisiting. Just like, how do you feel the old trade manifesto holds up from way back in the day? Like now, in light of,
I would say that the currency exchange, like, kind of definitely shows that there's I mean, it's not like we didn't know there wasn't demand for instant trade, right? But the currency exchange definitely helped things a lot. And I know that we still want to do more stuff. Like, I've kind of talked a little bit before about how there's other things we want to do, and I still think we want to do it. The main thing is that, like, the gold allows us to make it so that there can be a cost that isn't the cost of having to do the actual trade with individual other people. And so I do think there is a world where we can go to, like, where we can have a different system. We'll probably prototype that in PoE 2 first, I reckon, where, we still don't have a permanent standard economy that, I mean, okay, in PoE 2 we've got an economy that will exist forever, but that's not going to be standard, right? Because that'll be the early access economy that will stick around. So we've still got an opportunity here to completely damage the economy without while being able to recover from it.
I know from my perspective, when the currency exchange came out, I was like, after we played, and it was such a relief of friction that I was like,
you were like, this is all we ever need.
Maybe this is enough. And then now after, and obviously then it started coming back a little bit. Then playing 020 on PoE 2, and then going and trying to trade for more items, I was like, I'm reminded of all the frustrations. I'm like, we definitely need more than just the currency exchange. So I would say we scoped it out. We wanted to see if it was better enough, and then I was just like getting beyond angry trying to trade, and I'm like, why is the whole server AFK?
I think it might have been worse in PoE 2 because of more new players. So
what I found in PoE 2, a fun little trade thing, is when I first started, people didn't know, go to, you invite them, they come to your hideout.
Basic etiquette and
I'm like,
stuff.
Are you coming? What's going on? And then they're sitting in Act 2 town, just like waiting for me, and I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. No one knows that you just go to your hideout. That's a new thing to have to learn.
Oh, and it's shifted as well, like weird new kind of like things of like culture things have grown out of that, just like kind of independently from different like new people versus pre-existing PoE players, and it's become a strange little
it's
thing.
real fun to watch, eh?
It's an interesting little social experiment thing going on, isn't there? But I think I think what you've touched on there is that it does just kind of raise the question of like, where should the friction be? The friction being in gold feels really good, I think.
That is exactly the thing that we
UX.
would prefer, right? The thing that's going to be the question is that if gold is the only friction, it still needs to be that the cost of it is enough. So the thing that the Trade Manifesto talks about basically is you get this issue with you don't get it with currency. So doing it for currency is actually fine because currency, it acts as a sink. It is currency, so it's okay to have like fluid trade for that. When you start getting into items, then you start to have that issue where the stuff at the top is worth like astronomical amounts, and the stuff at the bottom is worth nothing. And like any trade will cause that, but the easier trade is, the more you get that. So you kind of got this like, if trade it was very hard, you get like a flat line. You can turn into more of an exponential growth curve as you as trade becomes easier and easier. So effectively, we just have to make sure that we're hitting the right point. And what I worry about, and this is one of the things as well, if we first do something like this, we're probably going to have to price the gold cost pretty high as a starting point,
for sure, yeah.
and then kind of maybe back it off as we see like what the effect is, because if gold is the only barrier, then you're going to see that kind of issue.
Well, gold's like a direct kind of translation of your like play time / play quality, your efficiency to that trade capacity.
So the fact that it works that way, where it's effectively character, like bound to you, effectively means that we can use it this way, and that's kind of the difference between us and other games. So I think it will work, but it's like, we're just going to be very careful. 100%.
Because I 100% get like the concern about it, because this is about like what you're actually putting on your character and circumventing whether you actually do any gameplay for that. But this makes it so that you are doing gameplay for that, and it's an alternate method. And
so we have to be careful, especially in the early game, where if you can just get something that some high level player just doesn't care about anymore, so they sell it for nothing. And then but it costs you, but it effectively costs it sort of needs to cost you something. So we just have to make sure we're getting that right. So when we do it, it'll we're gonna have to be very careful around that stuff for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, even if it was just kind of like you can only really like realistically do a couple items a day, then it's not your bulk trading kind of method.
Can be,
it exists alongside the existing one or something like that. That could be a prototype for it. So it seems like it feels possible now, whereas before it was like a no way never. That's crazy.
It is possible now for sure. It is possible.
Which is I'm excited to see what you do to experiment with that. Mark seems keen.
Won't be too far away, I think.
Bloody
but,
AFK people.
As I said, I'm pretty sure we're gonna.
He's
pretty sure we're gonna prototype it in PoE 2 first.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Where we've got a bit more leeway there.
Like you said, I mean that shows a bit of like a love and sanctity to Path of Exile 1 there for the people maybe concerned that you don't care about it.
Right,
So
I guess so. Yeah.
And just one more note: and all you people who are listing items,
Here he goes, rant time.
and then you're not even AFK. You're in a map, and you're just not replying.
Don't list it for that
Stop
price
it.
if you don't want to sell it.
Please
Stop it.
Please. Or actually, no, you're going to keep going now because then you're going to have more drive to get this new system implemented. So yeah, it backfires, but whatever.
There is that. Make trade as bad as possible to motivate you guys.
No, we're not having some accelerationist concept here. That's terrible.
And that is the note that we'll wrap up the Q&A on today. Thank you very much, folks, for hanging out with us. And thank you, Jonathan and Mark, for answering our questions today. I look forward to playing more of Secrets of the Atlas and Mercenaries of Travelers.
Give me the notes.
Yeah. Well,
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Everyone has fun, and we're back.
Yeah, we're so back. We're so back. So back. See you later, guys.
See you later.
Post the notes. Post the notes. Give me the notes. I'm sitting here refreshing the patch notes thing. Been doing it for like the last 2 minutes. Give me the notes. What do you guys think, though? Essentially, what's going to happen now, or once we get the notes at least, we're going to throw up a notepad and just start throwing out ideas of things that we think are really cool, or like things that we're interested in, and then we're going to start narrowing stuff. And then that way, tomorrow, the stream's pretty much just going to be like, all right, let's narrow down what we think might be our starter. And by our starter, I mean my starter, obviously, but if you guys want to tag along with my adventure, that sounds super good for me. But so today I'm just going to be asking y'all for like what your ideas are. Also, there's a new timer up on the website. 7 days, 22 hours, 2 minutes, and 20 seconds until the league launch. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like, so the patch notes will probably, they won't include like the stuff like what do you get, the unique things you get from I'm gonna give it back somewhere else, but probably won't include like the unique skills that the merchants will have, or sorry, mercenaries will have. So I'm very curious as to like what kind of teaser we'll have to that. We won't really know what you've been like. Give you the Fizz-Dot thing, like a kind of a teaser or a spoiler for it. But like, what other benefits will things have? You know? No, we just won't know. We can't plan around that. So who knows? If anyone else sees patch notes before this refresh works, you just let me know. Like I said, if they give me a crumb of a buff for Fizz or Cold Dot, I will play one of those things. A crumb of a buff. That's all I need. just a little bit. A boss killer probably sounds really good. I think with there being new Pinnacle bosses, that sounds fine. The thing is that if it's Pinnacle and it's that I wonder if they have Uber versions of them. Like, do I need like Uber levels of damage, or am I just fighting Pinnacle levels of damage? Because most things can reach, not most things, a lot of things can reach Pinnacle levels, right? Not a lot of things can reach Uber levels. Like, I'm pretty sure I can Pinnacle clear on Cold Dot as it currently is, with a little investment. Instant dot cap, Jungrown, BBF probably just slap on Poison Aura and clear away. Yeah. You say, are you gonna go? Is his build assassin or like what class is it? Actually, I haven't played assassin since like forever. So I think it's free poison. You're talking about the 40% chance of poison? Your back, Tyler says. You play Assassin with like Perfect Agony? The new Perfect Agony? Later? Yeah, I imagine early. That's like a hard thing to do early. Content, we did it, guys. Okay, it's up. Tyler walked away and we got it, so that's all that matters. I'm posting this here for everyone, but we're going to go over this somewhat slowly. I'm going to open a notepad. I'm going to have it on the other screen, but this is it. And we're going to go over it very, very slowly because I read slow and I want to kind of see stuff. Oh, wait. You're right. Trickster. Polymath. Alright, so slight nerf with 1% damage there. Escape Artist. They nerfed it. We did it, chat. Mini nerf. Alright, Lightning Strike. Guys, I don't actually remember what this was before. Is that just overall? Like just 50%? Alright, we're gonna go slowly after this part. So that's like a hard nerf. Like, so there's no like less damage here already naturally on it, right? So this is just like, so this is just like, is it like maybe the added damage effectiveness maybe? That's pretty good. So we got our two big things out. All right, let's look for whiteboard. Guys, they fucking did it. They buffed they lowered the base, but they buffed the top end by like 30 damage. So the base is a little bit lower, right? Not much, but a little bit. But our height is better. So we might be Wintertide enjoyers. We might be Wintertide enjoyers. What other thing do we have on our bingo card that we care about? Was there any certain other nerfs we called out? Or buffs? No, we don't really care. Okay. Wintertide got a slight buff. So we could be up gamers. Alright. We're gonna go back up to the top. We're gonna skim over some of the stuff that I don't really care too much about, like this. I don't really want to read too much about this stuff. You read on your own time. Wintertide is nice, yeah. Plus, Wintertide is good at killing bosses because of the chill and freeze effect. So maybe I do. Maybe I do it. I might do it. All right. Well, don't care about the challenges stuff as much. I want more about content like changes stuff. That's all I care about, really. Over 20 new uniques, so we got that bingo thing checked off as well. Some of which can only be attained from dueling mercenaries, so that's pretty sweet. Oh, right. We'll look at the other uniques that were revealed in that teaser thing after this. Hey, that's a buff. That's a buff to Rogue Harbor. They have the amount of people that can be inside of Rogue Harbor in like one instance at a time. I would like it to be just me, but I'll take what I can get. Okay, moving on to in-game changes. All right. No longer gain or lose experience in the following areas. This is all like the boss arenas, I think, pretty much. Yeah, that was a part of the teaser. Atlas memories have been removed. Existing memories on your Atlas are removed. Atlas memories are things like Curix, Wild Beasts kind of thing. Or not Curix, Wild Beasts, but like Einar's Harvest Beast memories, that kind of stuff. They remove those. That's fine. Honestly, once they added like the Harvest Beast into just the regular Beast pool, I didn't even use the memories. Do some new red tier missions. Alright. Banger. Breach Splinters drop altogether. We know that one. Commonly found scarabs can now drop at higher stack sizes. I love that. I love anything that drops in stack sizes. I'm going to be honest. That's a good buff. Prizes we know. Completing a non-unique map at a lower tier than is normally found no longer grants map bonus to completion. I don't understand how this works because that's never been an issue for me. But whatever. Further improve level generation of blighted maps. I'm not a blight enjoyer. I might try this league. I don't know. All right. So what maps have we got? We got anything back that I care about? I think Waste Pool is really good. I think it's the only one that really stands out to me. So that's nice. What do we lose though? Anything that I care about that we lost? Burial chambers can eat a dick, so that's good. Fields is gone. That's a little sad because that was a good one to match up with one of my things as a side thing. Yeah, so we don't really care too much about that. We get Waste Pool back. Waste Pool is really good, I think, if I remember correctly. So I think that's cool. Let's see. Map tiers and locations have been shifted. Yeah, that's the usual stuff. Yep. Passive tree changes. Okay, passive tree, additional chance for... Oh, you talked about this already. Also, use cost scarabs to use. Intelligent agents no possible can be replaced with a new lethal extraction notable, which causes executing immortal syndicate members in your map to grant intelligence of their current division equal to 2 times their rank. Okay, that's similar to what it is, just a little bit different. Got it. Straight and narrow notable passives have been replaced with the new Miner's Strike notable, which prevents ore deposits and Kalgur and scarabs from appearing in your maps. I don't know what this notable is. I don't know what this notable is. Straight and narrow. Oh, it's this. So they removed it, so you can't ignore rogue markers now? Excellent. People will be selling me their rogue markers. Easy peasy. 2 Atlas memory clusters. That's true, including... So when they showed the picture, this is different. They just pushed this up, and then the new stuff just came out of the side. So like we still have the Shipper and Elder thing. It's just higher up now, I think is what it is. And this is all just the talking about the different ones. Okay. Settlers added to the core game. Almost every year building. We're all good. Gold drop from slain monsters can be used to pay workers' wages, as well as passive tree realization, purchase items from the black market, and NPCs in raid class. We'll be returning your first encounter Faucets and Lion's Eye Watch in X6. Okay, so you have to wait till X6. So X1 is not the one you'll be able to see them. You don't get currency exchange until X6, which is fair. I don't think I'm going to be currency exchanging early in Act 1 anyway. Upon reaching the end game, Johan will invite you to King's March. Different ores, Colgarian Workings, and new crops. Yep. Tattoos, shipments. The Ruin Graphs thing I think is a nice change. At first I thought it was going to just be the Ruin enchantment things, but I'm glad that they made it to where it's something different. Also buffs up Heist Tempering Orbs. People will want those again. So that's nice. Rip to the RF guy. They nerf Fire Trap. That's a buff, right? Oh, wait, no. It says previously this. Oh, yeah. I thought I read mine wrong at first. Okay. Lance, the other one, does Scorching Ray. Did that also get a nerf? It's a buff. So they buffed Scorching Ray and nerfed Fire Trap. So they they nerfed Pox and buffed Lance. What about Righteous Fire itself? Did they touch it again at all? Only the arcane one? That's fine. I don't care about the mana one. That's funny. Alright, where were we at? So there's core. Combinator stuff, that's pretty cool. We already know that stuff. So these are the new scarabs. This is the 3 that they talked about. Nice. Some clusters. I'm not gonna go over each of these clusters. That's gonna be not really impacting what build I do. So I'm not gonna be too concerned about reading that right now. It's only 5 job rankings now instead of 10. That's amazing. Adjusted banana to more close. It's a meme. Hell yeah. Move to lampposts. Banger, guys. Banger. Glacial Cascade buff. Might play mines. It just seems like you're a mine enjoyer, Fisk. Mine trap enjoyer. Because I like that Safe House leaders drop the Chaos ones, and the the Exalt ones only drop from, I'm assuming, Katarina. That's nice. Yeah, the buff Scorching Ray could be good. They changed a bunch of this stuff. New recipe objects unlocked available. Ooh, Frostbolt's nerfed. Okay, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. I don't know what intensity stacks. Oh, that's like the support. Arcane buff is buffed. Arcane Surge, 20% versus 10%. Any Arcane Surge enjoyers? I think Hierophant gets the Arcane Surge buff stuff. All right. Skill gem changes, guys. Whoa. Skill gem changes. We're in. Also, I like how Tyler still walked away. Hasn't come back. And is missing the patch notes. Oh, Tyler, he's missing patch notes. Okay. Animated Guardian, refrain the items after they die. Hey, look, we just talked about how shitty it is to do Animated Guardian. It got buffed. I think that's cool. I'm still not gonna play Animated Guardian, but very good, minion players. Power Siphon destroyed. Power Siphon Mines probably is pretty awful. Man, okay. Bane. I'm not gonna play Bane. Blade Blast. 5% more damage per blade. Vortex blade on all gems. Oh, is this the one that uses Blade Vortex instead of like Blade Ball? Reaper got buffed? Oh, I'm so excited. You're right. Let's just skip to the things I care about. I don't care about all this other stuff. Transgem on PV, yeah. Oh wait, Blight. Did it get a buff or did it get a nerf? It's the same early on, but it got a buff to damage later on. That's whatever. Early on sucks though. I'm not gonna play Bone Shatter. I might play Burning Arrow. Attack speed buff. A nerf to mana cost. A buff to mana cost. That's pretty good. This is an overall buff. So Burning Arrow Vigor got an overall buff. That's pretty good. If there's any Burning Arrow, Vigor's the one where you stack life, right? Adds fire damage based on your maximum life. Okay. All right, guys. What we're gonna do is we're gonna add Burning Arrow of Vigor Life Stacker. What if we do like a Burning Arrow of Vigor Life Stacker with like the recoup mechanics on Witch? Thoughts? What? Maybe recoup Witch. All right, that's my first note. First note's written, chat. All right, moving on. Tyler, you missed a few things. Nerf Trickster. A lot of the stuff got damaged, like the damage got reduced by 1%, and then the nerf escaped artist. And Lightning Strike got nerfed by like 50%, I think is what it was. The things we wanted are gone. Cold Snap. Okay, Cold Snap's also a cold dot, so that's a buff. That's a later game buff. Base level is still good, but later game, that is better. This is, yeah, cold dot got a buff. Am I playing cold dot or fizz dot? I don't know. All right. Cold dot getting buffed. XCD. Contagion. Yeah, so the issue with Blight is I only played it with leveling a witch in Act 1, and I was like, this feels fucking terrible. But it's like the only chaos skill you really get as a witch early on until you get like Contagion, and then you don't get Essence Drain until like level 12. So I would like a little bit of buff early on, just make it a little bit easier. Cyclone? I'm not going to be a... Well, I guess if you want to do that Starfall build, Cyclone's probably a good way to trigger it, unless you do like Lancing Steel, so... No, I'm not going to... Probably going to do that. Death's Aura from Death's Oath! They buffed Death's Oath! We did it! We did it, chat! Yeah, Scorching Ray got buffed. Fire Trap got nerfed, Scorching Ray got buffed. So they said, we're buffing Lance, we're nerfing Pox. And that's just the way it's going to be, they said. They said, you can deal with it. Death's Oath being buffed is hilarious. Detonate Dead, I'm not going to play Detonate Dead. Not going to play this. Essence Drain, was this also buffed? Level 1's unchanged. Scaling a pirate. Yeah, so is it all Chaos Dot essentially got buffed? That's pretty good. Exsanguinate. Okay, I like Exsanguinate a lot. Is this buffed? It is. The top end of Exsanguinate is buffed. Alright, here's the Firestorm stuff. Meteors. Hey, they buffed the big meteor for your Firestorm thing. Yeah, Death Oath's not going to be good, probably, but you know, for the people who enjoy playing Death Oath, at least you'll have it. But yeah, they buffed the big meteor. Yeah, root damage buff there. I think Fix already said that too. So regular Hex Blast lived as is. There's some Ice Crash of Cadence buff. I'm not going to play Ice Crash Cadence. I'm not going to play Ice Nova Frostbolts. Did this get nerfed? Oh, this is what you were talking about earlier when you told the Frostbolts was nerfed? Is the Ice Nova Frostbolt one? Yeah, from 4 to 2. Good riddance. Lightning Strike can eat it. Molten Strike the same. Did they get nerfed? It did get a little bit of nerf. Yeah, it actually got 200% nerf right there. Jesus. So yeah, that build is a lot worse now. Okay. I'm assuming that's in this thing somewhere. And if that's not there, Fisk, I know I only have like 2 followers who aren't friends or family, but I will ban you if you're lying to me. It's below the ascendancy. Okay, I'll look at that in a second. Yeah, they did nerf Power Siphon. That is a huge nerf. Jesus, they murdered Power Siphon. They took Power Siphon out back and just shot it. That is... I mean, I wasn't planning on playing Power Siphon mines or anything like that, because I think it's a really awkward with the Lucas Mines thing, but that's like a huge decrease. That's like 50%. At all points, 50%. But now has faster attack speed. Yay! I don't think that really matters for the mines part. I guess this maybe benefits the people who do like a wander instead of mines, but like the damage is still less. I guess wanders don't matter because you're second like intelligence stuff, right? Most of your damage probably comes from like int stacking. Probably. I haven't gone that far down yet. Reap. That's pretty good. Pretty good chunk. 300 more damage on the top end. You take that. Shield Crush is only of the Chieftain. I thought about making like an Ignite Shield Crush thing. Ignite Shield Crush thing, but I mean they did buff it. So wait, no. They nerfed it? What is everyone saying? I might unironically play Exsanguinate Mine for AoE and Glacial for whatever for bossing. The attack speed on Power Siphon is a big buff. Yeah, it's a big buff, but not. Well, I don't know how ballistas work, so I'm not gonna give an opinion on that one. But the attack speed doesn't really matter for mines, does it? Or does it? I'm not really. Yeah, it's for self attackers. So does ballista really benefit from the attack speed buff, or is it kind of treated like totems and mines where they don't really benefit from the attack speed? I'm not gonna play Soul Rend again, so that's that for me. Not summoning any golem anytime soon, so let's move past there. Hey, that's the wrong Reaper. I don't care. Oh, that's the one I want. Hey, you can get 4 Reapers now? I don't know. Maybe if this all goes well, I'll make a for fun 7 Reapers build. Yeah, I think that's true, Fisk, but I am not an expert on like ballistas and stuff. So I don't know how like totems and ballistas work. Mines don't have attack speed, totems do. Okay, so totems, Power Siphon totems, thoughts? Was anyone like? Can you do that? Because it's spell totems, right? So you can't do it as a attack spell. So you have to do the ballista. Has anyone played ballista Power Siphon? I'm not gonna do it, but has someone done that? And a vortex bust, like what someone already mentioned. So that's pretty sweet. I'm really okay. So they gave me a crumb of a buff. I'm heavily leaning towards Cold Dot. Fisk said something earlier with cold damage under ascendancy thing. I'm just gonna keep doing this for forever until I figure out what I'm doing myself. There are additional passive tree changes related to both casters and cold damage that we're finalizing. Check back soon. All right. Okay. All right, guys. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm probably playing Cold Dot. I'm probably playing Cold Dot. We're probably going to play Wintertide. Maybe. I don't think Creeping Frost got changed. I think the other stuff did, though. The Creeping Frost didn't get changed. We got Cold Snap changed, though, with a buff. Vortex was a buff as well, but I don't know necessarily if I would want to do that. Not that Vortex, the other one. I don't know what Vortex of Projection does, though. That damage effectiveness is huge at the top end, though. 40% increase. They nerfed the flat scaling originally. But the top end of the scaling is good. Oh, Projection's the Frostbolt one? Okay. I mean, this right here alone is really good. I mean, that's like 30 damage per second. Is Divine Ire buff? Is Divine Ire the one, like the Kamehameha thing that you did? Is it the Goku build? Yeah, okay. Well, you could always play Divine Ire there. Yeah, it looks like they didn't change a lot of the slam stuff, so I think slams are totally fine. Obviously, the biggest issue with slam, like it's kind of like the nerf, is that you lost a lot of the weapon enchantments that were really strong for it, so you don't have the 50% extra damage kind of thing. Yeah, bossing on slams is pretty rough, right? But not everyone wants to boss. Like some people just want to do like maps or like the other side mechanics. Not everyone's gonna get pinnacles on the first try, kind of thing. I'm probably gonna play Cold Dot though. Unless like the passive tree changes they talked about wherever it was, I think at the top. If they change the caster stuff to also like make Witch a lot better for Fizz Dot, like in starting area wise, I'm either Fizz Dot or I'm Cold Dot. I think I'm starting Witch. Ball changes, Vol Cold Snap. Did they buff Vol Cold Snap too? They did. It's nerfed early on, but 420 from 350, that is a huge damage increase for Vol Cold Snap. That is a... Is Peacock or... What's Econk? Explosive? Got it. They just fixed a bug with it, looks like, for explosive. Oops, I misspelled the word poisonous because I don't know how words work. Peacock is not on their list at all. It's just bug fixes, looks like. So you're good if you're playing those skills, Marshall. That also means people like Jungroan, I'm Exile, who've been practicing the duelist Peacock explosive conk starts. That's probably what they're doing. It's really strong. Besties. But that's probably what they're doing. So if you're interested in playing that, it will probably be pretty meta. And as long as you're okay with following meta, then you're good. Also, so they fixed a bug with Savalan. I wonder if Savalan's gonna... Well, King's March is still in, so you probably still get this from the dudes. Right. I want to look at the other... Not here. We'll look at that second. Vol changes. Any other Vol skills I care about? Vol Reap. Did they buff Vol Reap as well? They did. Clutch. They nerfed Fall Lightning Strike. Good. I hope I never see Lightning Strike again. Is anyone here like Chaos Dot? Because Chaos Dot, I mean, Vol Blight got a huge buff, right? That's like 100 damage on the top, 120 damage per second. Funny as hell on Ethereal Knives Mine Trap build. All right, Fisk, you're definitely a person who just loves mines and traps. I'm on to you. Archmage. Nerfed. The top end. It's from 19% mana to 16% mana. Hell yeah. ES Chaos one. I don't know what you mean. They also nerfed Return Proj support. Which, once again, good. Alright, let's look at Ascendancy changes. Anything cool here? I'm probably not playing Berserker. Let's see what they have, though. It's on Sabo change. Do they show... So they only show Elementalists. I was hoping they would show Occultists. But do I just play Elementalist Cold Dot? Well, that's with hits, right? Lame. Beneficial for Cold Snap only. Oh, Sabo has a new node? Okay. Added a Shrapnel Specialist. That's pretty funny, actually, yeah. It's like that PK. Yeah, that would be kind of nuts. Just watching it fly back and forth. Critical Strike to be lucky? That's pretty sweet. Who knows? Maybe this is what they needed for Sabo to be somewhat used. I don't know anything about Berserker. I haven't played a Berserker. I don't know what any of this stuff means, so I'm not gonna worry about looking at it. But if y'all have opinions on it, pop off. This looks like still they just made it to where champion's just like a party player and not necessarily like a good solo guy. Guardian has been reworked and now causes you to gain random shrine buff. Which one's the Harmony of Promise? For purpose, sorry. Oh, it's the linked thing. Yeah, no one used that skill. No one uses that. That's fine. Random shrine buff, sure. Now that's 50%. Unwavering Faith. I think Unwavering Faith was already strong, right? Which one was Unwavering Faith? Does they get this on top of the other thing, or is it just that altogether? Okay, I think it's just that by itself. It's pretty nuts for an Aura stacker. That's a lot of reservation efficiency. Hero fan? I'm not gonna play a mana stacker. Trickster we already yelled at. I don't know enough about elementalists to really care about it, but I don't like that a lot of their stuff is with hits, so it doesn't really benefit my dot obsession. I'm sure like other things are really cool with them being like, hey, this will be sweet. Oh my god. Because it is above 25% for 15% is huge. Ooh, they nerfed this thing. Everyone's been abusing the elemental mastery for resistance version. Happens less often. I mean, it's still probably worth getting, but it definitely happens less often now. They nerfed instant leech from 10% to 5. They buff spell slinger. Yeah, I know. That's why I was like, eh. All these things that are with hits don't really help me. All right, post this now. I would love to see the additional passive tree changes right now. Water. Hydrate, gang. Oh, they nerfed Ralakesh? You can only get one of the maximum charges now instead of all of them. It either has maximum endurance, maximum frenzy, or maximum power charge, not all three. And they add up movement speed to compensate, and immune to covered blood. That's a nerf. If you're a charge stacker, I think you want at least two of the three most of the time. Yeah, I have pairs in standard already. I'm pretty sure I have a character that used them at one point. If I don't really care for standard anyway. But I'm pretty sure this is a nerf overall. I like it when they usually say existing changes can be made worse with the divine. Additional changes to scarabs coming soon. I don't. I'm not gonna go through all the scarabs. Those are all items. Okay. Anything about new bases for shields? Less orbital regret now that we don't use them as much. Nice. That's a weird thing for people who might want to do like attribute stacking. Oh, what? Oh, just the leech part? Okay, not life. I thought it was life and mana. It's the leech part. That's whatever. I don't usually look for leech on my gear. I just get it from the tree. Very cool that they have it to where this rolls more castery stuff and less attack stuff. Resistance modifiers can no longer be rolled on crafted weapons. Wait, rolled or crafted weapons. Okay, so there's no resistance on weapons. That's pretty sweet. For people who actually use their weapons, you now just randomly get resistance on it. There were some builds, like for instance with Shield Crush, where I didn't really care for the weapon, so it was like a stat stick. That this hurts a little bit, but that's whatever. Oh, that's pretty cool. You can roll gloves instead of amulets for like the increased AoE and stuff like that. That's actually pretty sweet. Pretty changes. I like them. Oh, probably should pull up YouTube chat just in case no one's there. It's fine. Okay. Hey, they brought back the division card for double corrupt Tabula Rasa. That's cool. Well, we're hoping that the passive tree thing will work out for them, right? Because they're making changes to casters and cold damage. I think it just, as far as the volcanic fissure thing, I would, if you have a build currently, just take off the enchantment and see how it feels. Because other than that, it's not changed, right? It's just the enchantment. The enchantment, you lost 50%, like 50% more damage kind of thing. But I don't think it might still be worth it. I don't think it finishes like Ubers as easily and stuff like that, but you probably still do both things. Yeah, you can go back to axes are typically superior for like that kind of stuff anyway. Unless you're going specifically for like stun effects, which maces are better. The passive tree, from what I remember, is better for axes with damage. And maces are more of like a CC kind of a bot kind of thing. Honestly, there's other content creators like Lance. He played the build. I would probably ask him if he thinks it's still good. I would assume it's still okay. I would think that it was leaning broken because of the enchantment, and without the enchantment, it's probably more in like the balanced area of things. So I would go for it if you really like the slam play style. Hop off. You could literally go, like, if you have a character now, like I said, you can go test it now to see how it feels. I think you do have a character, don't you, that did this? Don't care about Ruthless. No one cares about Ruthless. Monster Balance don't care. Keurig mods. Oh, they changed prices of some of the Keurig mod stuff. So there's map device crafting option for 3 chows. Abyss costs more now, but it also gives more abysses. Ambush costs less. Anarchy, that's the rogue one, right? But oh, I mean, they made the price way higher, but they also made it way more rogue exiles. That's pretty sweet. Beyond's cheaper. So it looks like most things are cheaper, and if they're more expensive, they also increase the things for it. So that's pretty sweet. Or the opposite. Like for instance, this is cheaper, and they took away one essence monster. That's actually pretty good. This was just a buff, right? Less cost, more Harpies. One good thing about RF Chieftain is, well, it depends on where you're trying to start the volcanic thing at, but if you're trying to play it as like a Juggernaut or Berserker, obviously, like that, you can start as RF Chieftain and then just reroll later without having to like level up again. Ritual, they just made it worse. Hey, channeling support's now offered to Witch and Shadow. We did chat. You blight enjoyers are gonna love it. What other channeling skills are there that you care about in the campaign? At like Act 3? I don't know. Don't care about bug fixes, all that kind of stuff, whatever. Okay. Alright, so we like skimmed through it real quick. I'm pretty excited for Cold Dot. I said if they gave me a crumb, I would play Cold Dot. They gave me probably more, heck, at least a handful of crumbs. So I'm probably going to play Cold Dot. I'm leaning towards. Actually, I don't know. Do I stick with Witch? Well, I guess the other important part is who else gets Wintertide? I mean, damage is damage. Oh, are you saying that like a good thing? This bitch gets it for free? This bitch gets it for free? Okay, so 4 people get it. So Witch, Shadow, Templar, and Scion all get it. I'll just have to decide which one amongst those is worth doing. I don't think. I mean, for me, yes, definitely. Also, it just depends because, like, so I want to. I'm gonna gamble that they are bringing more buffs with the synergy change thing, or the thing they said somewhere, because they mentioned cold damage specifically as a caster. So I'm gonna gamble that cold damage buff is gonna make it even more than 20%. Or cold damage changes, not necessarily buff, because they just said changes, right? But it's weird for them to say cold specifically, right? And not just be like elemental changes. Like you would assume that with cold not being in the best place, they're buffing it. Like we have fire stuff that is really popular. We have lightning stuff really popular. We haven't had cold stuff that's really popular recently, besides like Frostblades. It's been a minute since like cold blade vortex has been worthwhile and stuff like that. So yeah, I think I'm going to lean towards Wintertide. These are 4 good classes for it. I don't think I'd ever make a Ranger brand person. Obviously, you want someone that's honestly Shadow is probably a little far, but I still might even consider doing it. And it's not doing the brand right away, just like Creeping Frost and stuff like that at first, until I can make it all the way over to Runebinder. But backup plan. So honestly, this is pretty cool too. I like this. So we have my notes. Okay, so we have Burning Arrow, Wintertide, Brand, Shadow Witch, Scion, probably Templar would also be okay. And then just Fizz Dot. Because there's nothing that specifically says anything about bleed, right? Like, there's no bleed stuff in here. I actually never played Perforate. That's a buff, though. If this is a cool skill, then that could be worth it. I'll probably go buy one, and either probably buy one and accept theirs and see how it feels just to use it. I'm not gonna play Blade Trap. I hate Blade Trap so much. So yeah, so there's no like, and there wasn't any Gladiator changes that I saw. Obviously, they just reworked it, so I didn't expect it too much, but I kind of hoped a little bit. I don't know. So this is what I got so far. Glacial Cascade of Fisher Mines / Cold Dot, like every league, X meme, EK, Knife Return Proj Mines, maybe Poison. Does Glacial Cascade have a Fisher thing? It does. I didn't realize they have it on Fisher as well. It raises space crit. Do you play it as crit whenever you do it? I mean, that is a buff, yeah. On all levels, that's a damage effectiveness buff. Every miner does, yes. Okay, chat. All right. So it's gonna be a shorter stream today. We have like a lot of cool ideas and everything. Fisk is probably going to sleep soon. Also, Fisk, how did your dental appointment go? I meant to ask you that. You came in the chat a lot sooner than I thought you would. I'm assuming it went well. Frostbound buff. What is? Oh, that's the trans gym one. Also, I want the other big thing. So they postponed it. Oh, the raid. Okay, well the raid got pushed. That's well, we got to see your stuff, and that's really nice. You get to watch the patch notes with us. And I'm guessing the checkup thing went good. The other thing, so we have to consider is that so this is the patch notes for like changes and stuff. But they did not show us. I do want to go over the other thing, but they did not show us any new gyms, but they did spoil it. They showed us one gym in the teaser, right? But they didn't show us anything else besides that. So I wonder how I might. Obviously, my opinion on stuff might change and everything once we get like more gym reveals or more transgender reveals or whatever the thing was called, like of the whatever stuff. Which one was it under? Is it here? Nope.
Hi, I'm John.
Nope. This one? Yeah, this is it. I'm doing the same thing about Glacial Cascades. 100%. It's 100% fizz to cold conversion, so plus fizz as well as extra insane on Glacial. Probably starting Peacock Pathfinder. Starting that, or you have a plan to go in something else, or you're just kind of starting it because it's a good classic to kind of get some currency and then see what comes afterwards. I never actually played Glacial Cascade. Do you only play it as mines, or can you play it as like a? I assume it's a slam. It's a spell. I honestly 100% thought this was like a slam. Do you ever self-cast this, or you only play as mines? It's been the meta, never self-cast. Trap miner. What is the big benefit for playing traps versus mines? Like, What makes you decide if you want to make this a trap or if you want to make this a mine? Peacock Pathfinder is a good classic, though. Marshall. And I don't see any changes to either Pathfinder or Peacock, so I mean, it should be relatively good. All right, I want to look at some of these uniques. Don't care for that as much. That's just showing stuff. That's just show memory strands. I went over these. Okay, so there's pretty much these two uniques for the new ones. These went over. This is Tyler, just build this. It's two-handed axe. You get extra physical damage. Weapon physical damage is extra random element. Easy peasy. Yeah. So I'm trying to bait him into it. I think the big deciding factor on if this will be actually a chase unique and not just like a I want it because it's new kind of thing is the numbers on Starfall. Like what kind of damage it looks like. Trying to see if they showed any like skills that aren't traditionally like what's Relic of Binding. That's a new skill. Hey, look, this guy has Bladefall. Also, he has Clutches of the Damned. Oh, here's some more stuff. Okay. Non-instant war cries you use yourself have no cooldown. War cries have an additional life cost. Arrow effect. I'm not a war cry enjoyer, I'm gonna be honest. But okay. Skills used by your traps and mines chain 2 additional times. Is that what you were talking? You said something about that earlier, didn't you? Like really not long ago? That seems kind of nutty if for extending mines. Yeah. That's actually pretty cool. All right, we're adding exsanguinate mines, but I think that's pretty common, so I don't really want to do it. But might do it as a secondary project. But I'm pretty sure that's like already a thing on like Maxroll and stuff. Because I've played it before. Don't know anything about minions. Alright, what's these gems? Extra chain is nutty, yeah. Stormcall! Oh, is this the one you were talking about when you said Bleed Storm Stormcall thing, Marshall, earlier? What's the delay on this, though? So it's like a 2-second delay? Stormcall of Strathis. Alright. This is why they're showing Spectral Shield Throw, because it has its own thing. Say fire 23 projectiles? What is Spectral Shield Throw already? Yeah, this would be probably pretty good to like. Well, Stormcall. Stormcall is a bow skill, right? Does this require you to have a bow? Or am I thinking of a different skill? The spell. I am thinking of a different skill. I'm thinking of Storm Rain. Captain Fever? That's good. I don't think so. I don't remember seeing it, but maybe I overlooked it. No. No, it did not. No, it did not. Like Sanguinate did, and Reap did. And then a lot of like the trans gems for like bleed and stuff did. It looked like. They don't like Cryptid Fever. They said no. So this is a spell? Oh, it does say at the top. I'm just an idiot. I don't know how to read. But the original one's just lightning instead of physical. This one's just physical instead of lightning. Okay. That's actually super cool though. I'm undecided on cold. I think I'm gonna try to make cold and a physical spell thing. And then as more reveals happen, I'll start leaning more one way. Also, this has the same line that spell damage applies to skill damage over time that like Exsanguinate and stuff does. Also, that looks cool. If that's it on the left. Oh, that's just Ballistas on the left. That's not it. Either way. I don't understand the big. Is it just because this fires more projectiles? Is that why this one matters? Yeah, this is a Fizz skill, yeah. Like, and like this is what they were showing on the probably why they were showing Spectral Shield Rail. So they were using this one on the trailers and stuff. Oh right, I didn't look for Ephemeral Edge. Is Ephemeral Edge still nerfed? Deserved. Yeah, it sounds me worse. Get your 20% Ephemeral Edges with Resolute Technique now while you can, chat. If you're one of those people. It does cost life. That's fine. I like costing life. That's fine with me. They really just need to rework Occultist. And I want to put it on the tree. They should make like an Occultist like the a physical dot kind of thing for that side of the tree. 8 Bleed Storm. Let's go. Yeah, I wonder what the quality gives. Is the quality giving more radius? We won't know until we see the actual gem information and stuff like that. But like, I wonder what the quality gives because there's 20% quality here. Don't do that. No, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, Chad. So would you want lesser duration to make it to where it reacts faster? Like it triggers faster, rather? Because I assume lesser duration would, because it's after short duration that it strikes, and the duration is 2 seconds. So you want less duration for it to like happen more instantly. Okay. All right, guys. Fizz Dot and Cold Dot are probably my top 2 contenders. Burning Arrow is pretty sweet too. If I'll see how the caster changes work out, but we might not even do that one. This is probably just not going to happen. Let's take that off. It was horrible to self-cast that. Bosses don't move that much. sometimes. Depends on which boss you're fighting. But there's like less duration on the tree, I think. Or something about spells not getting 100% bleed chance. Well, you wouldn't play this as bleed though, right? So this this right here, you wouldn't play this as bleed. You would play this probably like you would play like Sanguinate, where you just scale it with like spell damage and like damage over time. Yeah, just play Fizz-Dot. Yeah, so like it has the same thing right here, and it's also a spell. So you'd probably play Exsanguinate and then have this thing just be like your single target. I assume it's like takes over the place of Reap. This is a 1683. What is Reaps? What is Reaps at level 20? So it's like 200% damage per second. Not 200%, sorry. 200 damage per second at level 20 than Reap is. Obviously, Reap is more instant. And then there's like a whole thing like blood charges and stuff like that. But you can technically do all three if you wanted to, I guess. If you could probably do put like one and a 4 link and then do a hybrid chess piece with, or not a hybrid chess piece, but like a chess piece with like 5 links of each one. And you just like stacking dots like crazy. Probably should do Exsanguinate for clear, that kind of stuff. But I think there's something here with Fizz-Dot. I don't think you scale it as bleed though. Yeah, the Glacial Cascade thing seems cool. I'm interested when you cook up a POB for it or anything like that. Let me know. I want to look at it. I don't understand this well enough to know if this is good. I also want to know what other Trathis gems there are. Because if there's like some really sweet Trathis gems on like other skills and stuff, like imagine if there's a Trathis like Wintertide brand. Okay. For this stuff, we don't know the gems yet. Did this, but that's so we got that one correct. We didn't get the Atlas Mastery cluster thing. Trickster was nerfed. We don't know if that's true yet or not for the witch thing. Chase unique, it's not a jewel that we know of yet, but there are chase uniques with like the swords. I don't think we got a rework, like an actual rework for Ascendancy, which is fine because it's like a big content patch. Like he was saying, he likes to do one where it's like big content patch, and the next one's more of like a character patch kind of thing. So that makes sense. I say I have Wonder One is what I've always heard about when I would hear about mines like leagues ago. Yeah, we do know there are new shows. Portal League, kind of. Yeah, we'll go Portal League. All this is correct. All this is correct. This is probably correct. I'm assuming their encounters still exist. Bestiary didn't get a quality of life though, so sad. They nerfed Archmage. I don't think they nerfed anything to do with mines, to be honest. They mentioned self-cast spells get buffed. I forgot what they said though. I think it might be in the general caster buffs maybe they're talking about. So we'll see how that goes. T17s were technically untouched, if I remember correctly. They just made a T16.5. Dot buffs did get dot skills did get a buff. Hell yeah. More boats. I mean, we technically have the same boats. That's more boats. Toto did not return. Tyler's copium failed there. No shields. New shields. Recombinator stays unchanged. Technically true-ish. New League is Synth 2.0. I actually don't know how Synth worked. So you have to tell me if that's true or not. Corrupted Zana. Unfortunately, Fisk had a crystal ball and knew the future there. And both of these got nerfed, which is great. Volcanic Fissure did not get buffed. It was stayed unchanged. BFEB I don't think got buffed, which I was mostly me putting there for a meme. Champion didn't get reworked, but it did get like some changes, and I don't think they even changed anything about rolling magma or buffing other starting skills. What about like Frostbolt? Just regular Frostbolt? No. Freezing Pulse. So the skills I start with don't really in Act 1 didn't really get any changes, unfortunately. Not since 2.0. Okay. So we got some hits, we got some good ones. But we obviously failed on a couple things, but that's just how bingo works. So today is Thursday, which means tomorrow Friday. Sweet. So tomorrow we are going to start again at the same time we started today. So we're going to start at noon, Central U.S. time, because we're about to be ending up soon. And then we're going to probably run and do cooking. I'm probably going to try to do what I can to make some of these builds a reality. I don't obviously have the numbers for some things, so I'll have to do some adjustments in POB and figure out how that all works. But I think I should do a full thing for Wintertide brand, because I think Wintertide brand's great. I should decide where I want to go with it. Fizzdot sounds really interesting. Cute Dog has it. Holy. Everyone has Glacial Miner. Yeah, Glacial Miner is probably big. But tomorrow, yeah, we're going to be going through POB. I'll have music playing probably for that one. And we might like do light act running stuff to try to see how Witch goes versus like Shadow and so on and so forth for Wintertide. But I'm gambling on Dot, either Fizzdot or Wintertide. This needs to actually go under Fizzdot and not under Bleed. I probably won't even look at Bleed, to be honest. I'm probably just going to be at the top half of the tree. A Templar, a Witch, or a Shadow. I don't think, or you know, it might even go Scion. Actually, that's a good question. Got work tomorrow. I'd skip. I might go OG Vortex Cold Snap. Say that's the play. But I love Wintertide brand. Also, Vortex is sad that it is not instant cast now. Can I do a brand? You know, this is tomorrow's thing. I'm also gonna look into if Scion is worthwhile for like any kind of cold dot stuff. We'll see. But tomorrow's cooking stream, guys. I would love to see everyone else's input on their stuff they're doing too. So if you have like your ideas, you want to like show me your MS Paint builds, or like, oh, I saw this post, this it was cool kind of thing. Tomorrow's gonna be the day to review all that kind of stuff. Tomorrow's just a content consumption and creation day. So come prepared. Make sure you sleep well tonight. If you're working, rip. If you're not, I'll be here either way. Other than that, I don't have much else to say right now. I appreciate everybody stopping by. I know this wasn't a really content heavy day for like me professionally making anything, but I'm glad we got to see a lot of new things. I'm super, super, super excited for the new league. They did a lot more than I was expecting it. I was expecting it to be something, but not as much as it was. So I'm very impressed with that. I like the mentality they seem to have. The energy seemed really good in the interview. I literally have no complaints about what happened with today's live stream. So I hope everyone else enjoyed it. I hope everyone has a good time and is really hyped for the league. And then I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.